Two friends attempt one of the toughest climbs in Alaska.
Yeah?
One is horribly injured. Do they wait for rescue or risk a treacherous descent?
Do you want it?
The choice is tearing them apart.
I want off this mountain!
Help isn't coming. And the mountain is trying to kill them any way it can.
Avalanches are roaring everywhere. It's bad. It's war.
Denali National Park, Alaska. 6 million acres of wilderness dotted with spectacular glaciers and rugged mountain peaks. It's a magnet for extreme climbers like Dave Nyman and Jim Sweeney.
Man, you should see the view from here!
This is an area as big as England. We were the only climbers in the whole Alaska range that we knew of.
Jim Sweeney's idea of heaven is taking on a treacherous rock face with his good friend Dave Nyman, the man who taught him to climb.
We've had great times in the mountains, thousands of hours, and we've taught each other a lot.
Hey, come on, Nymo! Come on, keep up, slow coach!
Great, Jim.
Jim is a better climber overall than me.
Dave and Jim are attempting a route up Mount Johnson that no one has conquered before, though many have tried. It's called the Elevator Shaft, a 2,000-foot ice climb in a wall of granite.
I was looking for something steep and hard to do. I'm a fighter, you know. I grew up as a boxer. I fought every kid in town.
Because a climb is not just the act of climbing, it's also how you interact with your partner, what kind of trust, what kind of knowledge you have of what your partner would do if something happens. Jim's taking out the rope and he's moving fast. He gets up to the end of each length of rope and he keeps pulling me up behind him.
You just forget what's going on when you're going up. I'm climbing. I'm not thinking about anything else. I want to go up.
Hang on, Dave. Gotta get past the snowballs.
After 2 hours of fast climbing, Jim reaches a bulge of snow above him.
I'm looking for ice. I'm looking for something hard to get some purchase in.
No!
I was just kind of hunkering down, trying to keep snow from hitting me as he was fussing around up there.
You're thrashing me, Jim!
He's hollering at me, you know, and it's just constantly the snow's going down.
Have you hit anything yet?
This is nowhere, Dave. If I can't find some rock and ice to climb onto, I'll come down. Ah!
Cold wave of snow in a kind of a hissing roar that just whooshes by. He's not moving.
Jim! I'm coming, Jim. Just hold on.
He's about 100 feet down below me. I knew I had to work fast. At this point, I don't know what kind of shape he's in. I don't know if he's choking, if he can't breathe. At that point, I know I have to move really quickly to get to him.
Jim?
I can see blood trickling out of his nose and his mouth and his ear.
Jim?
I touch him, and immediately he comes to life.
Jim, stay with me. Jim! I'm gonna get you down!
Jim? Stay with me!
I had to transition from being more or less the follower to being the leader. I knew everything was up to me from now on.
Dave's first task is to get Jim out of danger. He has to lower Jim's dead weight 1,000 feet down the near vertical rock face of the elevator shaft.
Over several hours, I would lower him below me, and I'd drop Jim down another full length of rope, maybe 165 feet.
Jim, I need you to wake up! Jim! Okay, here we go. We're going again.
It takes Dave the best part of 5 hours to lower Jim down to relative safety.
Last bit, Jim. Jim. Damn it, Jim. Stay with me. Stay with me, Jim.
I have no memories of the fall whatsoever, none. The first thing real I remember was Dave screaming at me.
Wake up! Come on. Stay with me.
Dave and Jim are still 5,500 feet up Mount Johnson, in an area rife with avalanches. Battling deep snow and fading light, Dave drags Jim back to where they'd stashed their equipment. Jim has dislocated his hip. He drifts in and out of consciousness. Now Dave has to find a way of surviving the night.
I dig straight into the hillside and move the snow from this 45-degree face.
He digs a snow hole. The snow will insulate them from the plummeting temperatures of the oncoming night.
Okay, Jim. Let's get you safe.
Jim's helmet's virtually shattered, and he's not moving. At that point, I realized that this has gone from bad to even worse. I know with a head injury, you know, if your brain starts to swell, fluids build up, that can pretty much be the end of you. There's all these different things going through your mind. If the weather turns and I don't get word out, we're gonna be in a world of hurt. If I go travel alone on the glacier, am I just gonna fall in a hole and Jim's left by himself anyway? You don't know what the right answer is.
By morning, Jim is semi-conscious, and Dave has made a decision. He's going for help.
Do you think you can light the stove?
Don't go.
Next thing I remember was in the morning, Dave's talking to me. He's telling me he's gonna leave. I told him, I don't want you to leave me. Don't leave me.
I gotta go, Jim. I'm going for help. There's a ski hut up the gorge. Maybe there's people there. They might have a radio. We'll get a plane and be out of here in no time. I'll be back in a few hours, okay?
Leaving a partner in that kind of situation is, you might come back and he'll be buried or he'll be dead.
First, Dave skis a mile down Mount Johnson to the glacier, which runs like a motorway through the mountains. The ski hut is then a 7-mile struggle uphill, a dangerous route across crevasse-cracked terrain.
Generally, if you fall in a crevasse on that glacier, there's really no hope for you. You're gone. You're gone from the world. You might end up 1,000, 2,000 feet down, straight down. It's pretty frightening.
I don't know who I am. I'm freezing. My forehead's on fire, my body's cold. I'm laying there, I'm pounding, my heart's just going boom, boom, boom. The whole body's just going boom, boom, boom.
After 6 hours hard skiing, Dave reaches the ski hut.
Help!
Yeah, radio! Radio! No!
Oh, great. That means there's no cavalry coming today, and we can't just pick up the radio and call a plane passing overhead.
Come and sit down.
The group of skiers are on vacation. One of them is a paramedic. He agrees to go look for Jim.
I'm greatly heartened by this, but I am shot.
Just stay here and rest up. We'll see what we can do.
And I told the 2 skiers leaving, if they don't get to him tonight, they'll probably freeze.
You're clear about where he is. You sure you can find him?
We'll just follow your tracks. It's okay.
Hey, be careful with him.
Unable to radio for help, Dave and one of the skiers tramp out a giant SOS in the snow.
I can remember my fevered brow in the snow and still being warm, but my body freezing. You know, I can remember that feeling.
We spent a lot of time together. We've been into a lot of different things.
Hang in there, buddy.
Jim would never give up.
Miles away, alone and exposed on the mountain, Jim is losing his grip on reality again.
Black dreams, just as black as can be, you know. I didn't know who I was with, where I was at. I didn't even know I was a climber.
The next morning, Dave heads out to try and find the rescue party. They're already on their way up the glacier.
They're towing a sled. My heart leaps. Oh, great, great. They're coming back. They've rescued Jim. And then I think there's no way they can ski as fast as they're skiing, towing Jim. Then my heart just drops.
Where's Jim? Didn't you find him?
Look, we skied all the way over to the base of that shaft thing. That's a hell of a climb.
He explains to me that they looked up and they saw a few avalanches coming down, and they decided that they didn't have the proper equipment.
It's too dangerous. Getting more people killed won't help anyone.
I'm trying not to be angry. I can't believe what I'm hearing here.
Will somebody come with me? I'm taking that sleeping bag.
You go up there, and you're gonna die.
I could feel them looking at me when I was skiing, because I was putting any anger I had right into my plan to save Jim. At that time, the clock was ticking. Every second I felt counted.
Eight miles away, Jim is being buried by snowslides.
I'd realized I was somewhere bad. I'm totally encased in snow. I'm going, where the hell's Dave?
I raced down the glacier. Maybe what I covered in 6 hours took a half hour, going downhill. And so I made it in no time down to the camp and just started grabbing gear.
Dave heads back up to Mount Johnson, to the snow hole where he'd left Jim 30 hours earlier.
Jim! Jim!
I heard probably the most beautiful sound I've ever heard.
Oh!
Oh! And I'm screaming, and I hear Dave.
Jim?
He's buried in a snowslide. Buddy was smiling, just dumb and as happy as you would expect a person in his predicament to be.
I'm crying, I'm back to the helplessness, crying, fighting, I can do both. Feel sorry for myself and fight.
Dave pitches the tent near the snow hole, and at last Jim gets the opportunity to warm up.
This is a nice, big, warm sleeping bag.
Jim, I need to take a look at your hip. I think it might be broken.
I know my hip's busted, you moron. I can take care of my hip. I'll stay in the bag, and you can pull me out of here.
I don't believe that I have the ability to move Jim out of this area.
Skiing off by myself, that's one thing, but I can't drag you out of here. I can't do that, Jim. Listen, there are people at the ski hut. They know we're here. Let's just hunker down and wait for help to come. Hey?
Positively, 100%. He was waiting to get rescued. Dave's waiting for the rescue to come.
Mark Niver and his wife Roberta are flying over the Ruth Glacier looking for a place to land for a romantic picnic.
It was the place that Mark had proposed to me. It was our anniversary, so we decided to go up there. That was our plan.
Stay up there for an hour or two and have some lunch and kind of walk around and we wanted to enjoy the sights because it's just such a gorgeous area up there. As we turned, I could see that the weather doesn't look all that great.
I don't think we should land. I think we better go home.
Okay, hon.
Jim, do you hear that? Jim, come on, man, there's a plane.
And I figured it'll see the SOS. We'll be out of here in no time.
Roberta, look, SOS. We gotta go in.
No, we don't, Mark.
Roberta doesn't want to risk landing. She's 7.5 months pregnant.
What are you doing? You just said we shouldn't land here.
It's an SOS, we have to land.
She's nervous, obviously, and she's telling me, Mark, we can't land. She's kind of hollering at me. It's somewhat distractive as I'm lining up to land.
In the poor light, Mark can't tell if it's 3 feet or 30 feet down to the snow. He tries to abort the landing.
That elevation, you know, the air is pretty thin. The engine doesn't perform at all like it should.
Mark!
So I grabbed my stomach and held on.
And all of a sudden, we just fell out of the sky.
Dave and Jim remain stranded halfway up Mount Johnson. Unbeknownst to them, Mark and Roberta Niver's plane has crashed 8 miles away. Their attempt to help has only made things worse. Fortunately, the shelter of the ski hut is close at hand.
Living in Alaska, things happen. You just have to adapt to what your situation is.
Whoa, where'd you come? Can you help, please?
The baby is still moving, but Roberta has ruptured 2 discs in her back.
I had to pull within myself. It's already a very scary situation. Tried to remain calm and tried not to dwell on what if. I was afraid if I started to think what if, I'd be in trouble.
We saw that SOS. Is it yours?
No. Hey, sit down. It's a long story.
Mark gets all the details of Jim's climbing accident and Dave's determination to rescue him.
Immediately, I'm thinking of those guys. I mean, the snow's falling, the wind's blowing. They're on some side of a mountain someplace, and who knows what condition.
With hope of rescue dwindling, Dave and Jim resign themselves to spending another night on the mountain.
As it gets darker, I can hear the snowflakes hitting the tent. They're huge. We're in no man's land.
Maybe before midnight, we started hearing activity of avalanches in the area.
Dave! Wake up! Wake up, Dave!
I'm screaming at Dave as loud as I can.
Wake up!
All of a sudden, it sounds like jets are coming. It's like sitting right under a 747, just this roaring noise.
The winds pushed ahead of an avalanche can reach hurricane force. Jim and Dave are in the crossfire.
It's louder than a Pink Floyd concert. It's louder than any noise I've ever heard, and it's right above us.
We just started praying.
I don't know who else to turn to.
It's in the tent. It's around you. It's inside my sleeping bag.
We really thought this was it. We thought this was the end.
But we're saying these prayers just constantly, 3 every minute for hours.
numerous times we were hit by 100-mile-an-hour wind blasts and just pelted with snow, but the big one didn't come.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Piper 173 Alpha.
Mark's attempts to get a call out are hampered by the surrounding mountains that block the radio signal. Only a plane flying directly overhead will hear his call.
We've crashed on Ruth Glacier. Do you read me? Over.
I'm still amazed to this date that we're still around after that night.
Dave?
Jim has no intention of spending another night on the mountain.
Okay, Dave. I'm ready to go. Let's go. We can't just stay here. We're sitting ducks. You gotta haul me out. We can make it down to the glacier, man. Someone will see us there, man. No one will see us here.
Jim, would you look? It's too steep.
I didn't think I could do it.
Even if we cut across, we could start an avalanche.
I'm pissed because we're going nowhere.
What are you doing, Dave?
I'm looking for a safe spot.
Come off it. There is no safe spot in this whole valley. We just gotta get out of here.
We're moving over there.
That won't make any difference.
He puts me in the bivy sack to haul me over there. I don't like anything to do with this.
I set up the tent in this new location, and I feel pretty good about it. I said, Jim, your worries are over, buddy. We're good here until rescue comes.
You're dreaming. You know, you just cut the bull. Quit acting all mellow. There's nothing mellow about this.
You are always trying to swim upstream.
What are you talking about?
He's not fighting it. He's just kind of, letting it take him for a ride.
No, I wish I could stand up and walk off this thing. We would be down in an hour if I could stand up, We gotta fight.
What the heck are you talking about?
Man against nature. What a bunch of crock of BS.
I want to go down, Dave.
Do you want to live? Do you want to live? Then do what I tell you to for once.
At the ski hut, they're no closer to alerting a rescue party. The food supply is running low, and the strain is beginning to show.
There is nothing. Nobody there.
I don't know how much longer I can do this, Mark.
I'm sure somebody's made contact that we're missing, but they don't know if we're dead or alive.
This is the 6th night on the mountain, and it's still snowing heavily. Jim and Dave are now holed up in what Dave believes to be a sheltered spot.
And we might get a little bit of a blast. Nothing like the night before. Just feeling good. Yeah, I was right with my assessment. I put us in a safe place. Well, early in the morning, maybe 2 a.m., we heard a roar.
Oh, what the hell is that, Dave? Wake up!
There's a sickening, cracking rumble, explosions, boom.
Fly downhill, 200 feet, 300 feet.
Jim, are you okay?
were completely buried, 100% encased in snow. And my hips just screaming.
I can feel the pocket.
And he pulled me out of the snow. He lays me out on the ground in the sleeping bag, and I'm just laying there. The avalanches are roaring everywhere. It's just as bad, you know, bad. It's war. We're just laying out there with nothing. We can't find anything.
There's nothing left, Dave!
I was just scrambling like a madman. The shovel, it's the key survival tool you have in the mountains.
Come on, me! Before another one comes! That's it! Come on, keep digging! Keep digging! Keep digging!
I'm just thinking the next avalanche is coming and the next one's taking us down the hill. You really could care less about the other person. Sure, you love the guy, but hey, at a certain level, you think about yourself first.
I will clamp myself, I'll chain myself to a leg, I'll bite it off, I'll crawl down here and kick his ass if he leaves me.
There's dark thoughts, darkness that creeps in a survival situation. I don't have to be here. I'm mobile. Why the hell don't I just get out of here?
Eight miles up the glacier, Mark Niver is clinging to one hope. This morning, the jet that takes him to work on the Alaskan oil fields will be flying directly overhead. It's their best, maybe their only chance to let people know where they are.
My dad flies that plane. I know the whole crew. I know that they'll be tuned in.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Piper 173 Alpha. Over.
Hello, Mark. Is that you? Over.
How are you doing? Who is this? Over.
Mark, we don't read you. Please reply. Over.
Hello, do you read me? Over.
The pilot can't hear Mark.
Repeat, where are you? Over.
Mayday.
But he can hear the clicks on his radio.
So it's 1 click yes, 2 clicks no.
After 7 days, the word is out.
Understood.
But rescue is impossible until the weather breaks. And no one knows if Jim and Dave are dead or alive.
I was so whooped by the avalanches from the night before. It was like someone pointing a gun at your head, clicking the trigger, shooting it, and just missing your head. And it was like that for hours.
When you looked at him, you just looked at this sagging face, uninspired, totally whooped man.
Hey, Dave. Stop snowing, right?
It's time for me to take over and tell Dave what to start doing. This is a tricky situation for me. I'm pissed, but I can't give him a bad time. I want to go down. I have to work with Dave.
What do you want to do? You want to go back to the base camp? Get some more food? More equipment?
I wanted to go, but I knew if I left, I would not come back. I had a chance to look myself in the eye and say, what's really important to you? And is your life worth more than this person's?
What's happened to you, Dave? I'll tell you what. You get me off this mountain, I will buy you the biggest, juiciest steak you've ever seen in your life at the Double Muskie. What do you say?
I want a 36-ounce filet mignon.
There's no such thing.
That's what I want.
Well, then that's what you're gonna get.
That was a huge, huge turning point for me, having that opportunity to leave and then just really deciding with 100% certainty that we were gonna make it together, that I'm not gonna leave him.
So begins a back-breaking ordeal to drag Jim down the mountain.
Start to shovel the trail, pack it down, then it'd go back and pull Jim.
Doing it. See, I told you could do it. I love you, Dave.
This is the most focused I've ever seen Dave in his life. He's really getting it together.
Inch by inch, foot by foot, we're moving down the valley.
After 17 hours, they've gone less than half a mile closer to the glacier.
Dave? Dave? You're doing it, man. You're doing it.
All of a sudden, we're flying downhill. I'm screaming bloody murder.
And I pick up speed, and this is it. I'm falling. Free fall. Backwards. This is it.
Jim's luck has held. He's been caught on a ledge 30 feet below the surface.
Is that it? Is that all you got?
I start screaming at God, you know. I'm telling him, I can take more. I can take more.
Come on! I can take more!
Dave has been swept far deeper into the 500-foot crevasse.
I just barely avoided going down to the bottom. You could kind of see 300-400 feet down it.
Come on! I can take more!
Jim. Jim. Oh, Jim. There's a ramp.
And he says, Jim. He goes, there's a way out.
We can make that, Jim. We can make that.
Ramp must have been about 70 degrees. It was just ridiculous.
Okay, Jim. On the count of 3.
1, 2. And again.
1, 2.
That's the stuff. That's the stuff. Good, Jim. You're helping me.
I'm looking right up at Dave. He's looking right down at me. This is gonna be a lot of work.
Hold yourself there. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. Come on.
1, 2,
3.
It's total team effort. It's total us working together.
I had to try to get him up this ramp.
Come on, Jim. You gotta help me.
I didn't have an ice axe, didn't have a shovel. Now my precious shovel is gone.
Get on you, man. Hold it.
We're probably moving a foot at a time. Sometimes we're probably only making 4 inches on a pull.
Come on, Jimmy. We're nearly there.
We're laughing. We're out of the crevasse. We're laughing.
Dave, there's the glacier. Let's just go for it. Let's toboggan down right now.
No. No way. It's too steep. It's full of crevasses.
I'm feeling invincible. I can slide over crevasses. Nothing's gonna kill me. I'm sliding out of control down the gorge. I feel like I'm sledding as a kid.
As soon as I got over 1 mile an hour, it just took off like a rocket.
It doesn't look like we're going to be able to get in today at all. Visibility is too bad. Over.
So I go back up to the mountain hut, and everybody's got this hopeful look on their face.
Looks like they're not going to be able to come in today.
That's great.
When I think back, it's amazing I remained as calm as possible until I started crying. I just started losing it.
I swore I could hear voices, and I don't know if I'm going crazy. I could hear birds chirping, seemingly miles away. I could hear the tinkle of the snowflakes as it hit the snow. My senses became very acute.
Jim and Dave have finally made it to the glacier where they can be seen. It may be too late.
I am starving. I haven't eaten but a few tablespoons in the week and maybe had a couple sips of water. If we don't get picked up now, I'm gonna die soon.
Now you're an airplane. see a little red dot coming up the glacier.
A brief and almost miraculous break in the clouds has made rescue possible.
That was a great moment. It was really hard. Hard for me to, of course, I broke down and cried at that point. And,
You did it, Dave. You did it.
It's the best sound I've ever heard in my life.
God, it's like we're at the pearly gates. I mean, he's right there. He's circling over us. He keeps tilting his wings at us.
Get your act together.
he's saying, "Don't cry, stand up, you're a hero." And so he's telling me all this stuff of how to act, you know, you saved my life, you're a hero.
You don't want to be blubbering when the helicopter comes.
Shut up, Jim.
Alerted by Mark's radio, planes have been flying above the clouds searching until the weather suddenly cleared. Those few minutes of sunlight have saved them all.
And when I got off the helicopter at the hospital, we could see our friends all lined up on the fence. It was great. Of course, my mom was happy to see I was the one that was walking.
I smoke dope the whole time I'm in the hospital. My buddies show up with a bunch of beer. It's like a party every day in my room.
8 weeks later, Roberta gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Though Jim never fully recovered from his hip injury, it didn't stop him climbing. Dave is now a father and doesn't climb as much as he'd like to. For his efforts to save Jim, Dave was awarded the Carnegie Medal for bravery. In an island wilderness, a hike through paradise turns into disaster. An horrific accident leaves a man's life resting in the hands of someone he barely knows.
See you soon.
Days from help in the middle of a treacherous rainforest, the next 48 hours will change both their lives forever. It'll be the ultimate test of character, compassion, and the will to survive.
I'd always said that there's some kind of glamour, if you like, in dying in a place that you love. And now I'm staring down the barrel of that, and it doesn't look that pretty.
Hinchinbrook Island, at the northern tip of the Great Barrier Reef. 40,000 hectares of dense tropical rainforest, surrounding formidable rocky peaks. A protected wilderness, there are no roads and no inhabitants. It's exactly the sort of place that Warren MacDonald lives to explore. A seasoned hiker who's spent time as an environmental activist protecting endangered habitats, he's trekked some of the world's most extreme landscapes.
I've been hearing a lot over the years about Hinchinbrook Island and figured being so close, I should go and check it out. But it had always been on my map.
Hinchinbrook is renowned in the hiking community as one of Australia's best-kept secrets. Accessible only by a single ferry that makes the crossing once a day.
You know, when I go hiking, I don't go hiking usually to be with the crowd, so I took off on my own. It was a big sense of freedom, I suppose. I think the isolation is always a huge part of it for me. You know, I'm always out to try and get to those places where not everybody goes to.
There are rarely more than a handful of hikers on Hinchinbrook, scattered along the island's only established trail. Geert van Heulen is a photographer and painter. He's travelled from his native Holland to walk the trails and paint the landscape of Hinchinbrook.
I really like the physical exercise because I start not very well trained and basically walk myself fit. Hiking to me is one of the things I really basically live for, and also being able to sketch and paint and draw is very important to me. The opportunity that I got for that on Hinchinbrook was just awesome, fantastic.
Eventually got towards the end of the day and got to Little Zoe Bay, and first thing I noticed is there's a guy sitting down on the beach wearing a bandana basically, sketching the scene out on the ocean, and I remember thinking, wow, that guy looks pretty chilled out.
Hey, how you going?
Hey. I'm Geert van Keulen from Holland.
Or McDonald's.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Straight away there was a connection.
It's a beautiful place. You know, I have some friends, got some friends in Townsville. They was talking about the Hinchinbrook, you know?
What do you got there?
It's the trail notes. Some trail notes for Mount Bowen. I was thinking to climb it, you know.
Take a look.
Yeah, take a look. You know that there's that book, 1,000 Things to Do Before You Die.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently the view from the top of Mount Bowen is in there twice.
How long do you reckon it'll take to climb?
If you're interested, then we can climb it together. I mean.
So we made a plan to get an early start in the morning.
We started walking out of the campsite and, well, not much was said between the two of us. I straight away noticed that this is a guy who doesn't really dwell on about stuff. Let's get on with the job. That was the type of guy that Warren was.
We figured it'd probably take 8 hours to get to a high camp, and from there the next day we'd be able to make the summit and probably come all the way back down to the beach in that day.
Mount Bowen is covered in almost impenetrable rainforest, but from its peak to its base run creek beds that cut through the dense undergrowth.
Now, one of the things you come across in Queensland is this vine called lawyer vine. Pretty aptly named. When this stuff gets hold of you, it's not too keen to let you go. So we tried to spend as much time as we could in that creek bed.
Geert and Warren plan to follow the creek to the mountain's summit.
We got to the point where we were basically hopping from boulder to boulder.
And every time I saw Warren, without any effort, basically sort of tiptoeing almost over the rocks in front of me, that I had a real battle of getting on with.
I don't know where I got it from, but I've got a pack on for the first time in 6 months and I'm bouncing like a gazelle from rock to rock.
I remember thinking, what if I started here, you know? I mean, this is not a joke, this is serious walking.
Jeez, you all right, kid? You all right?
Yeah, no, fine. Take the camera. Got it.
Your legs all right?
Yeah. Stupid.
It became obvious to me that he was just fitter than I was. But at the same time, I was having a great time. And I like that sort of element in hiking very much. Why should it be easy? I might as well stay home.
We'd probably been going for 5 hours or so when I started thinking, wow, you know, we don't look like we're anywhere near where we need to be.
What do you reckon? I reckon we're in the wrong creek bed. I reckon you're right.
I didn't feel like we were lost. I don't even know if I'd use the term geographically embarrassed. To me, it wasn't a huge deal.
We're gonna lose the light, you know, soon. It's gonna get dark. We can't exactly camp here. Come on, kid. Come on, kid.
We kept on going up and up, going from one boulder to the other. And as it just goes in the tropics, the dark sets in really quickly. And before you know it, you need a torch just to find your bearings. We realized we couldn't go any further. I was just glad to have stopped, and I think Warren was as well. And that's why we made our camp, and we had tea.
So I need to take a leak, and the last thing that I want to do is do it in the creek. You remember, we're out there hiking. This is our drinking water. So the rule is you want to get at least 50 metres away from the creek. So I decided that I'd climb up this embankment and, you know, made my way across the creek, feeling my way with my feet, and got to the wall on the other side. And got my foot up onto the rock. And at that point I heard a huge crack. I didn't have a clue what had happened. Not a clue.
Warren, you all right? Warren? 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 Jesus, what happened?
I shone, and I saw a complete surrealistic scene. It was a human being, and this huge rock was on top of him.
At this point, it's totally all about the pain grinding down into my legs, and I need to make it stop.
In a freak accident, Warren MacDonald is pinned under a chunk of granite weighing more than a ton. He has no idea how badly he's injured, only that he's trapped.
So we just keep pushing at this thing for a couple of minutes.
It's incredible the negative energy that the rock actually gave. It was almost as though the rock was pushing me back. Nothing happened, and it's like trying to push a tank out of the way.
I'm in a world of pain, but there's not a hell of a lot I can do about it. At some point, something kicks in, and I would almost describe it as some kind of primeval survival tactic. And at this point, I start directing Geert.
Oh, my God, Geert, calm. Just stay calm. All we need to do, we need to build a lever. We've got to find a branch. Something we need to get a big branch. A little branch. I will be as quick as I can. Go quickly, Geert.
So it started raining. I'm thinking, this is an idea. We don't really need this. The last thing we need right now is rain. I can hear him downstream wrestling with trees and branches of trees, trying to break off something decent that we can use as a lever, and I can almost picture in my mind what he's doing. And obviously, I want him to come back as quick as he can. You know, I'm almost trying to will him to hurry up.
You'll be okay, man. I think I got it. I'm coming, boy. I'm coming, man.
So Geert's beside me pushing. I'm pushing so hard now that I feel like I'm going to tear myself in half. And then all of a sudden it moves, maybe an inch.
Again. God.
Do you know, all it really did is we helped it settle further onto me.
Get it tight. We need a bigger branch. We need a tree. Yeah. We gotta get a tree. Okay. Get a good one. You're gonna be all right, mate. You're a tough bugger. Go get a tree.
When he leaves, I start thinking about how I'm going to get down. I envisage crawling back down this creek bed and how long that's going to take me. I'm pretty sure that I got two pretty badly broken legs. No, I'm not looking forward to it.
I'd been given a Swiss Army knife by someone. And with the Swiss Army knife, I decided to start cutting the wood and sawing, as it were. And in the process of doing that, the handles of the Swiss Army knives, I pushed them off and did not realize that the metal bits that kept the handles together had gone into my skin and tore the whole inside of my hand open. I didn't even feel it. You know, you don't feel pain, but
the rain's getting harder and harder. You know, it's getting louder and louder, and this realization hits me that I'm sitting in a creek bed and the water is starting to rise. It's not going to take too long at this rate for it to go over my head.
Okay, man. I got a good one. Where shall I put it? Okay, on my count, kid. 1, come on, 2, 3. Go! Come on! Go!
I think we're both waiting for that miracle of the old lady that lifts the car up, you know, off somebody trapped under a car, and I think we're both hoping for that, and it's just not coming.
God, come on, kid! God! Okay.
Hearing that tree crack, it almost stopped me in my tracks. At this point now, I know that I'm in some serious trouble.
That was a really bitter moment. I remember just looking into his eyes and he looking into my eyes, and you don't say a thing because that's the facts, you know.
We had just broken what would probably be the strongest lever we're going to find out here in a creek bed, and it had just cracked like that. And at that point, the fear factor has definitely increased for me.
I had this incredible image which will never leave me. I looked in the rain and I saw his silhouette. I saw the silhouette. And the silhouette got exaggerated by the hood of the Gore-Tex jacket that he was wearing. And I could see that his head was to one side. I think that I heard him moan, and I think that I heard him cry. That's the only time that I think that I heard any complaint.
We're both totally exhausted, and it kind of snuck up on me that the rain had backed off.
Finally, a bit of luck. Oh, we got lots of luck. It's just all bad. Maybe it's gonna be okay. What do you think? I think I'd rather be in my sleeping bag. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry about anything, mate. You did good. You did really good.
I sat next to him, and I put my arm around his shoulder, and just comforted him. And he didn't say much. He just sat there.
All along, I think both of us held out this hope that we were going to be able to do something, that something was going to work. Up until that point, nobody wants to even contemplate the idea of him hiking out and leaving me alone.
You've got a long journey in front of you, mate. You're gonna have to go fast. Sort out a rescue? Yeah.
It's impossible to hike out. At that stage, I would have killed myself straight away, I think. So I had to wait until the morning.
It's been more than 10 hours since the boulder fell on Warren. The torrential rain has flooded every creek. Geert's only choice, if he's to get help, is to find a route through the treacherous rainforest they put so much effort into avoiding on the way up.
I had spent my whole life being self-sufficient. All of a sudden, I'm in a position where I'm totally reliant on this guy that I've met the day before.
As I was looking around, I got a little bit scared because it looked really mean and spooky, and it was a very macabre setting. He looked pretty bad at this stage. He looked incredibly white, pale.
Give you something to do.
I borrowed your socks. Mine got washed away in the night.
You go easy, mate.
It's gonna be another night, you know, before I make it back to the ferry.
I can do that. Another night I can do.
I'm not consciously aware of it, but I might even have ignored eye contact for a few seconds there. He'd never looked around. It seemed like he was just looking in front of him all the time. Maybe he was already preparing himself for what was going to happen next. That he was going to be on his own.
I'll see you soon.
I had pretty mixed emotions watching Geert walk away. I feel more anxious than anything else. He's my only hope.
Geert! I'm okay! I'm okay! I'm good! I'm okay!
I realized this must freak Warren out from here to nowhere. And he thought, that's some guy who's gonna get me out of here.
If it gets slippery, just crawl. Just get down there, mate. Okay? Okay? Okay?
Everything is wet and high, and the incredible, enormous amount of vegetation. Leaves, plants, creepers, plants with edges that can cut your neck in two pieces. You go through it.
I'd always said that that there's some kind of glamour, if you like, in dying out in the bush, in a place that you love. And now I'm staring down the barrel of that, and it doesn't look that pretty.
Don't relax. Keep sharp. Keep focused. Sometimes I'd hurried it a bit too much. And went down way too quick. And I'm really angry with myself. I'm thinking, stupid bastard, calm down, take it easy. Warren is not serviced by someone who goes down like an idiot and kills himself. Just get down in one piece. That's important.
I found myself riding a roller coaster, is the best way to describe it, where at times I had to psych myself to such a point. It's just like, I'm getting through this. I can do it. I'm coming out the other side. To taking this nosedive down into the depths of despair, in that's it. This is it. They're going to find you dead out here in a couple of days. And I found that I rode that.
I hit a nest of tree ants. Green as a lime.
Oh God, no, 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 no! No! Get off!
And all the ants came out and were all over me within a few seconds. I was covered in ants. And I saw a pool. And I just jumped in it with pack and all.
Green ants are just one of the hundreds of biting insects and stinging plants found in the Australian rainforest. It is in fact home to 6 of the world's most deadly animals, including spiders, crocodiles, scorpions, and venomous snakes.
Some of the best times in my life had been spent in the wilderness, and I'd spent time as an environmentalist protecting wild places, and the irony was that that same kind of place was now going to be the end of me. I found myself wanting to pick up the notebook that Gerd had left and to start writing a few things down. And I didn't realise it at first, but then it dawned on me that in a sense I was writing my last words and wanting to record that for family and people that I love. And then I realised why Gerd had left it there with me.
I kept on descending, falling down, slipping, sliding. I had to get down in one piece, and that was what I was concentrating on. And at about 6 o'clock, a new rain shower started. Once again, it rained like an idiot. And where I thought Warren was dark, black cloud.
I'd been hallucinating. I felt nauseous, couldn't keep anything down, was probably hypothermic. And starting to feel sick like that was really a sign to me that I probably wouldn't last that much longer.
Help! Yeah! Anybody?
I didn't feel any anger towards that. I think I felt a sense of despair, if you like, that there wasn't anything else I could do, that it was all over. I didn't really know what that meant, but I didn't like it. I don't know about reincarnation and life after death and all the rest of it. Nobody has yet to convince me that, that this isn't it.
I hadn't slept well. I hardly had slept, and at about 3 or 4 in the morning I started walking. I was extremely tired, and I started to lose it. And I lost the willpower to lift my feet up properly. Just didn't want to walk anymore. I had enough. I couldn't care if there were a few moments there that I couldn't have cared if I just dropped there and fall asleep. What the hell are you doing up here anyway in the first place? I looked down and saw Warren's socks. Purple Explorers, never forget it. I looked at them and that reminded me of him being trapped up there. And it's kept me in focus.
So it must be mid-morning that I notice in the pool of water around my right foot that there's this red cloud. And I'm thinking, what the hell's all that about? It's a little late to start bleeding now. And I'm wondering what to make of it when I notice something moving in the water. And realised with horror, it's a yabby, a freshwater crayfish. As if things hadn't been bizarre enough up to this point, this guy's nipping away at my foot. I feel like now I'm living in some kind of horror movie. Well, I grabbed a branch from behind me and just started spearing it, trying to take this guy out.
Go on. Get him.
What made it even worse was that I couldn't feel anything, and that he could have been there for hours. He could have been there all day.
It's been 35 hours since the boulder fell on Warren. Many miles away, Geert has reached the base of Mount Bowen, but he's been forced off course. He's only a few hours left to traverse almost 10 miles of rainforest if he's to make the single daily ferry and get help.
Everything was sore, I was bleeding, wounds all over the place. That was just hell. I felt more tired by the second, by the minute. Started vomiting. I sat on my knees and vomited. Straight away dawned on me to keep going and not to sit down and start thinking. There was still no time for that. The next task was to make it to where the ferry departs from. I saw the silhouettes of two people near the spot where you come onto the beach after you get dropped off by the ferry. And that gave me enough energy to actually make it. I had the feeling as though you see in Vietnam films when a veteran comes off the battlefield. All of a sudden it seemed so unreal to me what was happening that I thought, which authority is going to believe me? And how are they going to get a rescue party up here if I come along, because they won't believe me?
It's only a short distance from the beach to the ferry, where Geert's efforts are rewarded. The ferry has not yet departed.
The ferry captain, from the very second that he saw my eyes, he knew that some serious thing had happened.
Yeah, copy that. Just stand by. Mate, the rescue services are on their way.
Thank you.
They want you to wait on the beach.
I noticed spots on my right foot and knew that wasn't a good sign. The thought crossed my mind that I would lose that foot, and I thought, don't even go there. You got enough on your plate to deal with right now.
An hour passed. I looked to Mount Bowen and actually changed my position and went sit sideways so I could see it all the time. I just did not want to take my eyes off it anymore. The doctor was very calm, looked at me, and he said, he gave me a very friendly nod. Hi, we go up now, and where do you think that we can find him?
I asked Gert what position and what condition Warren had been in when he left. We had to make a guess that what we would take would be extrication equipment, that is something adequate to lift the boulder off, and perhaps material to do an amputation if we couldn't get the boulder up. We weren't sure where we were going, what we would find.
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah? Yeah, no, actually it wasn't that good. I mean, really, it was not this morning. I mean, yesterday morning.
Right about now, I've all but given up. You know, I'm convinced that something's happened to Geert, and I'm basically just waiting to die.
Yeah, left there. To the left, go to the left. Copy that.
But the instant that I hear that helicopter, I snapped to attention.
That's where we went back. This is close. Yeah.
Something major has just changed in that I'm no longer alone.
There! 10 o'clock, 300 meters! I don't see him, I don't see him!
Helicopter's still one of my favourite sounds.
I see his arm! I can see his arm, he's okay! We're gonna take you back to the beach. We're gonna drop you there, then we're gonna come get him. Okay? Okay. Right.
And I felt really happy and warm. All my tiredness was gone for a few minutes.
There is some kind of hope for me now. But I just felt so tired and so drained. I knew that I was nowhere near out of the danger zone yet.
They dropped me off on the beach, and I was asked to leave. I had to go and had to wait for a second helicopter.
I think we appreciated early on that because this is a very narrow ravine with trees hanging over it, there wasn't even a place to really bring the helicopter in, and we were going to have to go down on wires. You know, even if you've had years of experience doing this, you don't approach a landing like that without fear and trepidation.
5 mile an hour crosswind. All right, out and clear. 2 meters to canopy.
I was at the end. I was at the end of the rope. And I start to slip in and out of consciousness.
1 meter left. 4 degrees. Slow. I'm spinning. Compensating. Steady it. Crosswind's picked up. Copy that. Easy. Easy. Steady it. Okay, all right. I'm down. Clearing line. Copy that. Well done.
I had the clear impression he was dead when I approached him under the boulder. I thought that this is just a devastating injury. This is not survivable. So I was surprised when he responded to me at all.
Man, am I glad to see you.
And, you know, then I knew we were there. I knew we were going to be able to do something.
How long you been here? I don't know. I don't know. Now, are you allergic to any drugs? Like anything you can give me. Now, we got some equipment to take the boulder off, but it's going to be a slow process. You just hang in there, okay? Now, you hold this. Keep it under your arm, okay? Right, that's it. Keep the pressure on, otherwise you'll be losing fluid.
I would say for the normal mortal man, I would have expected him to die, honestly. If not fairly immediately, perhaps when we were to remove the boulder, there's a chance that toxins from the necrotic tissue, his legs, would enter his circulation and just push him over the edge as far as acidosis and electrolyte imbalance is concerned.
Quite the operation. It took about 2.5 hours for him to lift the rock off me.
He could have died at any moment, I believe.
1, 2, 3. Get the hell off me! Get off me! Stay with me, now breathe.
Physically, he survived the rescue attempt, but, you know, from a physiologic point of view, the guy's still in profound shock. So his condition, quite obviously, was critical.
The helicopter rose and flew over Mount Bowen, and it was of a stunning beauty. And I could really absorb the beauty, and I had that sense back.
As they were wheeling me into the hospital, I knew that I was in incredibly bad shape and nowhere near out of the woods yet.
I call the hospital in Cairns and I get a nurse. "Ah, you're good. Well, I'm glad he's fine, he's here. Would you like to speak to him?" I said, yeah. I'd like to speak to him, pass on the phone. So I said, "Warren, hi, how you going?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm fine, you know. I was a bit worried that you didn't make it out there, but you finally did it. Hey, thanks, mate, thanks." And then he said, "But I lost my legs, mate. And I didn't even have the guts anymore, I think, to ask what, you know, what?" I said, "You lost your legs?" "Yeah, I lost my legs." And I honestly cannot remember anymore what I said after that, but what I do remember is whacking the camera back through the window and getting really, really, really angry. And I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. Sorry.
I think the single biggest thing that helped me survive was that I had sort of spent a lifetime taking myself outside of my comfort zone. And that definitely helped me get through. And it's helped me deal with life the way that I have to deal with it now.
For the rest of my life, I will be tied to the Hinchinbrook story and certainly to him. And I'm pretty proud and happy that I have got to know this very inspirational man.
You have asked me 5 years ago, of course I'd rather be running around on 2 legs. But I think it's changed me so much and allowed me to see things so differently. If I had a chance to change it again, I don't necessarily know that I would.
Warren now works as a motivational speaker and is the first above-the-knee amputee to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. Geert returned permanently to Australia and now lives in Adelaide. He and Warren remain close friends. The open sea, its mystery and beauty have always been irresistible. But when the ocean turns, it shows no mercy.
Mayday! Mayday!
This is the true story of 5 sailors shipwrecked in the Atlantic with no food and no water.
We're gonna die!
Every choice they make is life or death in these shark-infested seas. The brand new 58-foot luxury yacht Trashman surges through the Atlantic. Her owner made his millions in the rubbish business, and a hastily assembled crew who've never sailed together before are delivering the yacht to his home in Florida. The 6-day voyage begins in Bar Harbor, Maine. The crew will sail 1,300 miles down the eastern seaboard of the United States to Fort Lauderdale. The most experienced sailor is Deborah Scaling Kiley. She's the first American woman to have completed the grueling Whitbread Around the World race.
I love to sail because you're working with nature. There's another force, and you become one with that force. And I'm a junkie for it. I'm an adrenaline junkie.
Debbie has been hired for the run by the yacht's skipper, John Lippoff.
He was sort of that scraggly sailor look.
It's running nicely now. Head back inland, hire some more crew, yeah?
The first thing that I noticed about him that I thought was kind of wild was that he liked to celebrate everything. He wanted to have a beer the minute I met him.
Problemo, Debs. Problemo.
He showed me his resume, and it was quite impressive. He had actually been on a boat called Black Knight, which was the committee boat for the America's Cup. And you know, to be the skipper of that boat, you can't be all bad. You got to be a pretty good boatman.
Is everything all right?
John's brought along his girlfriend, Meg Mooney. She's no sailor, just along for the ride and looking forward to parties, calm waters, and sunshine.
Weatherfax says clear sailing all the way.
Brad Kavanagh's the youngest crew member. He signed up because Debbie's on board.
All right, why don't you go to sleep now? I'll take the next watch with John. Ask him to come up.
Brad's a decent sailor, although he's not yet in Debbie's league. The Trashman heads inshore to Annapolis, Maryland, to pick up the final member of the 5-man crew, an English sailor who's a friend of Brad's.
Debbie, this is Mark Adams.
Hi.
Debbie here did the last Whitbread. Is that right?
That's right.
I'm betting that was your job, boys.
I didn't like his condescending, chauvinistic attitude.
Every minute that his mouth was moving, he was saying stuff just to be outrageous and to get people going. That was his MO. When we left Annapolis, I was in heaven. I was on the big version of my parents' boat with these nice new people heading to Fort Lauderdale, and I couldn't have been happier.
There's something about pushing off and being back on the ocean. Everybody was getting along, and it was exciting.
The first day is an easy sail. By nightfall, they're right on schedule.
That night, the weather was beautiful. The boat was fun to steer. It really just didn't get much better than it was right then.
But this calm doesn't last long. A storm is gathering, and it's moving quickly towards them.
Debbie! Wake up! Debbie!
That was 4 hours?
It's blowing a gale out there. Meg's fallen. She's hurt, and we're taking on water.
John!
She's hurt real bad. Can you come take a look at her?
Where the hell did this storm come from?
Usually if it's a squall, it comes in and it blows through and it's over. But this was not a squall. This was something that was building momentum. I couldn't believe the conditions had deteriorated so much. Surfing down those waves, it was like a roller coaster. And it's like an elevator when it drops.
This is why I got into sailing, Brad.
Well, my mother sailed through a hurricane when I was in her belly, but I can honestly say that this kind of weather is not in my blood.
Mark's up on deck just woo, howling at the wind, and obviously he's been drinking.
Come on!
Better help her. She fell on her back.
Well, I'll take a look.
Meg had gone up on deck, and when the boat fell and wiped out, her tether didn't keep her from falling.
I was like, what was Meg doing on deck to begin with? She has no business out in this kind of weather.
Debbie, leave it. Just help her, okay?
But John...
Debbie, for once, would you just do what I say?
She rolled over slightly, and you could see the bruising begin, and it was all through the kidney area. I could just tell she was in so much pain.
I want to go home, John. Take me home.
Okay, Ellie. I'll get some help.
John discovered that he didn't have any charts to take him into this part of the coast.
It was just one more little omen that things weren't great. It was that he wasn't prepared.
Sailing vessel trash man calling Coast Guard. We urgently need a compass heading so we can head inshore. We have no chart. Over.
Brad and I went up on deck to take our next watch, and it was wildly out of control. The winds were gusting 50 miles per hour, and Mark's up on deck, and he is just wild.
Are you out of your mind? We're in a gale and you're hammered! You're a bigger idiot than I thought!
Good watching. Still floating, isn't she?
The Coast Guard advised us that we should go to Wilmington, North Carolina. But when we altered course and headed into the coast, those waves just started smashing into the boat and impacting us. And it was like one of those amusement park rides that, you know, kind of jerks you up, but it wouldn't go over and jerks you up.
The yacht's sails are ripped off in the storm, so John turns to the engine in a last-ditch attempt to power through the waves.
The alarms all went off and the engine overheated. The engine was gone, and that was the end of our ability to charge the batteries. We were quickly going to be running out of power to speak to anybody from off the vessel. Now we had no engine, no sail, and we were just floating out there in the ocean.
Not knowing what else to do, John makes a decision the others find hard to take. He radios for help.
Yes, we're running on emergency power. We need assistance immediately. We're in trouble. Our engine is down. Our sails are damaged. We need immediate rescue. Over.
Need rescuing.
I'd never been on a boat that had requested assistance, and it was really odd for me because it was like giving up. But John's big issue there was getting Meg off the boat.
He has no right calling the Coast Guard! He's a skipper, Mark! He called the shots, don't forget that!
He was angry. You know, he believes that a sailor should be self-reliant and only that, you know, only wusses would call the Coast Guard.
Uh-huh. Roger that. 2 ships, Exxon, Huntington, and Gypsum King. 4 hours away.
Since the 2 merchant vessels are the closest ships to the trash man, the Coast Guard requests that they head towards the yacht to assist. Help is at last on its way.
It gave us this false sense of security, and I think that's probably the kiss of death.
They will rendezvous. Roger that. Over. Come in, please, Coast Guard. This is Trashman. Are you still there? Over. Anybody there? Anybody there? Over. Anybody? Anybody?
Powerless, the yacht is battered by the enormous waves. But after 12 hours on watch and with help on its way, Debbie and Brad decide to get some rest.
I crawled in. I was so exhausted. I can hear Mark whooping it up and howling at the wind. Woo! There was that brief moment. I thought, God, we ought to be on deck. And then I thought, you know what? It's not my problem now. I gotta get some sleep.
But you really can't sleep in that situation. You can just try and rest, and having all that time on your hands, your mind can just take you all sorts of terrible, terrible places. I was lying there and feeling like the boat was going to break apart.
Without sails or an engine, the yacht's almost impossible to steer. So Mark ties off the helm and heads down to sleep. Brad lies awake, ill at ease, as the situation begins to get much worse.
One of these times we got to the top of one of these waves, and it crested and broke, like at the beach, like Hawaii 5-0. And the boat fell off the top. You know, we were in free fall. And then we impacted against the window. And the window just smashed out, and the water just poured in.
Johnny! David! We gotta get out of here! No, let's get out of here! Go!
Here's the boat sinking, and we're scrambling to get to the deck, and I hear John over here going,
Mayday! Anybody! Mayday! Mayday! We're sinking! We're sinking! We're sunk! Anybody!
and I get up on that deck, and it was just like a slow motion dream. I don't even know how to describe it. It was just gray, and it was crazy, and it was tumultuous. And I look around, and there is nothing. And we're going down, and we're going down fast. You don't think about dying. You don't think about drowning. You don't think about anything. You think about getting away from this boat that it's going under, and it's sinking in less than 2 minutes. It's just going down like a big rock.
Mark frantically struggles to undo the pressurized canister holding the life raft and survival gear. Brad heads for the only other option, a tiny, inflatable dinghy.
But I swam after the dinghy, kicking off my sea boots and my foul weather bottoms, thinking, my dad's gonna kill me. I've just let his boots sink. And then thoughts of my mother and how horrified she was gonna be, and how sad that when she learned that I had died there in the ocean.
The canister inflates, and he's still holding on, and eventually he just lets go. The life raft is blown away, and we weren't going to find it in the middle of the night.
Did you manage to get anything from the yacht?
Nothing!
We're dead!
Inside that life raft was everything that we needed to live, to survive what we were going through. It had an emergency beaconing device, which a plane could have picked up on, had water makers to make fresh water from salt water.
Food, fish hooks, mirrors, signaling devices.
It had rations, flares, first aid equipment.
Perhaps had a radio even with it.
And in that rubber Zodiac dinghy, we had absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I'm so sorry I lost the life raft!
Our chances for survival were 0.
Where's Meg?
As the boat sank, Meg was within the rigging.
Get away from me, yacht!
And she just didn't have the sea savvy or the knowledge to, watch the waves, and then when the wave action was right to swim out. So I knew if I didn't go back and get her, she'd die.
Jimmy! Be careful!
Hey! You gotta keep your head, okay? Now!
We're all gathered around the rubber Zodiac dinghy, and I remember watching Trash Man as the last little foot of her mast slipped under the water, and it was the most devastatingly lonely feeling that I've ever felt in my life.
The Trash Man went down in less than a minute.
We're all gonna die!
By not contacting the Coast Guard. You know, we were now half an hour late for our radio call. They should have been on the way. The cavalry rushing in. All we needed to do was stay afloat, and they'd find us. The next day, when the sun finally came up, the sky was overcast and gray.
The air temperature being 40, we would definitely succumb to hypothermia.
Let's get under the dinghy. There's a shelter. I can't.
No.
I can't.
We'll be out of the wind!
Rather than flip the dinghy over, the crew get underneath it, where they'll be sheltered from the bitterly cold wind and rapid hypothermia.
Come on, check on you.
The sad thing was that Meg just couldn't participate. I think it was too painful for her. But more than anything, Meg was very claustrophobic.
Soon, the water begins to have its own chilling effect.
Okay, we gotta get out of the water. It's cooling us down.
Give me a minute!
We devised a system where we positioned our bodies suspended by a line that we'd rigged.
Lie down next to me. You two, lie on top of us.
By stacking ourselves like a bunch of fuel rods in a nuclear power plant or a bunch of logs in a fire, we were able to share our body heat and to keep ourselves warm.
As the storm raged on, you could crawl up underneath the dinghy like that, and it was so quiet and so peaceful. It was so deceptive. It was almost luring you once again into that amniotic state.
Help me! Help me!
It's nothing hard to stop!
Right! Call 911!
When John started talking about his heart pains, I knew immediately he was probably just hyperventilating because the air would get very thick under the Zodiac dinghy.
Please, get him into the dinghy!
The wind was like 40 degrees and it was blowing like 90 knots. And we decided we would flip the Zodiac dinghy over and we lift Meg in. I was horrified at her wounds. The wire in the rigging had cut almost all the way to the bone, and she had huge gaping wounds on her legs. It was heartbreaking. Just those wounds alone were a death sentence.
It's too bloody cold out here. Let's turn it back over. We're gonna freeze to death.
Look, man, you want to go back in the water, help yourself. There's a whole ocean out there.
We hung there for a minute, and pretty soon he goes, "Quit kicking me."
I'm not touching you!
You did it again! Cut it out!
What are you talking about? I'm not kicking you!
Stop! Now!
And I thought, you know what? I'm going to look in the water, and I'm going to see where his legs are, and I'm going to stay as far away from him as I can. And it was the most eerie sensation. And I noticed these like torpedo-shaped bodies, and I thought, fish. And then all of a sudden one came really close, and I realized it was like hundreds of sharks. They were everywhere. And just the minute we got in, fins just everywhere in the water. And I don't mean like 2 or 3, I mean 10, 20, they were everywhere.
Every shark in the ocean!
I've never seen so many sharks in my life, not in my entire trip around the world. It was the most frightening feeling I've ever felt. To this day, I don't know why the sharks didn't attack us that night, with all of us treading water, with Meg's legs bleeding.
Mark, I'm warning you! Do not hit a single shark with that! Are you out of your mind? What do you think's what? You're gonna calm them down? Give me that!
Our biggest threat was not just the coal, but a wave breaking underneath us and flipping the Zodiac over and dumping us back into the shark-infested water. So what we had to do is devise a system to try to slow the little rubber Zodiac down.
Hey, Debbie, do you think maybe we can make a sea anchor out of this thing? Stabilize this tub?
But as soon as we threw the piece of plywood over the front of the boat, the shark swam up and grabbed it in its mouth.
These were not little sharks. And this one was big enough to pull a 13-foot rubber Zodiac dinghy with 5 people in it, which is at least, 700 pounds, wildly through the water.
By nightfall, the storms died down, but the sharks are still out there. The crew's hungry and thirsty, and the night air begins to freeze their wet bodies.
It's night 2, and with night comes just that threat of not being able to make it through the night again.
A light! A light! A light!
Oh God, it's close. Paddle!
At first, when you see the light, you just are so excited you can't stand yourself. They're coming to rescue you. And then you realize the reality of the situation is it's pitch black. You're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and nobody can see anything.
If I can't make eye contact with someone on that ship, I'm not close enough, and I just think that paddling towards it is a huge waste of my energy, and I haven't eaten anything in 2 days, and I don't want to expend my energy when I'm freezing all the time to do this.
The craving for water is like nothing I've ever felt. It's as if every cell in your body needs it, and it's crying out for it. You haven't had water in 24 hours, almost 48 hours.
But all I got was the wind blowing through my mouth and actually drying my mouth and my tongue more than the moisture coming in from the rain.
Damn!
It was as if God was spitting on us, laughing at our situation. All of a sudden, we remembered about the ship, and we looked out, and the ship was gone. Maybe that was a chance for survival. It's the ultimate despair.
And at that point, I just couldn't take it. I felt that I was being teased by the environment and by the powers that be. Oh, I stood up and I gave God the finger, started, saying, what are you doing to us? You're gonna make it rain, let it rain so we can get some water.
The last thing you wanted to do is curse God, because that was about the only chance we had for survival.
I don't want to die.
The ship has gone, but some unwanted guests refuse to leave.
There was always a fin somewhere. They were always bumping into the raft and pushing us around. Then they'd go away for a while, and just about the time you think that they'd gone away, they came back again. The situation was going from bad to worse to nightmarish.
Day 3, and the crew of the Trashman are still adrift in the Atlantic, suffering from dehydration, infection, and the fear that they'll never be found.
Well, we were starting to get very frustrated with the Coast Guard because without food and water, we were really starting to suffer.
Hey, do you think a ship will rescue us before the Coast Guard finds us?
Coast Guard's on its way.
Yeah, sure, of course. Coast Guard's on.
Hey, guys, I got news for you. The Coast Guard ain't coming. They never were. They forgot about us. We're on our own.
Thanks a lot, Debbie.
It was as if I had dropped the final curtain on the show. They just all kind of sat back and looked at me like I'd lost my mind.
Hey, Brad, where do you think we are?
Well, from roughly where we went down, we're anywhere between 35 and 135 miles off the coast.
What? Is that far? We could still be blown to shore, right? Guys?
My God.
The crew have no idea where they are, but the dinghy's now 140 miles from shore and heading out into the Atlantic. The dynamics of the group begin to change, and partnerships form as the survival instinct starts to take hold.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
I'm so sorry I got you into this. If I didn't have you, if it was just me and those guys, I don't know.
We just need to stick together. You and me.
If we lose this bond, then we're lost. And it's what's going to keep both of us alive. So I'm going to watch out for you, and you watch out for me.
I can hardly stay awake.
Why don't you go to sleep? I'll watch you. Make sure you're okay.
If it had come down to someone trying to hurt Brad or kill him, I would have done my best to take him out because Brad was my partner in survival. And I wasn't going to let him go. There was no way. The bottom of the boat was fetid. It had a mixture of urine and blood and pus.
We were in absolute agony because we were starting to get massive staph infections all over our bodies.
These staphylococcal infections are caused by bacteria entering cuts in the skin. They can soon attack the heart and lungs, and Meg is at particular risk because of her open wound.
I felt so bad. She was dying of blood poisoning, and we were sitting there watching Meg die. It was just tragic.
Night 3, with all the infection coming on, and the starvation setting in, we all were getting very delirious.
What are you doing? That stuff will kill you.
Here, Miss Whitbread. Help yourself.
Everyone knows that you're not supposed to drink seawater. They tell us that from the time we're little kids, and that's one of the things you just don't do.
Drinking salt water dehydrates your body even more, and it causes kidneys to shut down, and you begin to have delusions. And ultimately, if you drink salt water, it will kill you if you don't kill yourself first from the delusions. I didn't really know how long it would be before we saw the effects of the salt water, but it stood to reason to me that it would be probably, 7 hours or so. And I was right. It didn't take all that long.
It's too hot.
Hey, everybody!
Come here. Come to Johnny. Where's everybody?
It was just like I was watching some crazy play.
I want my facts! Wait. I see land. I see land! I see land!
It's right there, man. You see it? It's right there in front of us. We're just off Falmouth, Meg. We'll go to the hospital where my mom works. She'll take care of us.
We're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We're nowhere near Falmouth.
That's total crap, man! It's over there.
This went on all day long.
Oh, I want my cigarettes. I need one now.
The monotony of it was starting to drive me crazy.
I'm just gonna get my car.
We're in the middle of nowhere.
You guys bring the boat in, and I'll go get the car.
There is no car, John.
There it is. I see it. I'm just gonna get the car.
And then all of a sudden, he jumps off the side of the boat.
John.
And we're like, where the are you going? There is no land, there is no Falmouth, and there are a lot of sharks out there. You need to come back.
Get back in the boat, John. John, go back in the boat. Get back in the boat, John. He's coming back.
Brad, do something.
I can't. I don't have the energy, Debbie. Look how far away he is.
There's just physically not enough strength in me to force him not to go.
I can't see him.
All of a sudden, we just hear this shrill scream. I mean, blood-curdling. And it was over. And then silence. And it was like there was no crying. There was no nothing. Meg just said,
He's gone.
There wasn't any doubt what had happened to him. The sharks got him. The sharks never left.
I was angry with him because I really felt that I would get a lot of credit for surviving and having everyone survive. I looked forward and relished the thought of being heroic. And there's nothing heroic in what I had done in this instance, which was stand by while John swam off to meet the shark.
The 4 remaining survivors of the trash man cling to life as they drift helplessly in the Atlantic. The sharks have just claimed their first victim, John, the captain.
After John went over, we all just sort of sat back for a while. I think everyone was so shocked. And Meg was crying, but she wasn't sobbing. She was so sad. And she was so sick.
Hey, gorgeous. I know how to make you feel better. Take your mind off John. Promise.
He says, "Hey, lady, I think it's about time you and me had sex. And that just, like, hit me over the head with a 2x4, and I woke up Brad, and Brad.
We've got to stop this.
Hey, let's just see how she deals with it.
Right. I'm tired of playing games. I'm just going back to the 7-Eleven to get some more beer and cigarettes.
Mark, you're not going to the 7-Eleven for anything. You know we're in this dinghy, don't you?
I'm just going over for a minute. Just to stretch my legs. And get rid of the cramps. Just for a moment.
Brad and I get up and go, man, the sharks just ate John.
No. I'm just stretching my legs. I'm getting right back in.
And just about that time, we feel this. Bam! And then we feel a bam again. And all of a sudden we realize there's like this frenzied attack, and the sharks are eating Mark underneath the Zodiac.
Oh, sharks.
It was, without a doubt, the most horrifying moment of my entire life.
The sharks now had a taste of what they'd been following for days, and they wanted more. So they tried to tip the boat over with Meg, Debbie, and I in the raft.
What would it feel like once they began to drag you under? What would it feel like with that first bite? And maybe it would be better if we jumped over and drowned ourselves so we would never have to feel it. And it lasted for what seemed like an eternity, like hours. That night, I remember waking up and looking up, and there were stars everywhere. It was like a starry night. And then I began to hear Meg moan in the dinghy.
I think she was frustrated and she just wanted to strike out at somebody. I mean, John really did her a dirty trick, leaving her there on the raft.
It was really weird. She took her hands and started moving them in the air like a Spanish dancer, like she was in completely some other world. And then, out of the blue, she just started talking.
What did she say?
I don't know. And it all of a sudden became very clear to me that Meg was speaking in tongues.
She's dying, isn't she?
She was dying. She was really close to death.
Meg?
When we woke up, Meg was dead in the bottom of the dinghy. All that fetid mixture that was left over from the seaweed and the urine and the pus and...
Debbie. Should we eat her?
We were starving, and you've heard of cannibalism at sea, and are we gonna, nourish ourselves by somehow figuring it out how to butcher her and eat her, or what are we going to do?
She's too infected, Brad. We have to get rid of her.
I'm so hungry. My stomach's twisting in pain. You're right.
And so we decided that we would take off her shirt and all of her jewelry so that we could give those to her family. I got really mad at Brad because he was like, I can't get the ring off. I'm like, get it off. It's not like you're gonna hurt her. Just take it off and get it off. It was such a sad moment because we laid her body, naked body, on the side of the raft, and then we decided that we couldn't just push her over, that we had to give some kind of a funeral. And so we said the Lord's Prayer and Psalm 23, and then we just gently pushed her body overboard. And we decided then that we would just go back to sleep so that if the sharks attacked her, we wouldn't have to see it. And so that's what we did.
People can argue that it was a physical thing that killed Meg, but I think it was John abandoning her and making her despair that killed Meg.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I've been retching ever since I woke up.
It's the water in the bottom. Meg's died in it. It's making you ill. The sun's only making it worse. We gotta wash the dinghy out.
I can't. I don't have the energy.
Yes, you do. We're turning this thing over right now.
What about the sharks?
I haven't seen sharks for hours. Come on, Brad. Don't give up on me.
And it really scared me because I did not want to have to live in that life raft, in that little rubber Zodiac dinghy, alone.
I gave it a few good pops and I almost got the boat over, and then I lost my grip on the line and I fell over the side of the boat.
Get me! You gotta be back here.
And this time I don't have the strength to get myself back into the boat.
For God's sake!
I sobbed. I felt like I had just doomed Brad to death. If the sharks showed up, we were screwed. And I just went on and I just burst into tears and I fell back against the seat and I couldn't do it.
I could give a crap about what Debbie's thinking this time. She's just sitting there being completely useless, and I'm still alive, and she won't help me climb in the raft.
For God's sake!
She's finding it impossible to help me to climb into the raft, and I don't know what's on her mind, but she's not thinking straight. It was life and death, and I pulled myself into the boat while she sat 3 feet away from me just crying.
We were each at one end or the other of the raft. He wouldn't talk to me. He was so off at me.
Bitch.
I'm so sorry, Brad.
I just want to relax because of all this death that's been happening for the past 12, 15 hours. And as soon as I take a break, I look at the horizon and there's a ship coming straight at us.
Debbie.
I'm gonna make it up to you. Let's catch fish. We're going to survive.
Debbie, there's your ship.
I had heard it was a ship so many times. I just didn't. Big deal. It's a ship. They're not going to see us.
Turn around.
Look how close it is. And I turned around, and it was amazing.
And the ship came by, and it went by, and a guy walked out on the wing bridge and looked down at us, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I waved at him, and he waved at me, and next thing I knew, there wasn't just one person that came out, but there were like 5, 6 people. They were all coming out. They threw all their life-saving equipment out at us, and Debbie jumps off the boat, and I'm like, God damn it. You know, don't leave your friend Brad here all alone.
What? No goodbyes? Nothing?
I was holding the rope that held the life ring, and they started winching us in.
And then a big sailor picked us both up.
And when they finally hand me off to the last guy, he just gently lays me on the deck, and I realized that they were Russian. And I didn't care. It was, I didn't care where I was going. I didn't care who these people were. I was lying there, and Brad was there, and we were alive.
These guys did a fantastic job getting us on board the vessel, and oh, it was just so great. I mean, the whole thing was just so great. That was just wonderful. And then, you know, but it was just the start of our journey back to life.
There's never a day that you're more thankful for life than the day you almost die. I'm here today, and I don't feel guilty about it, and I have no regrets. And every day I wake up, and it's a new day, and I'm happy. And I always, always try to find something good in the bad things that happen to me.
It's not something you just turn off when it's over. You keep living in that survival mode. I don't know if you're shell-shocked or what you are, but it's impossible to just turn it off and go back to being the way you were before.
In their 5 days at sea, the dinghy had drifted 140 miles from where the yacht sank and was heading further and further away from land. With no beacon on the dinghy, the 2 merchant ships were unable to find it. The Coast Guard called off the search for Trashman because it received a call stating the yacht had made it safely into port during the storm. Who made that phone call remains a mystery.
I believe that, John and Mark could have pulled through, but I think with these guys, the real problem was that they had just reached the end of their rope and it was not worth it for them to put up with the pain and continue living. But for me, I'm not going to take myself out of the game before it's over.
Brad and Debbie have no idea how much longer they could have hung on. What they do know is they had an unshakable will to survive. The Amazon rainforest covers an area the size of Australia. It is host to half of all species of life on Earth, many of them lethal. It is no place to be lost alone. In the jungle, there are countless ways to die. This is a true story of a fatal decision that betrayed a friendship and turned the adventure of a lifetime into a deadly struggle for survival. Bolivia, South America. In November 1981, 3 backpackers traveled to the remote outpost of Azriamis in the Amazonian jungle. Yossi Ginsberg is a 22-year-old from Israel, fresh out of national service with the Israeli Navy.
The reason why I came to South America was one reason. It was very clear to me. I wanted an adventure. I was very, very naive, bright-eyed, open to the world. Everything is possible.
With Yossi is Kevin Gale, an experienced traveler. He's a 29-year-old photographer from Oregon.
I was traveling, I had an agent in New York, and I was sending my shots to him. So I had motivation to try to have some shots published. And of course I was thinking maybe I'll publish some in National Geographic, but it was primarily for myself that I was doing this.
With Kevin and Yossi is Markus Stamm, a 29-year-old school teacher from Switzerland.
Marcos and I had been great friends. We'd been traveling off and on together for 8 months. He was going through a crisis. A relationship had just broken up and he was falling apart. And he just wanted to escape.
The 3 friends have spent months backpacking around South America. But now, a charismatic Austrian, Karl Ruprechter, has drawn them to Azriamis with the promise of a real adventure. He will take them into the uncharted rainforest to meet a lost tribe of Indians, never before seen by Western eyes.
Oh, lousy map. No detail, the whole of Bolivia on one map. Look, I marked the field. See there? That's where we are now. We cross the Tuichi River. We cut the trail for 4 days, and we end up at the village. And then you see the real Indians.
There was an X with a pen. Carl said, the Indians are there. We had no reason not to believe him.
He told us that he was a geologist, that he had been in South America for 15 years, that he'd been in the jungle numerous times. He was an expert in the jungle. So I had no reason to doubt his word.
Listen, it's gonna be tough, but we'll go in together and we'll come out together. Agreed?
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Let's do it.
Guys.
As we set off from Azriamis, we started seeing, like things were changing, and we weren't exactly the same people already. And I think the reason for it was that we knew we're leaving civilization behind, and this is it, just the 4 of us.
It's a jungle.
The friends follow their guide into the rainforest. Ahead of them lies a week-long hike to the Indian village. From there, Carl has told them they will return to civilization by rafting down the Tuichi River.
It was a different world, and we could hear animal life all over the place. Monkeys were howling, screaming, and I could see birds, numerous varieties, all over the place. It was like a picture.
We don't have food because Carl sensibly is saying we wouldn't carry, like tins and stuff. There's lots of game, so we'll hunt. That's what you do in the jungle. All we have is rice, beans, and salt. That's all. The rest comes from the jungle. But what we kill is not so pleasant. It's gruesome. And Carl waves it in the end and screaming, and you see the wilderness in his eyes. He's at his element. He loves it.
You've killed it. You've murdered it. You can't do that.
What? There's no law here. This is Bolivia. You take care of him. We're gonna eat well tonight, Kevin. Hey, Marcus, pick up my gun.
Marcus wouldn't bring himself to eat. We're killing to eat. Marcus thinks, can we save that monkey?
It didn't make any sense, because we were in the jungle, we were in this environment, and those things happen. And he was just oversensitive about everything.
You know, Carly's not so tough.
What would you know about it, Yossi? You were never in nature like this before?
Well, I was in the military.
Yeah, that was the Navy. This is the jungle. Where's this damn village?
Oh, this is bad, my friend. You gotta be careful with this. You see the saws? They will all open up together in the end, then you've got no skin left. And your feet are kaput.
Guys, I'm sorry.
He said it's tremendous pain. We didn't believe him, because it was part of it. Okay, now he's complaining. He's always complaining. He's always finding a reason to complain.
Marcus should rest. One of you could go now with me to make contact with the village and then come back for Marcus. The village.
You said 3 or 4 days max to get there. It's been more than a week now. Marcus could be here for days.
Hey, you don't believe me? You think I don't know where it is, huh?
Nobody's leaving anybody behind.
So, what do we do, huh?
It wasn't fair to Marcos to continue. I wanted to continue. If Marcos hadn't been there, I would have continued. There's no question about that.
We should go back down to the river. We should build the raft now. Marcus can take it easy on the raft.
What do you know about the river?
I know the river is back that way.
Screw it. It's your choice.
Forced to abandon their dream of visiting the Indian village, the adventurers head back to the Tuichi River. Now they will raft out of the jungle.
My dream had been shattered, and I was very upset. And I knew I wouldn't have another chance. So I was in a pretty foul mood.
I was very upset because my dream, to make contact with the Indians, that dream was gone. And, it was mainly because of Marcus.
But ahead of them lies nearly 100 miles of river before the nearest settlement and the airstrip home.
Immediately, we knew it's a mistake.
Left! Left! Go left!
What left?
Easy Carl line. Good line. We're on the Carl line. We're right on course.
Roll deep!
In the rainforest, Carl was the authority, and rightly so. But not anymore, because on the river, Kevin saw immediately that Carl is no authority. It was ridiculous, because Carl didn't know how to swim.
It was very obvious to me that Carl didn't know what he was doing in the raft. And I let him know. I told him that he was doing everything backwards.
Listen to me, we do okay. Carl, nobody's gonna drown. I think we are okay. Maybe it's my imagination.
So now there was like fighting on the raft. They were fighting because Carl said, we have to pull to the left. And Kevin said, nonsense, you have to go to the other side.
Come on, pull you! Whoa.
Carl would scream and curse.
Don't listen to me. Look what happens, huh? Carl,
What'd I tell you?
Crazy on a river like that, you know, like no cooperation, no friendship. It was hell.
We're pretty close to the canyon. Huh? I told you. You gotta forget the raft now. Look, we are here. Almost the Cape Down River. It's the Malpaso San Pedro Falls.
He called us and he said, down from here. It's a canyon, and there's no way, if you're going in, you're dying. There's no way out of it.
So 2 days on the river and you had enough, huh?
You don't believe me. We gotta walk now. You understand me, Kevin? Look, we walk around the canyon. We stay close to the river. A few K further on, there's a small mining village, Playa. Playa is halfway to San Jose. We get to San Jose, you're as good as home.
Carl said, if you want to leave, let's walk. We wanted out. You know, this was a misadventure. It wasn't fun for me either. And Kevin was the only one that was not happy at all.
I wanted to continue. You know, the worst comes to worst, we'll bounce off the rocks and continue. And we'll just continue with our plan. We'll stop before the San Pedro Falls, hike around the falls with our equipment, build a new raft, and then we continue.
We can't let Carl take the river away from us, Yossi. I mean, think about it. Why did we come on this trip in the first place? Carl promised us an Indian village, which was supposed to be the highlight of the whole thing. We never saw it. Was it ever there? All we have left now is rafting on the river, and how long have we had on it? Less than 2 whole days. And no way is Marcus coming. He'll drag us down. We could do it. We could go it alone.
You know, it was a moment I just didn't know what to do. I mean, in my guts, I wanted to go with Carl and Marcus. But I already had this relationship with Kevin, you know, like Kevin was my hero. Kevin, I chose Kevin, you know, like in that split, I chose Kevin. He was my man. So I stuck with him. I said, okay, you know, I'm coming with you.
I felt Marcus was in a very bad place, bad spot. I certainly didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to make him feel worse, but I couldn't help the guy. I mean, my best buddy, and I couldn't help him. We had this wall between us.
But you promised we'd go in together and we'd come out together. This is different. Don't you get it? I don't want you to come. You're not coming. So this is it? Yeah, I guess it is.
In retrospective, how did we do that? How can you split in such an environment, you know?
I know you'll be all right.
Let's get moving.
See you soon, Marcus, huh?
I see you soon, Carl.
Ah, you'll see. The Aventura. Still haven't had enough, huh? You're full of it, Kevin. You're gonna be fish food, the pair of you.
It was heart-wrenching. It was like a betrayal, and it was a terrible feeling. I really felt ashamed.
It should take little more than a week for Carl and Marcus to hike out to the nearest village. But now Yossi and Kevin face the dangers of the river alone.
Kevin and I went into full excitement into let's the adventure begin. A new chapter, no more 4 people. Kevin became the authority, and I accepted his authority. I guess part of it was an issue of age, but other part was that I didn't know rivers.
All right, get it dead straight. Go. Keep in time with my rhythm.
Almost immediately, we entered a series of roller coaster waves.
Hard your side.
It was a different river.
Paddle hard.
It's becoming much more intense. You know, like the river is getting narrow, the water swifter.
And certainly it was a bad decision to continue. That was a major mistake.
We're just shooting straight into white water. Both of us were lying on the raft. That was the only thing we could do. Suddenly, it was clear to me that nothing that can prevent us from colliding with this huge rock that was approaching.
And that's what happened. We hit the rock.
All right, Yossi. I want you to listen to me now, okay? We can't stay here. All right? So I'm gonna jump, okay? I'm gonna swim to the shore, and I'm gonna throw you a line.
I don't want him to jump. He tells me why he's jumping, and his plan is completely suicidal. But in that stage, I think not only that it's suicidal, he kills me.
Hip in now! Hip in! Hip in! Kevin, don't leave me! All right, Yossi, throw me the shoes and the machete!
I saw the raft teetering back and forth on the rock.
And then at the same time, the raft moves, and I hear that terrible screech. The mass of water just...
He entered the rapids, and I saw him go through 2 or 3 rapids, a couple drops, and around the bend he went, and I didn't see him again.
It's like huge pressure on my chest, and I can feel that, you know, like the power of the river. I'm shooting at such a high speed and deep under the waters. It's like the pressure surmounts. I cannot breathe. I feel this is it. I'm exploding. I'm dying. And I knew this is my end. After a long time in the river, I was spat again into the surface. And that terrible canyons behind me. How did I pass it? I just don't know. I just have no understanding of it, but I was on the other side.
By a miracle, Yossi has survived. But now, as night falls, he is separated from Kevin by more than 2 miles of river and impassable canyon. The next morning, Kevin starts to search for Yossi.
I decided to go downriver and look for Yossi.
Yossi!
I was responsible for him being there, and I didn't know if he was alive, if he drowned, or if he was hurt.
As Kevin works his way downriver, Yossi struggles back up the canyon towards him.
Kevin, I'm walking up the right bank!
early morning of the day after this tragedy, this disaster, I hear this scratch, this metallic scratch. Behind the rock, there's a small pool. In the middle there, the backpack is waiting.
Yes!
When Kevin made this bag, he said, "Give me everything important to you, because this is the life bag." He tied 2 empty things to have it float.
The life bag contains vital supplies: a flashlight, a waterproof poncho, a few ounces of rice, and, crucially, the map that promises Yossi's best chance of survival.
I put the backpack on my back, and now with a new spirit, I climbed up thinking that it's gonna be easy now. Kevin and I get together, and it's gonna be over. We've got the equipment. It's gonna be a good story.
After another day of searching, Kevin is less than a mile away from Yossi when he comes up against the canyon walls. He has no choice but to turn away from the river and climb up into the jungle.
I knew that the San Pedro Falls was before me, and I wasn't about to swim through that. So I decided to leave the water and hike into the jungle. Now it's clear that when I was walking behind the ridge or the bluff in the jungle, Yossi was walking upriver, not very far away.
The friends continue to look for each other for days, surviving on little food and almost no sleep. They're unaware that every step is taking them further apart.
Yossi!
The only thing that kind of kept me going was the notion that Kevin is running after me and he will follow me and things will be fine when Kevin comes.
Kevin has finally worked his way back to the river, but he is now miles downstream from the canyon and Yossi. After 5 days alone with no food or equipment to help him survive, he is exhausted and starving.
By this point, I realized my chances were very minimal. I mean, I thought I was going to die. So I had one shot. That was to make it to San Jose.
Kevin's only hope is that the current will carry him down to San Jose.
I was no longer thinking about Yossi. I was thinking about my life. I didn't have anything left. So now I was trying to save my life. And that's what I did.
That night, the fear was so big that every minute, every little thing I'll hear, I'll just jump and I'll start looking around to make sure there's no animal coming. I just clearly heard some branch breaking. Something is moving. I knew I'm not imagining that something is moving near me. I look with the flashlight around, but the moment I put the beam on, I see the face of a jaguar. I had a cigarette lighter and I had a can of repellent. And I remember that I saw that in a movie that you can actually set the repellent on fire. The flame died, and there was no jaguar. You know, like I managed to scare him. I sat there for the rest of the night, and you know, I started crying and screaming and trembling. It was consuming, that fear. I just realized, I knew it, Kevin. Something happened to Kevin. Something happened to Kevin, and he probably died. I took the map out and I started studying it. Suddenly, I remember Carl told us about some camp, the gold mining camp, about 4 days away, upriver.
Playa.
So now I had like an idea. I have to walk, and looking at the map, it was very hard to work it out, but I thought within 2, 3, 4 days maximum I'm making it to the camp. And once I made it to the camp, I'll have a trail to follow, and I'll make it out.
Yossi heads for the mining camp at Playa. From there, he will pick up the trail to the village of San Jose and safety.
And here I am singing out loud, my chest open, enjoying the scenery and fully trusting I'm gonna make it. Then I suddenly discover a tree, and I saw clearly it was actually cut with a machete.
Kevin?
And then it all makes sense to me. Actually, Kevin was doing the same thing. That was, he knew I would be trying to go to Playa. So I'm sure Kevin is there before me. I kept on walking along that trail, and it started being a bit strange because the marks weren't as clear as before. Deep in the bush, I had no sense of direction, and now I was stuck with this little trail and hoping that it will lead me back to the river and to the camp. And then after hours where I'm already despaired because, you know, it took me away from the river, I see this footprint. It's not an old footprint. I see that footprint in the mud, and I realize this is a hiking boot, and there's only one person in the world that could have left that footprint. It's Kevin.
Kevin!
This footprints wasn't Kevin's, it was mine. In all these hours, half a day that I walked, I actually walked in a circle. This trail didn't lead me anywhere.
After hours on the river, Kevin's condition is critical. He's barely conscious and has no idea if he has passed San Jose or not.
All of a sudden, I see a canoe. The current is swift, so it's taking me downriver quite a ways. And then finally, they turned their heads and they began waving their arms. Like this, like downriver, downriver. So I let go of the branch I'd been holding on to, and I began swimming towards the shore. When they approached me, they asked, two questions. They asked me if I was lost, then they asked me if I was hungry. It was kind of funny. They told me that they went hunting in this area twice a year. I mean, it's literally 1 in a million. It was just pure luck. I had been saved, but I didn't know if Yossi was alive. But I just had this feeling that Yossi wouldn't give up.
Yossi pushes on towards the old mining camp. With the rice gone, he's surviving on little more than scraps of fruit scavenged from the jungle floor.
I just made it a rule. I'm not gonna lose the river again. Suddenly, there was this opening along the river and I saw the hut.
Cool player.
Kevin!
I was so hurt. The disease on my feet, this fungus, reached my hands as well, and my hands were raw as well. And I felt that not only the pain that was so excruciating, but I actually remembered how Marcus had that, and I remember that I actually didn't believe him, and I thought that he's a wimp. And for a second I was thinking that maybe what has happened to me was directly related to the way I behaved to him, to my friend. And now I know, because I suffer myself.
Yossi has no choice but to press on and hope he can make it to San Jose.
The rain was merciless. It was so tough. The night came and it was very hard to escape. What happened is quite unbelievable. I didn't know of that phenomena, but literally the jungle started collapsing. It took me seconds to understand, but by the time I understood, it was too late. It was a flood, and the river rose.
No, no, no! No!
By morning, the flash flood has subsided, but Yossi has been washed far away from the river.
By that time, I was really in bad situation. It was the 15th day of my solitude. I couldn't start a fire, there was no sun to dry, and no food, and the rain, and wet. But things were clear. I just had to stand on my feet and keep on walking. Well, I knew now there's one thing, find the river.
Just days after being rescued, Kevin has made his way to a Bolivian army airbase to try and convince them to mount a search.
I went to the office of the commander and I spoke to him. And he said if a gringo, a traveler, was lost in the jungle, that he didn't have a chance.
Si él fuera tu hijo, o tu hermano,
¿por qué no te regresas a los Estados Unidos, donde tu familia?
A pasar las fiestas navideñas.
Pero hay una persona perdida en la selva.
I hear that noise, and I listen to that noise because it's so foreign, and I start realizing it's an airplane. I'm saved, and I know everything now. I know also that Kevin is in the plane. I know it's a plane after me. I know it's Kevin there, and I'm just jumping on my feet, and I'm running, and I'm screaming,
Kevin! 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 What do you say? What do you say?
You know, as soon as I realized this airplane was just oblivious to me, I just collapsed. For the first time, I was defeated. You know, I felt defeated. I knew that so much hope, and they didn't see me, and there's no way they could see me.
Flying just a few hundred feet above in a Bolivian army spotter plane, Kevin shares Yossi's sense of defeat.
I realized we couldn't see much. And I asked him to fly lower, and he wouldn't. He said it was too dangerous. And on top of that, we were flying in a straight line. He wasn't following the contour of the river. It didn't have a chance to find Yossi this way. I was going crazy. It was very, very frustrating. Like, every day was very important. Time was the key element. And every day that passed, I knew it was another day that Yossi's chances were diminished. They were getting smaller and smaller.
Yossi has now spent 17 days alone in the jungle. Since the floods, he's found nothing but rotten fruit to eat. He is feverish and weak with starvation.
I was famined, I was diseased, I was injured and weak. I started realizing that I don't know what's going on anymore. Maybe I'm becoming insane.
I thought that Yossi wouldn't give up, so I began thinking about the next steps. And I found a fellow named Tico, and I asked him if he could take me up to Tuichi. And he told me that he can, but he has to be back within 3 days. So it's better than nothing, so I said, fine.
Something bit me. It was a strong bite, and I can feel it's like a termite, an ant, and then another bite, and then another bite, and then I attracted a nest of termites. And there were like hundreds of them, and then thousands of them, and I couldn't escape. There was no way I could escape. But the worst horror was the ray of light hitting a red carpet, you know, like everything around me 5-6 meters around me everywhere. It was all red and moving. My body was like a colander. There was no place in my body that wasn't bleeding. And I just had to escape now. And I stood on my feet and I kept on walking.
I told him that I want to go as high as possible, up the river as much as possible. Just kept going up and up and up. I didn't want to stop.
The jungle is just the jungle.
On my knees, on my elbows, I'm crawling. Suddenly I started seeing a few things that I recognized, and it was actually Kuri Playa. I went all the way back to that deserted mining camp, but the mining camp wasn't there anymore. The flood took everything. My feet weren't feet anymore. They were like two lumps, two chunks of blood and pus. I gave up. I prayed to God, just allow me to die. All I want is to rest. Let me die.
No podemos seguir. Mira, el río está creciendo de nuevo. Hay rápidos arriba. Sienta. No podemos seguir.
I knew that was it for Yossi. It would take weeks, if not a month, to get back to the jungle. And there's no way that he could survive another month in the jungle. And I just felt this heavy feeling, and this sense of loss, and this terrible sense of guilt that I'd caused his death.
I clearly heard a buzz, like a bee or a wasp, and it's like coming closer, and I can start hearing it circulating my head. So, you know, I'm already in like the zone of like delirium. I'm just trying to get rid of that wasp, because it's so strong, that noise. In a certain point, I think maybe it's trapped inside the mosquito nets. And I raise my head and I just try to get rid of that wasp, and the buzz is in my ears. And as I raise my head, and I don't see the wasp, but when I turn my head, right there on the beach, I see shades and people. I mean, it's like at that stage, I don't know what's going on. Just, you know, like Kevin, like a flesh is already there, and I'm collapsing in his arms, and we just hold each other and hold each other. It's now just emotion. We cry and cry and cry.
I couldn't believe it that we'd found him. If he would have been upstream, just 100 yards away, he wouldn't have heard us. We wouldn't have seen him. I mean, it's literally 1 in a million.
My life was spared. I mean, I know Kevin saved my life, but it was a miracle. For sure, it was a miracle.
I think that Yossi saved my life, because if we hadn't found him, if he would have perished in the jungle, I would have had a very heavy burden to bear, knowing that I caused his death. Because I put him in the situation, and I was entirely responsible. So I think that's how I see it.
Yossi and Kevin were safe, but they had yet to find out what had happened to Marcus and Carl, who they'd left to walk out of the jungle 20 days before.
It was a shock to us to discover that there was no trace of Marcus or Carl.
Of course, when I realized that Marcus was lost in the jungle, it was a very heavy feeling.
Kevin went back into the rainforest immediately to search for them, and he couldn't find anything, any sign, any track. It just evaporated.
The Bolivian army also mounted a search and discovered that the Indian village that Carl had marked on the map did not exist.
They told me that Carl had a history of taking people into the jungle and leaving them. It happened more than once.
They were very, very familiar with Carl, and they said he's a troublemaker, and he found refuge here in Bolivia. And I was shocked.
Over the following years, both Kevin and Yossi mounted searches for Marcus, but no sign of him was ever found.
I don't feel guilt about not taking Marcus with us. Then and even now, I feel that it was the right decision not to allow him to come. But I always thought then, and I probably do occasionally now, that if I would have gone back with Carl and Marcos, if we would have gone back together, that it would have ended differently.
It was a life and death issue, and we decided for him that he should go out. Yeah, we did think, both Kevin and I, we were thinking that what we are doing is more dangerous, if this is an excuse. We were thinking that. Still, we made that decision for him, and he never came back.
Kevin Gale is now a fitness instructor and photographer living in Israel. He is married to Orna, an Israeli he met while searching for Marcus and Carl. Yossi Ginsberg is now a writer and a motivational speaker, and has done much to preserve the Amazonian jungle. He lives in New South Wales, Australia. Two cousins enjoying the seas off the coast of Mexico when the jaunt turns serious. Washed up on a barren island, they wait for rescue.
You'll be home in time for dinner.
Like some cruel joke, just 12 miles of sea lie between them and safety. But this sea is impossible to cross.
Hammerheads are one of the few species of known man-eaters.
And the boats do not come. Exposed to searing temperatures, without water they have just days to live. Their survival becomes a test of endurance.
I realized that we could actually die on this island.
After a tiring 10-hour drive through the desert, Mark Sorensen and Rob Rusnak have almost reached the coast. From here, these young adventurers will begin the sailing trip of a lifetime.
Hey, how about a good song? Something nice. Something appropriate to this beautiful Mexican landscape.
Driving down, you know, we were joking, lighthearted, excited, all the things that you would think you would be when you're heading into an adventure.
La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
No.
Ya no puedo caminar.
Don't.
I was really excited. You know, I had all these thoughts of how this was all gonna happen. So it was very exciting.
Oh, if you're gonna do it, sing it like you mean it.
You sing it with
la
me.
Cucaracha, la cucaracha.
Ya no puedo caminar.
La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
Their long drive from San Diego will end at their launch point, Bahia de Los Angeles. It's on the eastern side of the Baja Peninsula and is part of Mexico. The cousins' plan is to sail round-trip across the Sea of Cortez on a 16-foot catamaran, a dangerous voyage at the best of times. Their nights will be spent camping on the myriad of islands across the sea. Until they finish the 160-mile round trip, no one is expecting to hear from them.
Wow. Incredible.
Beautiful.
When you see this placid blue of the Sea of Cortez stretching out in front of you and these dramatic islands coming out of the sea, seeing that was fantastic. Wow, we're here, you know, this is what we were looking for. It's begun.
Mark loved the idea of doing this crossing in such a small vessel because it was more challenging. He doesn't think probably anybody had ever tried it in a 16-foot cat before. Mark's my cousin. I basically met him for the first time as a young teenager. He was about 14 years older than me, almost like a big brother, but we would get together to do a camping trip here and there.
Right in the middle of the cat?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Rob was about 26 years old at the time. Not so much a little brother or a little cousin, but more a peer-to-peer partner. The kind of adventure that we're often looking for borders between Weekend Warrior and Death Wish and that gray area between those things.
Ready?
Yes. Thank you.
Is baby gonna hold out?
There's too much on it.
Rob did see me as a mentor in terms of teaching him the basics of sailing.
Doesn't sound good. I mean, you're the sailor, but too much weight on a boat. Boat sinks, right?
Boat won't sink. Look, let's leave the wetsuits and the thick clothes. It'll be hot the whole time.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm gonna try and spread the weight out a bit. See if it helps. You give me a hand with this water?
Heavy?
About 80 pounds.
The 8-gallon tank is almost like another person, especially when you consider the other gear that we had tied down.
It's perfect sailing weather. But the winds across the Sea of Cortez are notoriously difficult to predict, adding a twisted thrill to the journey.
I love sailing because of the sense of freedom, of being out on the open water. There's also an element of speed because once you get going on a catamaran, it's a feeling of like flying.
Just enjoy the ride. Yeah! I'm gonna fly across the Cortez. What happened to the wind?
No, it happens. I read about it. 60 miles an hour to zero like that. I think it's because we're like in a canyon. The wind rattles down here like an alley, and then woof, it's gone.
In the dead calm, the heat builds to over 120 degrees. And there's no chance to cool down in this sea.
Watch out for hammerheads.
You mentioned sharks, you didn't mention hammerheads. Weren't hammerheads like the psychopath of the shark world?
Hey, would you be at peace with yourself if you had a head shaped like that?
The Sea of Cortez is not a place to be taken lightly. I had seen a documentary about hundreds of hammerhead sharks moving through this part of the Sea of Cortez. Hammerheads are one of the few species of known man-eaters in the world and are known to be aggressive. This is something we want to keep our eyes open for.
You imagine catching one of those on the end of your line?
Yeah, maybe drag us into the nearest island. Be like Jaws.
3 hours later, the wind picks up as swiftly as it disappeared. But the dead calm was a warning, a forerunner to something much more sinister on the horizon.
Don't like the look of those clouds. Something's kicking up over there.
Coming out of the north was some kind of a squall or weather front, so we were kind of worried that, wow, what if this is something big rolling through that was not expected and that's going to be here for a while.
We might have to forget about the crossing and head back. What? We might have to. Look, small savage storms. Squalls. If we get caught in one, we're sitting ducks. I'm sorry, Rob. I'm turning around.
Look. I think we got water on the portside pontoon.
A small crack has opened up in the pontoon as it pounds the waves. There's no way to bail, and the catamaran starts to become dangerously unstable in the squall.
One big gust of wind, which was probably approaching about 60 or so miles per hour, hit us. We ended up in the water, tangled up in the sheets, with tattered sails in the water and, rigging everywhere. I thought, oh my God, this thing is going to crush my head. And so I thought for sure this boat's going to take my head off. Absolutely, I was scared.
Is it me? Is it now really cold in here? Let's get the cat back up.
We were both getting very cold, on the verge of hypothermia. I was shivering uncontrollably. I was very uncoordinated.
With the shredded sails and stricken pontoon, the catamaran keeps capsizing as Rob and Mark battle with the waves, their gear and the water barrel drift away.
Everything we're doing, everything we're trying is going wrong. And I said, well, what do we do now? Just die?
And when he said that, that brought in basically a flood of emotion where you're going, this could be it. And what a ridiculous way to go.
They're weak, and in this storm, a 12-mile swim to the mainland is out of the question. With no boat, the threat of being eaten by hammerheads is now all too real. Using every last ounce of energy they possess, Mark and Rob head for the closest island. It's now their only hope of survival.
Getting up onto the shore was so incredible in terms of just the mental relief of having dry land under your feet. I think that it was a combination of just good luck and maybe somebody up there looking out for us.
Safe, for the moment, on an island called Guardian Angel.
We were soaked to the core, and we stripped all of our clothes off and got in our sleeping bags and got into a fetal position to try to conserve warmth.
We were probably in pretty advanced stages of hypothermia. You're still shivering like crazy, but you know you've got a little cocoon of what will eventually become warmth as your body heats up the damp parts of the sleeping bag.
Rob, you okay?
At this point, your mind is playing tricks on you. You're not thinking clearly. And I saw this very strange, light-colored thing that was jumping around on the ground.
Rob. No, wake up.
I'm awake.
There's something over there.
I'm not opening my eyes.
Look.
I assumed at that point that this was some kind of animal that was kind of circling us and checking out our campsite.
I'm not opening my eyes. Because I'm thinking, here I am in my bed in San Diego. But if I open my eyes, I might actually be on a desert island freezing cold with no water. So I'm not opening my eyes.
Looking at me. Open your eyes.
I'm not opening.
Open your eyes. Look.
It's a rock.
You honestly think that's a rock?
Now go to sleep. Wake up, dude. Wake up. The good news is the catamaran's sitting on the beach.
Yeah?
The bad news is it's in a million pieces.
Must have taken a hell of a beating against the rocks.
At this point, we realized we're going to be on this hot, dry, no water, no food island and situation, and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to cope with this.
You want to try and swim it?
Gonna be eaten by a hammerhead?
We could climb out.
Oh, this cliff's gotta be 100 feet high. You get to the top, there'll be a ridge, and then another cliff 100 feet high. It's gonna be over 110 degrees by midday. Without water, you wouldn't make it 50 feet, and then I'd have to watch your dead body fall back to the beach, so no thanks, bud.
So we're trapped.
Guardian Angel Island is a barren piece of volcanic rock, surrounded by shark-infested seas. It's 40 miles long and 5 miles wide, and the high cliffs mean that Mark and Rob can't escape from their narrow piece of shoreline.
To get around those cliffs, you'd either have to go up over them or you'd have to swim around them. But at this point, thoughts of the hammerhead sharks, thoughts of how far that actually was, this was going to be a long swim in shark-infested waters and was not something that we would probably survive.
The swim would be suicide. And with nowhere to climb to, Mark and Rob are in a prison with sand at their feet and the sun in the sky.
I think we could make it. It might take a day, but we can do it.
We'd never make it. It's got to be 12 miles away. Our splashing would attract the hammerheads and who knows what else. We're weak, dehydrated, and if the sharks don't get you, the current will.
Let's build a raft then.
With what? There's no trees, no wood. We're on a desert island, my friend.
There's usually an oasis, isn't there?
Well, not on this one. This is a desert island.
Typical. Of all the islands to get washed up on. I'm gonna try it.
There's nothing to seal the end of it with.
I'm gonna try it.
It won't float.
Damn it!
Look, it'll be fine. The fishing boat will be past soon. They'll pick us up, take us back to the car. You'll be home in time for dinner.
The only things that we didn't lose in the water were the items that were in our dry bags.
Well, we've got a book, or half of, a knife, about 20 matches, and some soaking wet cookies.
Hey, I think I found that animal that was stalking you last night.
You did?
Yeah, kind of reddish in color. Moved up and down in a strange way.
Yeah. Oh, no.
What, are you afraid of balloons?
Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May.
Huh?
Must have blown over from the mainland.
And?
It's a Mexican holiday. It's like Independence Day. It's a national holiday that can last 4 or 5 days. Everyone takes part.
Cool.
Even the fishermen.
Shit.
No one will be on the sea for a few days.
We don't have enough to last, do we?
Rob. Rob!
After we saw that balloon, you know, our spirits basically dipped pretty low, at least mine did. We might be in for a pretty long wait before we saw anybody in our area. It was really starting to get to me.
The two men are very exposed on their island. Just a day without water in this heat, and they'll be dead.
After the sun came up on the island, there was a limited breeze coming through there. So you can just feel the heat, you know, 110, 120 degrees. And you can just feel this heat getting hotter and hotter all morning long.
And the sun was just beating on you all day. There was no shade to be had anywhere.
Much better.
I basically stayed completely clothed, but even doing all that, you know, a few parts of my skin that were exposed got burned.
How you doing?
You didn't manage to find any sunblock on the salvage, did you? Starting to burn up.
Certainly any kind of humor that we could come up with helped to break the tedium and just the sense of despair that starts to sink in.
We have to find a few things, otherwise we're going to be dead before morning in this heat.
You know those guys in the movies in the desert going, water, water?
Yeah.
I know how they feel. There really is no way to drink seawater.
And it'll destroy your kidneys and make you go mad.
Yeah, okay. We'll leave that as a last resort.
What else we got around here? We have to find shelter and food.
Nothing.
Hey, wait a sec. Think John Wayne.
I don't think he's gonna help us now.
Well, you remember the westerns from the 40s and 50s? Don't Indians get water from cactus?
Hey, wait. Aren't cactus like protected species?
I can remember from being a little kid and watching things on TV, you can cut into a nice thick cactus and find fresh water.
What if it's poisonous?
Are cactus poisonous?
I skipped that class in school. Yes. Huh?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing's coming out. Maybe we gotta suck the pulp. Get the juice that way.
After you.
Well, let's not stand on ceremony. Tastes like warm bile.
I can't handle this.
No, keep going. This is for the water.
Our tongues were swelling, and it was, very parched throat, and it gets kind of hard to breathe. And this immediately cleared up that.
The taste was just very nasty, bitter, but the moisture was definitely a relief.
We tried to experiment with different parts of the cactus. The lower on the base we went, it became woody, so there was not much moisture.
Nothing.
Are you sucking hard enough?
I'm giving it all I got.
So the base is too dry. Let's try the tips.
What's it like?
It's a little sour.
Maybe we just stick to the middle.
So we had to basically stick with the chest-high part of the cactus.
Now the men have some form of moisture, they need to get out of the sun's burning rays.
What little shade there was came from the cactus, which was, yay wide, and you could catch a little bit of shade.
It's my turn.
We still have more time.
It's not true.
Get off! More time.
This is ridiculous. We have to find proper shelter.
There was no shade to be had anywhere, so we were able to salvage enough of the boat, the trampoline part of the boat, as well as the sails and the boom, and we were able to basically make a tent shelter.
Well, that's done.
5-star.
And that made a reasonable shelter to get out of the sun, but it would become exceedingly hot during the day. It just became like an oven inside that shelter.
With shelter in place, protecting them from the sun, it's now time to deal with the increasing hunger pains.
We did still have the possibility of fishing, but we definitely stayed in the shallow parts because obviously there were sharks out there.
I'm now officially starving. Don't make it too obvious. Take a look to your left, 2 o'clock. See what I see?
I see lunch.
You think it's seen us?
I don't know. What? Head towards it. Let's see what it does. They're pretty stupid. They got a brain the size of a pea.
I think it's seen me.
Move around a bit. Throw them off the scent.
There was no way that you could actually sneak up on these things.
Left. Go left. No, he's coming back. Get between him and the water.
These things, have eyes that are looking all directions, and no way could we get close.
Oh, just jump for it! Man! That was pathetic. Except it's got like 10 legs. I've only got 2. It's back. No, don't look. Pretend like we haven't seen it.
How do you know it's the same one?
I know that grab anyway.
I'll go around the back and jump it.
The classic pincer movement. Hey, partner. Remember me? Yeah. We're gonna eat you.
Move. Yeah.
Huh? He's feisty. Be careful. Don't mess this up. I'm hungry.
I know what I'm doing.
You know, look this way. Look this way. Yeah, Grubby, it's me.
How can something so small run so fast?
Not so easy, huh?
Stupid. It's short-sighted. They can't see us from back here.
So he kept throwing rocks, and he did not move until one just hit him on the head.
Bingo!
And we thought, wow, we found the way to get food. This is not your average sushi. It was kind of like a really bad oyster. We would have been grateful for anything that could have killed the basic taste of that crab, anything that would allow you to choke it down. But at that point, we were hungry and thirsty enough that it just didn't matter. There was not enough crabs that we would be able to survive on them more than a few days, and that if we weren't able to find some other food source in the vicinity, that eventually we'd die from hunger.
After a blistering day, shipwrecked on the desert island of Guardian Angel, Mark and Rob are slowly wasting away. They're surviving on cactus juice and crabs, but the heat is a potentially lethal problem, even at night.
Our spirits, I think, were not bad, but not seeing anybody, not seeing a boat, it was quite depressing.
You think anyone will see the fire?
Can't hurt. What I wouldn't give to be able to peel the top layer of my skin off. I'm burning up.
My tongue is all swollen. Feels like a football. The stupid insects are driving me crazy. Ah!
Another constant annoyance on the island were these sandflies. They were tiny little gnat-like things that had severe bites.
Because you can't see them, there's nothing to swat. You know, these things somehow get on you and they're able to bite you, and you don't see them, you don't feel them until it's too late.
I tried to stay in the sleeping bag to avoid the sand flies, but as soon as it got too hot, I'd open the bag and I'd start getting eaten alive by these sand flies. It was maddening to be too hot in the bag and get eaten alive outside the bag, so it was a constant back and forth. If you fell asleep with the sleeping bag wide open, it was a big mistake.
I've been bit. I've been bit all over.
Yeah, they got me too.
The bites were all over our face, necks, ears, anywhere they could get to, they would bite you.
Do you think they're poisonous?
If they were, we'd be dead already. No, they're sandflies. They're like mosquitoes, but turbocharged. The itching will drive you crazy, but they're harmless.
How do I look?
Buddy, you look great.
You could run your hand up and down your arm, and it was just all bumpy up and down. And the welts were, turning red and a bit infected in places. Nothing seemed to be able to really stop them.
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
My ring. My wedding ring. Look how loose it is. That's not good.
I'd been married since I was 17, and you don't get any lighter as you get older generally, and my wedding ring had become quite tight in recent years. And when it slipped right off my finger, that was a new experience, and I realized it was because we were losing so much water weight from our bodies.
How about a cookie to fill us up? They gotta have dried out by now.
Don't do it.
Why not?
It's about 90% sea salt.
Oh.
How are they?
They're a little salty.
Yeah.
Oh.
increasingly, when you're dehydrated and your mind is just not working right, the harumphing sound of the waves started to sound like a jet. The sight of this plane going by, it drives you crazy. Something emotionally starts to tear you apart.
Rob!
I can't tell those people I'm down here that I exist, that I'm in trouble.
There's something reflective. We'll try to signal it.
We have nothing that reflects.
The knife blade.
Nah, it's too dull. It's messed up.
Well, keep waving your arms then.
I remember trying to signal, even though I instinctively knew that they were too high and I'm sure they couldn't see me.
Look. Here. You think you saw us?
I doubt it. I want to circle back around.
We saw a few jet airliners going probably 30,000 feet or above, speeding along, and there's these people up there nice and comfortable in their seats and probably eating peanuts and drinking their martinis and having a good old time while we're down here, you know, wishing that we could somehow signal them. It was one of the many heartbreaking things that we experienced.
What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm trying to do something. I'm gonna find out what's at the top of these cliffs.
Rob, you're in no water.
We need to do something, Mark. Anything. And as fun as it is burning to death on this beach, eating
You'll
cactus
be dead before you reach the top.
I didn't know what was on the island or what was back up above those walls. I wanted to do something, just about anything.
Rob, get out!
No!
It'll kill you!
I can do that! Ah, get up!
It was very frustrating for me. You know, it would have been pretty easy for me to climb up these cliffs, being a rock climber.
Climb it, come on! Get off! Come on! I can climb it! No. Get off me! Come on! You gotta stay with me! I can climb it! Come on!
Here, please, please, believe me when I tell you that there's nothing at the top of these cliffs except more cliffs. And maybe a Club Med. With one of those pool bars, you know the type.
With the bar stools actually in the water.
I'll get him to send down a couple of margaritas later.
Tell him to go easy on the salt.
You know, I remember trying to make light of what you can, just to kind of keep things on the lighter side.
I see something. Out on the water.
What is that? Is that a kayaker?
Looks like it.
And we could see every once in a while kind of something come up and slap the water, and we're both saying, oh my gosh, you know, is this a kayaker that's coming across the midriff area?
Over here! Hey! This way!
Do you think he's seen us?
I can't tell if he's coming toward us or not. Hey, it's not this way!
And as we're watching, this thing turns and starts flapping.
Hey!
It's a pelican.
No, it's a kayaker. It's a guy in a kayak. Hey, look!
It's got wings. It's a pelican.
Pelicans don't go kayaking, Mark. It's a guy. It's a guy in a... Hey! It's a guy. It's a damn pelican.
Talk about a sinking feeling. You know, we had all this hope that was coming up, and now the hope sort of flew south. then our chances of getting off this island are not looking good.
By Mark and Rob's third night on the island, both men are suffering from chronic dehydration, a desperate hunger, and scorching temperatures. They're slowly dying, and their families have no idea that anything's wrong.
Out of all the ways my life could end, heart attack, car accident, plane crash, I ain't gonna die of thirst on a desert island. How ridiculous is that?
The thoughts of death start to creep in, and for the first time, I realized that we could actually die on this island. Will it be Mark that goes first, or will it be me that goes first? Or are we gonna go so delirious and crazy that we kill each other?
I keep picturing our bones lying on the ground like the iguana skeletons all around the canyon. You don't feel that?
A couple of times I've imagined a policeman walking down the path to my house. He knocks on the door, and my wife answers. The next thing I see, she's crying.
I really hate that my family now is going to start being concerned that they haven't heard from us.
Yeah, it enters my mind, but then I push it out. We are going to survive.
What if we're here for 2 weeks or a month?
Look, we'll be rescued. I promise.
It would have been devastating, of course, if Rob had come to any serious harm. I would almost rather not have come home myself than to have faced his mother to tell her that I had lost her son. When I woke up the next morning, I reached down, as I typically do, kind of twist my wedding ring on my finger, and it was gone. I realized that this thing had actually just fallen off my finger during the night.
Rob, you seen my ring?
No.
I lost my wedding ring.
That's right.
When it slipped right off my finger, that was, to me, an indicator that things were starting to get very critical.
Got it. You okay, amigo?
Sure.
My mind and my vision and even my hearing were playing tricks on me.
You see something out there?
No.
The dehydration was definitely the major culprit in causing delirium and the mind tricks. These ant colonies seemed to take on a life of their own. It was like I was one of the ants.
Rob! Get in here.
I'll be right in.
I didn't know if I was going insane. I didn't know what was going on. It was bizarre and surreal at the time. It almost seems like a dream to me now. It was really starting to get to me. I was drained, I was quite delirious, and I was beginning to lose it. At this point, I knew that I could possibly die.
Did you hear that? Rock. Sounds like a boat.
Man, it's probably a wave. Or a pelican. Or the cactus talking to you or something.
Rob, get up! There's definitely a boat out there! Hey! 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 This way! Over!
Sure enough, there was a boat just a few hundred yards out.
And we're thinking, oh my God, this thing is going to keep going. But it didn't. It stopped. And we're going, I think it stopped, you know? This thing is sitting there. The motor started revving again, and it started coming towards us. And we're going, oh my God, this thing's heading our way.
An incredible sense of relief and adrenaline rushed over me that I never felt before.
Are they Mexican fishermen? Why have they stopped?
I couldn't tell what they were saying, but they seemed pretty suspicious. Who knows what, you know, who these two gringos could have been.
Why aren't they coming to get us?
I don't know.
Hey!
Let me deal with this.
I am not fluent in Spanish, but I know enough to get along and was able to respond to them.
Hey, ¿qué pasó? Oye, estamos aquí por 3 días. Mira, mira, el barco choco con rocas.
That would have been devastating had they been so suspicious that they would just leave us behind. My spirits would have just sank to beyond the depths.
There's nothing that Mark and Rob can do. They are at the mercy of these fishermen who don't seem to believe their story of being shipwrecked on the island and living off cactus juice and crabs. Mark begs for their lives.
Es verdad. 3 días, no agua. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
They basically brought the boat around, and I guess were convinced that we weren't, you know, crazies or something.
Just stay cool, man, until we know who these guys are. Okay? Muchas gracias. Gracias. Vamos, rápido. Muchas gracias.
At that point, your mind is just so relieved that that you're now out of that predicament, and it looks like you're going to make it home. That it's just an overwhelming sense of relief. Glad to be alive and glad that we didn't die. They pulled up a 1-gallon container of water and headed directly towards Bahia de Los Angeles. The feeling of having gulps of water actually go down your throat was just incredible.
It was a bizarre feeling to feel your body hydrate almost instantaneously. You could almost feel it pumping out through all of your limbs and all of your veins. It was the best water I've ever swallowed.
The people in the boat brought us up to the actual town of Bahia de Los Angeles and gave us a gallon of water and said, good luck.
Muchas gracias.
And they turned around and they were gone.
The first thing Mark does is make an emotional call to his wife, who has no idea what he's just been through.
Yeah, I promise I'm fine. Just a little problem with the cat. I'll tell you about it later. We should be home early tomorrow morning.
It's sort of embarrassing that you've put yourself into this, life-threatening situation for, basically an adventurous whim.
Yeah, I love you too.
Before taking off, Rob and I at the general store basically loaded up on all the things your body is craving at that point. Things that are fatty, things that have some taste to them, things that are liquid, and kind of gorged ourselves. All of a sudden it's like, wow, we survived that.
I feel lucky now that I made it through that, A lot of people might not have made it.
What started as a joke ended as a nightmare. Severe dehydration, vicious insect bites, sunburn and starvation combined to take these cousins close to death and back again.
When you come out of the tail end of this alive, that establishes a kind of a bond that is different than, a family bond. We share this common experience, but I'm not sure that he'd ever go sailing with me again.
In the vast expanse of the African bush, a British conservationist flying solo crashes his ultralight plane. Severely injured and carrying no food or water in the wilds of Africa, his chances of survival are slim. His best friend desperately searches for him, knowing he may never find him. Staying alive takes all the cunning and guts one man can summon up. Zimbabwe, Africa, home to some of the most varied animal life in the world, much of it under threat from poachers and encroaching civilization. Greg Rasmussen was born in England but came to Africa as a young boy. For the past 12 years, he's dedicated himself to saving a rare species of African dog on the brink of extinction.
I've always been passionate about wildlife from day one. I mean, even as a child, I love the bush, I love Africa. It holds an endless fascination. I mean, it's always changing, and there's just so much to learn. It's like a book that just never ends.
Greg is one of the few pilots in the area, and even though he's busy with his own project, he's agreed to help a fellow conservationist search for a lost rhino.
People very concerned about the rhino, and National Park said, would I assist? And I said, of course I will. If wildlife needs help, I'll help.
Greg's a capable pilot, but flying a plane and tracking animals requires intense concentration, and he'll be flying over unfamiliar terrain.
And I was aware of that, I was fully aware of that, but we had rhinos that needed locating. There were poachers out there. I mean, you can't turn your back. I can't turn my back on things like that.
An ultralight plane is a cheap and efficient way to cover the African bush, but is also very dangerous to fly under certain weather conditions.
Temperatures in the day can be very, very hot. Tricky flying conditions for a light aircraft. Because, it's hot, the air's thin. So it's quite hard keeping the plane up in the air. This was a very harsh, dry, rocky, rugged area. I'd never flown that area before, and I realized I was in a completely different territory.
The Rhino is electronically tagged, and in no time, Greg's tracking device picks it up.
I just found it. I hadn't actually seen it, but I realized that it was alive by this movement signal. And I was just starting to circle out. And as I turned the plane, suddenly I went into something known as a wing stall. Literally, one wing's flying and one wing isn't. Suddenly I had this gut-wrenching feeling. I put full power on the rudder. Pulling back on the stick, I was doing the right thing, and it wasn't working. And the plane started to go down in a spiral. And the ground was coming up pretty damn fast. And then there's a split second. You know you've passed the point of any return. I almost didn't want to open my eyes. I didn't know what I was going to see, what I was going to feel, what I was going to find. I was totally dazed, stunned. And I was like, I'm alive. I'm alive. And at that second, petrol started dripping over me. And I just pulled myself out, literally almost fell out of the plane. As the petrol started to come down, I had these visions of this wall of fire. And I could just see myself being incinerated alive. And I knew my legs were doing nothing. I couldn't do anything with the legs at all, but I just had to get away from this plane. I mean, this thing was a nightmare now. And then I suddenly thought, Mayday. I've got to call Mayday. And I didn't want to go back to that plane. I didn't want to go near it. But I had to brave it, because I knew that that was my only means of survival. And I knew the quicker I got a message out, the better.
Greg has to try and make a call. No one knows exactly where he is or that he has crashed. He has no survival gear with him, no food, no water, and he's severely injured.
Mayday! Mayday!
And the whole handset was hot. The crash had short-circuited all the batteries and had literally fried my only means of survival, the emergency radio. And then something happened that literally just changed almost everything. The pain hit, because the adrenaline had worn off.
On the outside of his body, Greg has only a few superficial scrapes, but inside he is bleeding badly, and his legs are broken in 6 different places.
That was a pain that I'd never experienced before. Anything like it, anything that even came close to it. My legs felt like they were going to explode from within. My feet were just doing this. My legs were just one big lump of jelly. And I realized I had to stay in control. You know, I had to be in control of the situation, because if you lose control, that's it. I was going to be a goner. I started to try and take stock of the situation. And it was quite a harsh reality. I suddenly realized there was no 999. There was, you know, if I was going to get out of this, it was only going to be me and me alone.
Greg is over 70 miles away from the nearest road. By the time anyone realizes he's in trouble, it may be too late. The brutal heat of the African sun will bake him alive. If he survives that, he will face worse horrors. As night approaches and hungry predators come out to feed. Unable to move, Greg is easy meat. But right now the pain from his smashed legs is all he can think of.
There was this pain in my ankles. They felt like they were going to explode, because I'd got these boots on. Yeah, and of course there was no space for the swelling to go. There was no way I could even get anywhere near my shoelaces. But I was thinking, if I don't get those boots off, there's going to be gangrene, and I'm going to lose my feet. I lose my legs. I managed to look back, and I thought, well, maybe if I can drag myself to this tree, I can tilt my body forward so that I can maybe get to my shoelaces somehow. I wanted to stop that pain. Because, I mean, it was like my foot was exploding.
Fate is being cruel today. The closest tree to Greg is a thorn tree. But as its thorns dig deep into his back, Greg realizes they might be useful.
And I managed to just break a twig off that was about a foot long, and it got a hooked thorn on the end of it. And I lay there and I could hardly focus. There was just so much pain. I started to pick the shoelace. I thought, well, this is all I've got. And I remember I had a little flashback to childhood, because I was always absolutely useless with shoelaces. I then realized I had one chance. If I pull and the knot doesn't spill, then I've blown it. That's that foot gone.
Greg manages to loosen the shoelaces and get them both to the same stage, but nothing happens.
But the boots remained absolutely solid on my feet. And I realized then I had to pick the shoelace, eye by eye, through every single eyelid. And all the time, all I'm thinking of is, if I don't get those boots off, I'm going to lose my feet. And it was almost, it was like a nightmare. I had to remain as focused as I could. And I picked and I kept on picking until I finally got to the point where the shoelace was free.
Loosening his boots isn't having the effect Greg expected. The pain is just as bad because his feet keep swelling up to fill the newly expanded space. He has to try something else.
I saw a stick. And that was all there was. I thought, well, that's the only tool there is that I can see other than rock. I'll go for that. And as I even just touched the shoe, the pain was just, it was terrible. And I thought, oh my God, I'm not, you know, and now I've got to push this. And absolutely bizarre, you know, then I had a flashback to a movie. You know, I mean, ridiculous. It was a John Wayne movie, you know. Oh, well, you bite on that while I cut this. And I grabbed this stick. And as I pushed and I bit, this stick was just rotten. It was full of termites. And my mouth was now even drier than before, and I went, but I pushed with such force. The shoe came off. And I just forced the other shoe off. And lay there. And I looked at my watch. And it had taken me 2.5 hours.
"200 miles away, Greg's best friend and colleague, Peter Blinston, waits for him to return. Together they run a conservation project dedicated to saving the African painted dog, one of the world's most endangered species.
We have this same passion for the dogs. We have a lot of belief in each other's abilities. And that just comes through at the end of the day.
Peter, phone call, please.
And the phone rang. I just felt nervous. This kind of sense of something's wrong.
Yeah, Peter.
It was Norman English, he's the warden over at Cinematella. He said, Greg's missing. People talk about this kind of cold hand or something that grips you, but I really did just go like icy cold. I was then thinking, I have to find him.
In the heat of the midday sun, the temperature is now over 100 degrees. Greg hasn't had any water for over 24 hours, and his body is rapidly showing the effects of dehydration.
It was hot and it was dry. There wasn't an ounce of moisture in the air. I hadn't drunk the whole day because an elephant had destroyed the water pipes in our area where I'd taken off from. It wasn't like feeling thirsty at all. It was almost like being tortured. Everything was just so dry, and your skin just didn't feel like skin anymore. There was no texture to anything. You know, you tried to touch with your tongue to touch the roof of your mouth. It just felt like it wasn't there.
As Greg lies out in the open, a vulture, quick to sense a meal, lands on a nearby tree.
And I thought, not yet.
Yeah, I'm not ready for you, mate.
It was scorching hot. You know, dehydration was going to be my next enemy to deal with. But also predators was a major concern of mine.
The animals that Greg devotes his life to saving could now turn against him. The landscape is alive with wild beasts looking for food. They may look sleepy and harmless in a city zoo, but in their natural habitat, they are deadly.
My fear wasn't the predators themselves, it was the fact that I couldn't run away. Here was me lying with a pair of legs that were just jelly.
Greg knows he has to find shelter, both from potential predators and the sun. His only option is the plane.
Fire or no fire, I got to get back, and I've got to face that plane again. Every single movement was terrible, but I realized that it was that or die. I tried to pull, and I had no more energy. I've come this far, and now I've got no power anymore to pull on my back. And I suddenly thought, I've got to roll over.
Because he's a biologist, Greg knows that some species move more efficiently on their stomachs.
I thought, how am I going to roll over? How? I had 2 shoelaces and a stick. I made a loop on the end of one shoelace and tied it onto the end of the stick. I hooked the stick underneath my leg. And I knew that this was going to be one very, very painful experience. And I had to just concentrate on what I was doing, because I knew what was coming. I almost had the fear of pain before it came. Just as I rolled, I heard a crack. It wasn't the stick, it was my pelvis was broken.
With the temperature now hovering at 110 degrees, Greg is literally frying in the sun. As he drags himself towards the shade of his downed aircraft, his thoughts turn to other dangers that threaten his life.
Being in the bush for so many years, you get to know absolutely every single noise. You know every footfall. You know which footfall belongs to which animal. I was terrified that maybe something would come and sneak up on me. And I couldn't do anything, I couldn't run. And then I heard elephants, a whole herd.
It is in fact an entire herd of elephants, and they're moving right towards him.
And I thought, they've got to sense that I'm here. If they detect you at the right moment, that's fine. If they detect you too late, that's the scary bit. Because then you're in their attack distance. And I thought, if the wind is wrong and they don't detect me until the very last minute, that's when I'm in trouble. And then suddenly there was this huge screech of... And I remember just thinking, oh no, please, just don't stampede. And I just had this absolute fear that I'm going to be trampled.
Greg has dodged a bullet. The herd moves on away from him.
I wanted to cry at this point. And I realized then that I couldn't have cried even if I wanted to. There was no moisture for me to expend on tears. They wouldn't have come anyway.
The head warden of Cinematella Wildlife Refuge, Norman English, organises a search and rescue party. The park is over 700 square miles. He and Greg's best friend Peter can only start looking for Greg where the rhino he was tracking was last sighted.
Did he radio in at any point?
Nah, no radio contact at all. But he was searching up near where the rhino were last sighted.
The rhinos are tagged, right? If we find them, we find Greg.
Greg took the only tracking device we have with him.
Without a tracking device, Peter and Norman have no way of knowing where Greg's plane crashed.
I was sure that he was alive, but you know that you've not got much time. Almost as each minute passes by, of course, you're becoming more and more concerned.
What about an aerial search?
Already started. Pilot from Victoria Falls came up in his Cessna.
I was thinking, we have to find him. Even if you've survived the crash, there's animals, there's wildlife that can kill him. The chances of him surviving are getting slimmer and slimmer.
Peter and Norman have no idea that Greg is 40 miles from where they think he is. Greg's condition is now critical because of his injuries, exposure in the hot temperatures, and lack of water.
I was so close to the plane, I could smell the petrol. I gave it all the energy I possibly could. And just as I got underneath it, something felt a bit sticky on my mouth. My lips had turned to rubber. They'd plasticized. And a piece of my lip came off. And it went to the back of my throat. You know, I suddenly came to this horrible realization. I just swallowed my lip.
But within moments, Greg has a new worry. He hears the sound of an animal walking nearby.
It was lion footfall. And I listened very, very carefully, and it was getting closer and closer. And then I heard this call. It was a lioness. And lionesses have a very distinctive call they use when they're calling cubs. And obviously, because she was a mother with cubs, that makes her far more dangerous.
Greg knows that animals in the wild have a unique defense strategy. They make sharp, sudden noises to scare off their enemies. As the lioness moves in closer to Greg, he knows that creating a noise at the right time is his only defense. When he finally sees the big cat's silhouette, he makes his move. With daylight fading, the search pilot will soon have to return to base. There's still no sign of Greg or the wreckage.
I heard the plane. And then I started to get almost excited. And then I thought, no, I'm still a needle in a haystack. They had an area to search of about 1,000 square kilometers. And I wanted to scream, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Hello! Hello! I almost wanted to will the plane in, you know, come my way, I can hear you, please. Hello! and then there was silence. I remember that silence now so well. It was killing. Nothing is going to happen now until tomorrow morning at the very earliest. And I've got to start thinking about the night. And of course, as a biologist, you know the night is always a dangerous time anywhere.
It probably won't help much. I'm just going to take the Land Rover out, see what I can find.
There's no way you're going to find him in the dark. We don't want to lose you, too.
I won't be long. I'll be back soon.
I suddenly came to the harsh realization is that there's not much left of me. I'm a mess. And I actually, at that point, I thought, do I really want to carry on? Did I want to live, or did I want to die?
As the night closed in, it was an awful feeling. It was really awful. I was trying to imagine what it would be like for him now, still being out there.
I thought about my life, and I thought, well, I've had a good life. I have achieved. I was suddenly, for a very short period of time, I was at total peace with myself. I wasn't afraid of it. I wasn't afraid of that death experience. I suddenly realized that I had it in me, the power to just switch off and just let myself go.
People started to voice their doubts that he was now alive. I was thinking about what they were saying, and for a moment, thinking maybe they're right. But I wouldn't hear that. Greg wouldn't give up, and neither will I.
And then I suddenly thought about the dogs, what an amazing animal that had become my sort of whole raison d'etre. And I thought, but there's a hell of a lot more I can do. And from that second, it was like, right, the fight is on. At that point, there was just such a kick in me that it was like, I'm going for it, and I'm gonna make it. And I'm not gonna, if I do die, I'm gonna die fighting this right to the bitter end.
Night comes on very quickly in Africa, and with it a blanket of darkness that provides cover for the predators. This is the time they come out to hunt.
I was trying to picture how terrifying, really, it would be, even for somebody like Greg. You would almost wish that he were dead and not have to face a night like that.
At that point, there was this total silence. I could hear my heart sort of boom, boom. It was that silent. And it made me very conscious how totally alone I was. All I wanted now was for that night to end. I had this nightmare that a hyena was going to come up behind me. I know what hyenas are capable of. Bone crushers, as they're also known. They've got the most powerful jaws of anything. I also know someone who was carted off by a hyena, and he was a fully able-bodied man, but he was sleeping and they dragged him away. That was the biggest scare of the lot, that a hyena might come up behind me.
Are you all right?
Yeah. Thanks, Norman.
Peter, the men feel like Greg may not have made it.
He'll get through this. He's a stubborn beggar.
Yeah, well, you know him better than they do. They, don't think there's any point in him going out again tomorrow.
He's alive, okay? You know Greg. He wouldn't give up. I won't either.
I'll talk to the pilot and the others, see if they can give us another morning at least.
Thanks.
I was terrified to even think about going to sleep because I knew that I wouldn't wake up again. That would be it.
Then Greg's worst nightmare comes to life. Once again, he recognizes an animal by the sound its feet make when they touch the ground. He hears a hyena.
And I thought, it's coming behind me. And it's going to come right in the worst spot. It's going to come round the back, which is where I really had absolutely no control.
Once again, Greg uses his knowledge of animal behavior. He grabs hold of his stick and gets ready to hit the plane with it and create a noise to startle the beast.
And I waited until it seemed like forever. I knew if something came one step closer, then would have meant that I'd failed. Then I heard this just footfall, just getting less and less and less. I remember lying there at that particular point thinking, is there anything else that's going to be chucked at me? You know, what else is going to come? You know, what other brick's going to come down?
Greg does his best to stay positive. In 1 hour, the sun will rise and he will have made it through the night. But it is one very long hour.
It was very frustrating waiting for the daylight to come. I contacted our office. We had 15 people that could come over and help with the ground search so we could cover a wider area. And they were there. They came. Ready and waiting to help with the search.
I watched, looking for the sun to come over the horizon. And when it finally did, I felt these rays coming all the way towards me. And it was an amazing experience. I suddenly felt wonderful. I was bathed in light and heat and warmth. I felt secure for a moment. And then the harsh reality dawned on me that it was that sun, that burning, was going to continue and it was going to kill me.
At first light, the spotter plane sets out again. It'll make a systematic search of the places where Greg's plane might have crashed. At Peter's suggestion, Norman is on board.
He knew the area better than anybody. I really felt strongly that if anybody was going to find Greg, it would actually be him.
The additional members of the search team fan out, but they're still looking in the wrong area. It's been nearly 24 hours since Greg crashed, a deadly amount of time to be out in the African bush injured and unarmed.
You know, I was beginning to doubt if he'd survived.
Greg has a global positioning system, yet the technology is useless if he can't tell anybody else where he is. But every time he turns it on, it records the exact time.
I was checking on the GPS, trying to get the coordinates and times. And then I suddenly had this horrible feeling that this GPS was almost acting like a record of when I was still alive and when I died. If I was dead when they arrived, Peter would pick up the GPS and he'd look at it and think, oh my God, he was alive at, I don't know, 11:40. And it's now 12 o'clock, and if only we'd... And he'd have been left with this eternal guilt. And I almost wanted to destroy the GPS at that point.
Norman to Peter, can you read me? Over.
Receiving.
There's nothing from up here. Even an elephant can merge into this landscape. We're going to try another area.
On a hunch, Norman decides to go back and check along the beginning of the route that Greg would have taken. Nearly 24 hours has passed, and Greg's body is desperate for water.
I managed to grab a piece of the broken windscreen. I had this mad idea to see if it would collect moisture. And then I heard this plane. And when I heard the plane get louder and louder, I thought, right. I was going to try to see if I could get something out of that radio. Basically, it was all I had left that I could think of. Even if it gives the weakest signal, it's worth a try. And I gave it all I'd got. I remember it now.
This is Zulu Mike Echo Bravo calling Mayday.
And then my position is
20 miles east-northeast, Cinematella. Mayday.
I thought I heard the plane get louder. And I thought, it's worked, it's worked. And I gave myself almost an elated sort of feeling. But that's because that's what I wanted to hear. I knew I was lying to myself. Mentally, I had to stay with it. Because if you get into depression, that's it, the game's over.
Not knowing whether he's imagining the search plane or if it's really there, Greg grabs a piece of his wreckage, one of the struts, hoping it will reflect the light and be seen by the plane above.
Mayday, all search parties. We've located the wreckage 40 miles south of the main search area. No sign of Greg.
I was trying to keep up the dream that they had really seen me. But I realized I had to keep telling myself this lie, because I did know that I was reaching the point of no return. If they didn't find me soon, I was going.
We can't land, I repeat, we can't land, we're gonna have to go by road. Meet back at the base camp immediately. I repeat, meet back at the base camp immediately.
I felt numb. I wanted to see, you know, what was there. I wanted to see Greg. I wanted to just get to the site.
He's here, south of the road. The runner's obviously moved.
Okay, let's move it.
Peter, I didn't see any sign of life. I don't know if it's a good idea that you come.
I need to see him.
I was really afraid. You're just thinking, okay, we've found him, but we don't know what we've found yet. And you imagining all sorts of horrors.
Mm.
And then I heard these footfall. I can't describe. Of course, I knew what footfalls those were. And among them was Peter. And I suddenly looked and I couldn't believe it, that was him. I couldn't even speak to anybody. And people were just saying what happened, and I just had to say, wing, stall, and that's all I could say.
It was really overwhelming. He'd survived. And it was sort of affirmation of my belief in him.
The feeling that I wasn't going to die was just indescribable. I'd fought this and I'd won. and somebody came up. I hadn't got a clue who it was. Someone put their hand on my shoulder and said, "You're in safe hands now."
Since the accident, Greg has undergone more than 100 operations to save his legs. Through grit and sheer willpower, he has learnt to walk again.
Of course, you don't go through something like this without there being change in who you are. I always treated life every day as precious, but it's even more precious now. I still am dreaming of that day when I go back to Africa, back to the smells, back to the sunrises, the sunsets, and most importantly, the painted dogs and wildlife conservation.
Greg has indeed returned to his beloved dogs. He continues his conservation work alongside Peter and has never flown an ultralight plane again. This is the story of a very bad thing happening in a very bad place.
Controlled explosion ready.
When Chris Moon left the British Army, he couldn't have imagined life on Civvy Street would be even more perilous. Working for a charity clearing landmines in Cambodia, he is kidnapped by armed guerrillas.
We are demining the area.
Getting out alive will be the biggest challenge of his life.
We are a neutral organization.
What happens if we stay here?
There's no threat!
From now on, the choices he makes will determine whether he lives to tell the tale.
Where are you taking him?
North Mozambique, 1995. Chris Moon is working for a charity clearing landmines.
I was walking in a cleared area, 7th of March 1995. For some strange reason, I felt something was wrong. I turned. I took 3 paces and then... I realized in a split second that there was only one possible cause for the blast, and that must have been something I stepped on. Looked down and I saw that there was a hole in my right hand that was the same size as the demining tool that I'd been holding. The blast drove the flat end of this prodder through my hand, and I recognized the shape of it. I began to think, right, well, what is the worst possible thing that can happen? I knew that the worst possible thing that could happen was that both legs would be completely blown off, my guts would be hanging out, and I'd be about to die. In the storybooks, they say your life flashes before your eyes. Well, it's not really like that, but you are aware of everything you've done, the good things, the bad things. above all. Suddenly everything makes sense.
Even on the verge of death, he knows he's a survivor. He's already been through far worse. On the other side of the world, deep in the forests of Southeast Asia. Two years earlier, after leaving the army, Chris Moon traveled to Cambodia. He was there to learn how to clear landmines. It was his first demining job. The whole Cambodian landscape was riddled with landmines, the deadly legacy of civil war. 6 to 10 million mines scattered across the country. In roads, fields, even school playgrounds.
The problem with landmines is that once the fighting stops, these things are killing and maiming people for decades afterwards.
Chris and his team started working in a small village in a safe but remote area.
We were working all together in Posat province for mine clearance. My job as his interpreter.
Mine clearance is relatively straightforward. They're working in a metre-wide lane, which is very clearly denoted with white sticks. If it's a landmine, place an explosive charge next to it and destroy it.
Controlled explosion ready.
Although the Civil War had finished and the United Nations were now running the country, the Khmer Rouge still posed a serious threat.
And what about Khmer Rouge in this area?
No, you're safe around here. They're all well out into the jungle.
The Khmer Rouge were holding the forests, and the forests and all of those areas were very much for us no-go areas.
Anything else I need to know about?
Stop unless you absolutely have to.
The Khmer Rouge committed widespread atrocities throughout the country. As many as 2 million people died, perhaps a quarter of the population. They brutally tortured many thousands.
In modern history, perhaps the killing fields of Cambodia are unparalleled.
When Chris first arrived in Phnom Penh, he visited the S-21 Genocide Museum. Previously a school, the Khmer Rouge had used it to hold prisoners before execution and to torture them. He quickly learned the details of Cambodia's brutal recent past.
The Khmer Rouge had taken over the country on April 16th, 1975. They forced everybody out of the towns. They turned the country into a huge labor camp. Anybody associated with the previous regime was tortured and executed.
Before long, he himself would be a prisoner of the Khmer Rouge. It's 1993. Chris Moon is in Cambodia clearing landmines. He's been told the area where he's working is relatively safe. As far as anyone knows, the Khmer Rouge are some distance away.
The United Nations People locally to us had told us that they had been way beyond the point at which we were clearing. There were no troops near us for about 70 kilometres. So the small village that we were working in was quite safe. On our truck, we were taking some women and children from the village down to Cravan, the small town. In my Land Rover, I had about 6 of my blokes. They were in the back. My Cambodian colleagues asked me if I knew any English songs, and for some strange reason, the only song that I could remember the words for was Onward Christian Soldiers.
Okay, and onward Christian soldiers.
We were going down the same road that we'd always been going up and down when we reached a clearing. And I saw some movement in the bushes, and I just felt something was wrong. I began to wonder if my eyes were affecting me. The bushes seemed to be moving slightly. And then suddenly, charged 30 Khmer soldiers. I kept thinking, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I have to do something. There's nothing I can do except choose my attitude.
I feel very scared at that time.
Stand still.
When the Khmerus kidnap anybody, they were killed. Chris, he didn't scare. He looked normal.
Everything that I did was focused on, well, how can we survive? How can we get out of here? I thought about every gesture, every move, every blink of an eye.
He said, why you come here?
To help the Cambodian people. We are demining the area. We are a neutral organization working in Cambodia to help the Cambodian people.
He said that he doesn't care neutral or it's not neutral, but this is his area. If you try to say more words, you're going to kill us.
And then they tell us to take our clothes off. I suppose fear is such a lonely thing. Here you are with all these people, and yet, inside, I felt very lonely. And I'm standing there in my underpants thinking, right, no matter what happens, I'll never assume the role of victim. Because I do think that if you behave in a certain way, you pre-program others to treat you in a certain way. They tell me to get in the Land Rover. I'll push things as far as I can. If I go too far, I'll take a step backwards very quickly.
Mr. Hoon, please tell the commander that I will be happy to meet with his commander tomorrow, but my organization will not allow us to go today.
Look, maybe chia ca con sông ai chứ lục.
Ban. Thử tư chùm rung dương, thì chúng mình chia ca bao nhiêu sân. He said, no, you have to go to see his commander today.
I'm now a Khmer Rouge prisoner of war.
Which way?
Flow now, look, flow now. Let's go straight.
We're driving for what seems an eternity. And then, most heavy monsoon rain. The look on Ben's face tells me that he thinks we're going to die. There's no hope in his eyes. I'm watching the Khmer Rouge soldiers. I'm trying to work out what's going on inside their heads. You look in their eyes, and there's just nothing there. There's no compassion, no feeling, no nothing. And there would be no point, you realise quite quickly, in ever asking them for kindness or mercy because they couldn't understand it.
Yes.
Could ask the commander if he knows this area well.
Look, maybe you can, but look, squad the money. He said he lived in this area for 30 years now.
All the time we're trying to keep things polite, trying to communicate on their level.
You have a wife and children.
Look, maybe you can. Before he's married, but now he used the weapon as his wife, and the bullet is his son.
The Russian-made ZIL truck may have confused the Khmer Rouge. Their enemies have been using Russian military advisors for many years. Perhaps they think that's what Chris is really doing in Cambodia.
You must cross the river.
Tell the commander to send one of his men through the river first.
Psychologically, it's going to be far better if I make him send one of his men in to get wet. What I need to do is create some sort of a relationship with them in which they respect me. The commander would be very unlikely himself to walk through. He'd get one of his guys to do it.
This river marks the unofficial boundary between government and Khmer Rouge territory. The recent heavy monsoon rain has made it virtually impossible to cross.
No, it is too deep for the Land Rover. We cannot go across.
For the first time that day, I feel good because I'm calling the shots. I'm saying no. I am now in control.
So you must cross the river. If you're not across, go back to the Land Rover. Hey, let's go.
The Khmer Rouge soldiers are nervous. Until they cross, they're worried they could be attacked by government troops.
I speak to my driver and I say, look, you must listen to everything the soldiers are saying. Tell me what's going on.
Be fine.
If in the next 20 minutes we are not across the river, they want to burn our car and they want to kill us.
We'll get across the river.
I have to find a way to get the vehicles through. We get into the middle of this fast-flowing stream at 2'6" of water. and I have a few anxious moments as I see the water starting to come under the doors. We just get through.
Into the deep forest, home of the Khmer Rouge. Every mile further from civilization, further from safety.
We're not using roads. We're on this footpath. The ground is really wet. We keep on getting stuck. It's a nightmare. I can prove I'm useful by getting the vehicles out of the mud.
Explain. He needs to come forward, try and get forward. I will reverse.
Just in case they're really after the vehicles, Chris tries to make his skills indispensable.
I seem to spend most of my time trying to get vehicles out now.
Don't look at them.
Did you ask the commander what we're doing here? Why have we stopped?
I know by now that we must be deep into their territory. This is their jungle.
Okay.
What's going on?
You have to follow the commander.
Ask him why. Why are we going?
Don't talk too much.
A little man comes towards us. He's got a hard face. And he's got this strange little brown trilby hat on his head. That tells me he's an important man. I don't have the authority to shoot you today.
Let's go with us to see my commander. Let's go.
Chris is now the prisoner and property of a second Khmer Rouge commander. Each of the commanders has his own territory and his own men. They're a bit like medieval warlords, independent, but also part of a pyramid of command and obedience, leading ultimately to Pol Pot. At the end of the first day, they stop by a stream.
They tell us that we are now in a minefield. I'm not sure if I believe them or not.
It could be a genuine warning, or simply a lie to keep them from running away.
You ask the commander what his plan is. Why have we stopped? Are we staying here tonight?
Tonight we sleep here.
Tell the commander it is not possible. The rules of my organization will not allow me to.
You must stay here.
There's no point in talking to them. We try to explain who we are, what we're doing, and they just shrug their shoulders. The frustrating bit for me is that they just can't understand what I'm doing, can't compute it. To explain that I'm not their enemy is just an impossible task.
What do you think of the commander?
I think the Khmer, you know, we cannot trust them. They are very cruel.
I can see from the look in his eye that he believes that this is going to be his last night alive.
Chris Moon and his colleagues are prisoners of the Khmer Rouge, forced to play a delicate psychological game of survival. It's morning on the second day, and Chris asks his captors for permission to wash. With no one guarding him, it could be a chance to escape.
Now I have my darkest moment. My hobby is running. I just know that if I do a runner, they won't catch me. They just won't expect it.
He might be able to make his way back out of the jungle, following the course of the stream.
Human beings, we are selfish things. We are. We are.
Chris, he has chance to escape. If he escaped, we would be killed. But he decides not.
I can't leave my colleagues. Now I can't leave them, so I walk back slowly to the vehicle.
I think that Chris Moon is a brave man in my heart.
They drive on through the day. At last, they approach the heart of darkness, a Khmer Rouge base deep in the jungle. And the regional commander who can choose to have them killed or tortured.
Deep down inside, I begin to think maybe there is no hope. And that's when I have to banish the demons. The only images I keep in my mind are all of us returning to the village. I stop thinking about just what the worst case scenario might be. My imagination keeps leaping off. All the time I have this dread, and if I focused on it, what I'd be thinking of is all the horrible stories about them torturing people. I think about what I need to do when I meet this commander to communicate with him. That is all that I allow myself to think about. If I start to think about my fear, it's opening the floodgates. So all of the time, it is about controlling the way that you think.
Why? Not up there. He said they will bring you to the house.
Where are you taking him?
The Khmer Rouge, when they want to kill, firstly, they separate, and then they can't kill quite early.
They've separated me from Pern. Wonder what's going to happen. All of the time, I'm telling myself not to focus on stories that I've heard of people being tortured.
This is the end of the journey. Now Chris comes face to face with the one man with absolute authority to decide their fate. Their lives hang in the balance.
Speak Khmer? No. Speak Thailand? No. You? I
don't understand what you're saying. I've been here for 6 weeks.
Min.
Yes, yes, yes.
Cambodia?
In Cambodia?
Yeah.
6
Yeah.
weeks.
6 weeks.
In Cambodia.
In Cambodia.
Your name? Name.
Clever.
Clever.
Yeah.
Clever.
Yeah.
Chris. Clever.
Mr. Clever, he's got a sparkle in his eye. There's an element of some humanity there, which I find immensely cheering.
United Kingdom.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
England.
Clever.
Clever.
Yeah. Look, Chris Moon, he said that you have a good heart. Now he will use me as interpreter. He said, don't worry, he tried to help you. This evening, you should have dinner with him.
That night, dinner with the Khmer Rouge.
Having heard stories about how Khmer Rouge had given people a dinner and then killed them in a way that the people didn't know what was coming, it kind of made me worry.
Please bring beer. Please all of you enjoy. Meal.
I live in a Pol Pot regime. When someone say good, especially the Khmer Rouge officer say good to us and provides good food to us, it means that we would be killed.
They start to talk. It's a bizarre experience.
Please thank the commander for his hospitality.
Although things were very polite, we didn't know what to expect.
So please enjoy your supper.
In my mind, I thought that we would be killed.
There's going to be no concept of us being held for a long period of time. We are either going to be killed or released. I keep waking up during the night. I can smell a cigarette. I can see a cigarette light somewhere out in the darkness on the edge of the trees.
In the morning, they're still alive. They try to maintain good relations with some tactical flattery.
We try to save our life by Chris say Khmer soldiers are good, that we and Khmer were not enemy.
Mr. Hoon, please tell Mr. Clever that I respect the Khmer Rouge. They brought peace to Cambodia. Defeated the Vietnamese. And we look forward to leaving and telling everybody how good the Khmer Rouge are.
As the day drags on, it seems less likely they'll be shot. Instead, they just wait and wait. Then,
way in the distance, I think I can hear something. And then I see a tiny dot of a helicopter.
Go, he said go.
a United Nations helicopter has been searching the jungle for them.
I think it's seen us.
On track!
All friendliness is gone.
It's not armed! Mr. Hoon, tell the commander it's not armed! There is no threat! It's not armed!
Suddenly,
No! Stop shooting!
Chris and his colleagues have become a dangerous liability. Mr. Clever needs to get rid of them, fast.
So Mr. Clever changed his mind. And I thought that, it finished our life.
He orders the commander who brought them in to take them away again. This time, he can do what he likes with them.
by sending us back, it was the other commander's problem. That's why he sent us back.
But when they reach his base, they get an extraordinary surprise.
Hello? He said now he let us free to go.
He sets them free and grants them safe passage for a day.
We're free. We're going back. complete horror.
The original commander who first captured them, angry that they're still alive.
Hey! Who allowed you to come? He said, give me the car key and get down.
Tell the commander. His commander has given us safe passage through this area.
Look, make your guy look. Give me the car key.
If I give him the car keys, how are we going to get home?
He said, get in the truck.
On the verge of freedom, they trade their Land Rover for their lives. Chris and his companions are being driven out of Khmer Rouge territory on an old logging truck, with 2 boy soldiers guarding them.
Let's go. Let's stop for a while.
They only have safe passage for 1 day. If they haven't made it home by then, all bets are off. They must get out of the forest.
We cannot get out. It's stuck too deep.
And what happens if we stay here?
Another Khmer will come and kill us because they only let us pass today.
Chris tries a new approach to intimidate the boy soldiers and scare them into doing what he wants.
What's this place?
This is a ghost place. There's many people die here.
Do you think the boy soldiers will be able to find their way back to the village from here?
Okay, I will ask him.
Bring them over.
The Khmer Rouge soldier, they illiterate. So their belief of the ghost. Chris Moon, he said that, oh, this area is a lot of ghosts. If we stay here, maybe the ghosts kill us.
Tell them we have to leave this place very quickly. Tell them this is a ghost village. I have seen them. They will be very angry if we stay.
Now a new plan.
Okay. Which way?
To walk through the night and to keep going until they're free. It will mean walking in the dark, through jungle, through rivers, through minefields. Chris Moon and his companions must get out of the jungle. It's now their 3rd night in Khmer Rouge territory, and Chris is determined it'll be the last.
We're walking for our lives. We have to be out of there by daybreak. I make everyone put their hands on their shoulders. In the darkness. In this place where there are no rules. Where I'm just so angry with them for what they've done. I have to confront the fact that what I hated in Khmer Rouge might also be in me too. Because I have a very wicked thought. Maybe I should kill the boy soldier. I've even got my hand on his neck. I can snap his neck like a pigeon. And then I've got the weapon to get the other one when we emerge out into the night. In the end, of course, reason wins through.
We walk almost the whole night. We walk and I'm very, very tired. Sometimes I could not walk properly. But Chris, he's still strong.
Two hours after sunrise, they reach the village where they started, and the villagers they last saw at the ambush.
when we arrived to the village where we demining there, many people were very happy and come and congratulate us.
This is a place where the children are laughing and the children are playing. I think it's the most moving moment of my life, simply because of the goodwill of these people who've suffered so much. And they're just so pleased that a bad thing hasn't happened.
I said that, oh, they still alive, they still alive. Oh, God help them. Just said like that.
And then somebody comes up to her and says, thank you for coming to clear the mines here. And at this point I get a very big lump in my throat, and I must confess I shed a tear, which I rapidly wiped away in a sensible and British fashion. We were released on Sunday, we were back working again the Monday.
Get back! No one in the safety lane! Get onto US aid! Try to get the copter to come in and do a casevac!
I look down, I see that my lower left leg is still there, it's a bit burned. But my lower right leg has been completely blown off. And then I have this overwhelming desire to scream, oh my God, I've had my leg blown off. I take a deep breath and I say, think before you act, think before you act. Fine, I'm back in control. And I think, well, there's actually not much point in shouting that, because when the medic gets here, he's probably going to notice. People talk a lot about the survival mechanism, that your survival mechanism kicks in. Well, that wasn't the way it was. After a while, when the pain starts to hit you, I think it reaches a stage where it is so bad that you actually want to die. You would rather give up and pretend it wasn't happening. The battle in the helicopter is not to go to sleep. It was easier to go to sleep, to pretend it wasn't happening, to turn over and just fade out. And dying is definitely, in those circumstances, the attractive option. It's easier to die. I knew I'd gone into shock. I desperately needed fluid. The medic was struggling to get the drip lines into me. I had to get some fluid in. I decided that I would drink my drips. I drank 2 litres of saline, and I felt, as I bit through the plastic, that I would survive. It didn't enter my head that I wouldn't survive. Once I'd made that decision to live, I thought of all the reasons I had to live. To see my family again, to see my friends, to see my niece grow up, who was then very young, and also I still had my job to do. I had a responsibility to my programme. I didn't want to die because I knew it would be bad for funding for my programme.
When Chris reached hospital, his red blood cell count was so low, he should have been dead. His right leg was lost below the knee, and his right lower arm had to be amputated. But he vowed to make a full recovery. Within a year, he was running marathons. Eventually, he ran the Marathon des Sables, 7 grueling marathons across the Sahara Desert. 7 marathons in 7 days.
When you've given all that you have to give, that's when you maybe start to get a bit of luck. But what happens most of the time is that we stop here at this point at which it's uncomfortable, at which it all hurts a bit too much. But the reality is that we have the capacity to go beyond that point if we believe we can. And many of the challenges that I've faced have been about having the confidence to say, right, I won't give in. I don't know if I'll make it, but I will never give up. I will just take one more step. And maybe that's what the journey of life is about keeping on going. If you fall over, keep on getting up.
It's good to be here.
This is the true story of an ordinary journey
I think we took a wrong turn back there.
that becomes a descent into hell.
Jim, stop! Oh, God.
A family is lost in the wilderness for 9 days, in sub-zero temperatures with no food. Nobody knows where to look for them. A young father faces an agonizing choice: to stay with his family and face certain death, or walk into the unknown to seek help.
How the hell are we gonna get out of this?
Okay, tiny bird. So, we're gonna go on a big, long trip. Can you grab that?
Hello?
21-year-old Army Private Jim Stolper is planning to drive to his grandmother's funeral in Idaho with his 20-year-old wife Jennifer and their baby Clayton.
Yeah, I miss her too. I was quite driven to get to this funeral. I was a very family-oriented person, and the loss of any member of the family was hard on me.
Well, Kevin and me were thinking maybe you should just stay put for now. Well, it's nearly 1,000 miles, and the weather's going to get bad again.
Jim's mother and stepfather are already in Idaho and growing concerned about the weather.
Don't worry, Mom.
I was getting a little nervous because it was snowy, blizzardy, and I really did not want him traveling because it was bad all across the area.
Yes, of course, you're a great driver.
Jim's mom told us not to come. She's like, don't risk the weather, just stay there. She didn't want us to go for reasons that we didn't think were good enough to stay back, so we decided, nah, we're leaving anyways.
Poor Clay. He's gonna be stuck in this thing forever. What is it, like a 13-hour drive?
He'll sleep right through. Isn't that right, little boy? Are we good?
Severe blizzards are causing extensive road closures again today in California and Nevada.
Jim and Jennifer set off. They haven't made the 800-mile journey before, but reckon it'll take at least 12 hours. They head northeast from the San Francisco Bay towards Pocatello, Idaho. What they hadn't bargained for are blizzards, which have already closed the main interstate highway, their most direct route.
They were telling us the roads would be closed until the next morning, and we certainly didn't want to wait a whole nother day. So we thought we'd try to get a map and maybe see if there was an alternate route. We're just pretty determined by then, you know, this is, like, we're gonna do it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day now. And you?
Okay, so blizzard's right here. The I-80's closed.
Okay, let's go north and cut across east, which takes us onto the I-140 right here.
All the way to Pocatello.
We just thought, okay, here's where the roads are closed. This is the main part of the storm. Let's take this road that goes way up and around it to try to just go. That's what we thought we were doing, was going around the storm. Little do we know it had already been through there and dumped a lot of snow on the ground.
We could see dark skies coming from the west. It was getting to be late, and there wasn't much traffic. At one point, the roads got a little snowy, and we were a little concerned, so we stopped at a service station, and this is where we had chains installed. We had planned to call and let my mother and stepfather and family know that we had taken this alternate route. We didn't have a cell phone, so we looked for a payphone.
Damn it. It's eating all my quarters.
We knew that my mother would be worried about us. So we were disappointed we couldn't call, but we were also relieved that we weren't adding to her grief at the moment.
After a while, there wasn't any snow anymore. The road was pretty clean and bare. But when you have chains on your car, you can't make up any time. There, you just have to go so slow.
I got out and I looked up and down the road and I didn't see snow on the road. I actually got down and felt it and it was dry. So we opted to take the chains off so we could make better time. You know, we were young, confident. We didn't know any better. We weren't experienced enough to know that things can get really bad really fast.
There was snow back on the road by this time. It was like getting pretty bad.
But we didn't want to slow down and stop, and you know, at this point we're just figuring, okay, well, I can still see the road ahead of us, let's just keep going. This is a very minor road. We shouldn't have been on the road in the first place, but the sign that declared the road closed was buried in snow. The road was covered with just unbroken snow, and we were making the tracks now.
Where the hell are we? This map makes no sense. This is weird. It's totally deserted. Wait, you know what? I think we took a wrong turn back there. Jim! Jim, stop! Jim, we're in about 2 feet of snow! Jim, stop! You're making it worse! Jim, stop! Jim, stop! Stop! It's okay.
Right there was when fear hit me, like, oh, God, wow, that's a lot of snow. That's pretty deep.
It took a while to really figure out what really had just happened.
I can't believe this.
What is this stupid road anyway?
We were a little concerned, but people get stuck in the snow all the time, and it's not that much of an issue because there are other people around to help.
Oh, we are going nowhere tonight.
So we decided to just wait it out and hope for somebody to come along and help us.
Look, honey, we still got plenty of time to get to Idaho. If we don't freeze to death first.
It's not the end of the world. We'll flag somebody down tomorrow and go get us a tow truck or something.
Jim, Jennifer, and Clay spend an uneasy night in the truck. They have no idea they've driven off the Nevada backroads into the middle of a 5,000-acre wilderness.
Oh, God.
Holy shit. What is this place? There's just... there's nothing.
What have we done?
When we saw how desolate the area was, it occurred to us that that road probably wasn't very well used. And I guess there's a little bit of anger at first.
Gravel!
Because it looked main enough to us at the time.
This isn't even a paved road. How could we be so stupid?
We didn't know really where we were.
Look.
But the last town we had passed through was well over 50 miles.
The only place we can be is here. We must have left the 299 right about here.
Let me look. Wildlife refuge. God, it's huge. How are we gonna get out of here? We'll never get those too tight, crappy chains back on without tools.
To make us feel like we were doing something to help the situation, we decided to try to dig the truck out. So pretty much all day long, that's what we did.
The wind was blowing, the snow was really dry, so as fast as we could shovel it out with our hands and cups, the wind was blowing it right back in our way.
There was so much snow underneath the truck, in front of it, behind it. We really couldn't get it moved at all. This wasn't the answer. This isn't how we're gonna get out of this. But we were still kind of hopeful that somebody would notice this truck in this location or drive by, or if a plane flew overhead or something. We decided to stay with the truck. We spent time getting cozy, using clothing and towels and whatever we could find to plug up any areas where cool air was getting in. Every now and then we would turn the truck on and get the heat going and listen on the radio for any news of a search for us, but we never heard anything.
F for fries.
No.
Just decided to kill the time by playing Hangman and 20 Questions.
M.
No.
Oh, man.
The food issue was always right there.
C for chocolate.
Oh, God, chocolate.
Hunger wasn't quite as bad as being as thirsty as we were.
Okay.
Surviving on very dry snow.
D.
A D. No, you are dead.
Man.
Ow.
My stepson has no reason to go AWOL. He was granted leave, and he has to be at a funeral.
We were getting very concerned. We then started calling the highway patrols, and they said it's a New Year's weekend, and they had more important things that they were concerned about at that time with the road conditions the way they were than looking for a possible missing person.
Okay, but how long does it take before someone is listed as a missing person?
We were really worried, but they just couldn't help us in any way.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for your help, except you haven't been any.
Kevin really wanted to leave, but we still had the funeral to go to.
Clayton was breastfeeding still, and we were just introducing solids into his diet. The little bits of baby food that we had left, we tried to ration to him in conjunction with breastfeeding as best we could.
You want some fruitcake? You should eat, you know.
We should have brought some real food.
We had crumbs of this bag of chips and a fruitcake, which Jennifer didn't eat. She didn't like it and didn't want it. So I ate that, and that was all we had as far as food goes.
We left my sister's house, left a note on the door for Jim and Jennifer just in case they would show up, to give them directions on where the church was and hoping that they would make it there. And we had to go to the funeral. Kevin and I had already packed our things the night before because Kevin needed to get back to the Bay Area.
I'm so sorry to rush off, Jean, but we have to get home tonight. Kevin's gonna get some of his TV buddies to help us find them.
Hey, everything's under control here.
So we headed back to California. Kevin had contacts there because of his background in cable television, and he knew if we didn't get the media involved, it would be just another missing person that no one ever knew about again.
We should see sunny spells all across western Nevada.
We knew that it's been days now and nobody's come, and we knew we were going to have to do something. And we had heard on the radio that the weather was supposed to clear up and get better on Saturday.
Listen, I've been thinking.
Nobody's coming, are they?
We can't just sit here and starve. And if the weather's gonna break, then we can walk. We could make it to the highway.
How far do you think, Jim?
Well, there can't be anything for 50 miles back the way we came. But if we go this way, to the I-140, it's, I don't know, 20 miles?
How long will it take?
If we leave early tomorrow, we could be there by nightfall. If the weather guys are right.
Okay. At least we'll be together, right?
That's all that matters. We should maybe write something. Just a note to whoever might... You know, just in case.
We wrote a will. That was for our family, you know, as a last kind of goodbye.
Mostly just apologies, really. Like, just really sorry that we put our parents through that, and that if this is how it turned out, you know, just to know that we're happy that we were together, and, you know, we loved each other, and if that was what was going to happen, at least we were all together for it.
If you are reading this, then we must be dead. Don't be sad. We tried our best to make it, but God must have wanted or needed us sooner than we thought. Our biggest regret is that we've lost time together. We honestly can't give a justifiable reason as to our whereabouts when this occurred. We were just determined to make it all the way to Idaho so you would quit worrying about us. Please cremate my body. and bury Jim in the Forest Hills Cemetery by his grandfather.
And Clay?
Things started happening quickly once we got home.
Sandy, be sure and get on the deck at NBC.
Kevin got some action going. Our house then became command central. It just became a zoo. All the news channels were there on a daily basis.
And I think if we can get those press releases out to the local papers, I think that'd be a good start.
All right.
It was just a very busy kind of time for everyone, trying to generate enough interest in these three people.
Try not to worry.
Kevin got a truck from a friend to go search himself through Nevada and California. He would have gone nuts sitting there, not being able to do anything.
We needed to go. Nobody's coming. We're alone. We're gonna have to do something to get Clayton and ourselves out of there.
We knew our shoes weren't waterproof, so we each put on some pantyhose, a couple of layers of socks, and we took the plastic from the dry cleaner bags that clothes were in to hopefully keep out the moisture.
We had dress clothes to attend a funeral, tennis shoes, and comfortable clothes. We were not prepared at all for these conditions. Clayton had a little sleeping bag of his own that we nestled him in. And then used the adult sleeping bag kind of as a cushion and put him inside this garment bag to keep him sealed up from the cold and the wind.
Okay, little boy.
Honey, it's gonna get a little cold. Mommy and Daddy are right here, so if you need anything, you just say, okay? Good boy.
I was a little worried that he might freak out being in the dark and everything, but that kid was, I don't know, it's like he just knew. He just really knew what was happening. He was just really calm and okay with it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So from then on, I was a horse and Clay was the carriage.
Dragging a 4-month-old baby 20 miles through the snow in search of a highway is a huge gamble. But it's Jim and Jennifer's only hope.
I would say on average, we were pretty much shin deep in snow. And within a couple of hours, our feet were numb already. We were getting very thirsty, so eating snow was a full-time thing. Our mouths were tired and cold because we would be chewing on a mouthful of snow, trying to suck it and melt it and drink the water from it. And almost as soon as your mouth was empty, you're already reaching for the ground for more.
We never really had to stop because of Clayton. Mostly Jim would have to stop for me. My hips were really sore. It was hard walking in the snow.
Okay, little man.
I wanted to get to help, but I also had to keep in mind that Jennifer was lagging behind and was weakening by the hour. So I had that on my mind, and dragging Clayton behind me was tiring me out.
Finally, we saw there was a big hill, and that was a long, long walk to get up there.
Just give us a second.
We were both just exhausted.
I was just over the hill now. Okay.
We were so sure this highway we were looking for must be just beyond. At the very least, from the top of this hill, we'd be able to see it.
The map says that the road was over here, so it was sort of a boost for us to keep going because we just knew we were getting close. It's just taking us really long to get there. The road that we were looking for was not here. We were heading in the wrong direction or something, because there's just nothing.
It's okay. Honey, it's all right. Honey, listen to me. Look at me, listen. We know there's a town back the way we came. We just follow our tracks back, okay? I'll follow the tracks, okay? It's all right. It's all right.
After my total freak out, we just pretty much realized that's what we're gonna have to do now. We were just gonna have to turn around and go back, miles and miles to the truck.
I can't. Come on. I got you. All right. All right.
And it was then that we noticed Clay wasn't crying.
Oh, God.
That was scary because every time we stopped, he would cry. And so when he didn't, we were both just so afraid, just freaking out, going, oh my God, why isn't he moving? And or making any noise. Neither one of us wanted to unzip it to see. And we just sort of just kept looking at each other going, oh God. And he was fine. He was still pink and okay, but that was really, really scary. If Clayton wasn't with us at that point, I just would have stayed there. I just would have laid next to him and not even cared anymore. After that, just having that fear that that could have happened really made us determined, so we packed up and turned around and started walking back.
The family has come within 12 miles of the highway. The nearest town back beyond the truck is 60 miles away.
Hi, it's me. Anything to report? No. Look, I just need you to map a new sighting for me. I'm in a little town called Whiting, Nevada, and I've got a storekeeper here who thinks he might have sold some maps to a guy who matches Jim's description.
Okay. By this time, we were getting information from people who thought they'd seen them.
He thinks they might have headed to Reno.
They had seen them south, they had seen them north, they had seen them along the highway with some strange person. And that horrible thought of maybe them being abducted came to mind because one of the callers had kind of suggested that maybe they had run into some bad situation.
Television executive Kevin Mulligan is following a trail of clues that he hopes...
By that time, the highway patrol, the police, everyone had realized that these kids had not just run away. They were really, truly missing, and we may never see them again.
Late that evening, we made it back to this big outcropping of rocks. Oh, it was so windy that it was blowing me over. It was just awful. We decided to try to find a little cove or just something to get out of the wind to protect ourselves.
We just used a sleeping bag and just threw it over the top of our bodies. Our feet were mostly exposed, but got as warm as we could and kind of slept for the night.
Jim? Can you hold Clay?
Sure. There you go. Hey, little man. Okay.
When I stood up,
What's the matter with me?
All right.
it was like my hips were they were just done. I could not walk. The pain was just excruciating. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to go very far for that day.
You okay sitting there for a few minutes? You go and find someplace you can rest. There you go. Okay.
I knew I needed to walk, and I wanted to, but my body just wasn't gonna let me do it. So we looked around and found a little cave in the rocks. And I thought maybe we could all get warm and rest again.
Are you okay in there?
Sure.
I was thinking, here we are in the middle of nowhere, now farther from the truck, no food. How the hell are we gonna get out of this?
Come and see for yourself.
Honey, I can't. I need to go on alone. You and Clay can stay in here out of the cold.
We said we'd stay together no matter what.
I need help, Jen. I have to keep going.
Please. Please don't leave me alone. What if you don't come back?
I told her of the plan for me to continue on, and she broke down crying, knowing that we were going to be separated now. I think deep down we both knew that it was the only thing we could really do.
Didn't want him to do that. But I understood where he was coming from, but I I didn't want him to go. I thought that separating would probably be the worst thing.
Please, Jim, please.
I'll be back. Promise.
We kissed each other and told each other we loved each other, you know, just tons, and promised me that he would be back in 3 days.
Okay, so I said goodbye to my wife and baby, which could have been the last time I had seen them alive, and went down the hill and marked the spot with a colorful sweatshirt, and don't think I looked back. I just turned into a machine and walked.
It was very, very frightening to watch him walk away. Very, I don't know, just didn't know if I was ever gonna see him again, or if I was just gonna die here in the cave with my son, or what, you know.
This was a seemingly never-ending task. Just walking and walking. Every now and then I would sing Army cadence to myself, kind of to keep my pace going. But for the most part, I was stoic and single-minded, and, you know, I just couldn't stop. I just kept going and going. Periodically, if I found an area that I could get out of the wind, I would huddle down and maybe let my eyes close a few times and just try to relax a little bit. But I really didn't want to let myself sleep, just for fear that I wouldn't wake up.
I did the best I could with keeping Clay hydrated. I just, you know, breastfed him as much as possible. But I really didn't think that I was producing much milk for him. So then that's when I started melting the snow and sort of, you know, spitting it into his mouth. He drank it too. I mean, he wanted the water in him, so like a little baby bird.
I got back to the truck that night, thankful that I was going to be out of the wind, and hoping that I could start the truck and feel the warmth for the first time in a few days. But since the truck had sat untouched as long as it did, it wouldn't come to life anymore. And I just laid on the front seat and went to sleep. I woke very early, just started going again. Not too far down the road, I came across a sign. So I knew that I must be getting close to something. When I saw that it said 51 miles to the nearest town, that seemed almost impossible. I was thinking, you know, with no food, barely any water, no real rest. How am I going to walk that far? That extreme isolation was the hardest thing to deal with. Kind of like being adrift at sea and nobody knows you're out there. You could scream as loud as you wanted and a bird might hear you. There was one point I could have swore that I heard Jennifer's voice not 10 feet behind me.
Keep going. Come on, Jim. Jim!
It scared me because I thought, did she die? Is this her telling me to continue going because Clayton's still alive out there alone now? Or I just didn't know what to think.
When the sun was shining, the snow would melt down and there'd be little puddles of water in the little nooks and crannies of the rocks. And I thought that maybe if I took a cloth belt, I could like suck on that to get water, anything just to get fluids in me. My feet really, really started hurting really bad. And my shoes were just frozen. I mean, they were solid. And I thought that it might be good to take them off, you know, to let my feet warm up. When I saw them, my feet were black and blue and really swollen, and I had never seen frostbite before, so I didn't really know that that's what it looked like. They started hurting really bad as they were thawing. I actually put them back in the snow to numb them back up again. I just wanted to make the pain go away, you know.
I knew that I must be getting close to something when the road was somewhat plowed. So that lightened my spirit a little bit. Then I could have swore that I saw a pickup truck. No, it can't be. Who would live out here? For an instant, I thought maybe I was hallucinating, but I didn't have time to second guess myself.
Help! 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 Help!
Listen, my wife and baby are out there.
I blurted out everything that had just happened, and this grizzled-looking, middle-of-nowhere living man, Dave Peterson, looked at me like I was just crazy.
Hey, tiny bird. We're gonna fly away real soon.
I would fall asleep and then wake up and check on Clay. That was hard. It was hard looking at his little face. He never cried once. It was almost like, I know, Mom, it's okay. But I didn't think it was okay at all because he wasn't really making any, he wasn't crying, it looked like he was slowly dying, is what it seemed like, because he just wasn't doing anything, just laying there.
Dave drove me back to his house. They don't even have a phone there. So we radioed his coworker, Dusty.
This is Dave P. Dusty, are you there? Over. Come in, Dusty. Come in, Dusty. Over.
Dusty said that he would be on his way over to help.
Cave's over to the right by the ridge. Blue sweatshirt's on the tree.
Dave and Dusty were the perfect people to go there and find Jennifer and Clayton because they know this area better than anyone. For me now, it was just a waiting game.
We got a call And the first indication that something was going on was Kevin's assistant held up her hand to quiet everyone.
Hello? What? They found Jimmy.
And of course, everyone in our house just started jumping up and down, yelling and screaming.
Oh.
But then we heard
I see.
Jennifer and the baby were not with him.
I had been sleeping. I woke up and I thought I had heard engine sounds. I didn't really know if I was still dreaming or if I was really hearing something. I sat there for a minute listening and I thought, okay, yeah, I think I really am hearing something here. And that was when I saw the big bulldozer that was in front with the flashing light. And there was someone in it, and I just started waving and screaming. Hey! Hey! Help! It was really... It was amazing seeing those guys, coming up there. And I've never been so happy to see two people, just strangers, in my entire life. I had Clayton in my arms already. I was just so anxious for them to come up there, and I just gave Dusty Clayton right away, and I knew it wasn't, doing really well, but...
Is Jim okay?
They said, yeah, he's okay, or we wouldn't be here. And, I couldn't walk, so they had to carry me down the hill, and I felt really awful that they had to do that, and I looked awful. My hair was a big rat's nest, and I just kept apologizing to them. I'm sorry, I stink. Oh, and I was just so thirsty. I just begged, just please, do one of you guys have something to drink? And Dusty had an orange in his lunch from work. Thank you. Oh, it just looked like heaven. I mean, it was like, oh, an orange flavor. I gave some to Clay, right? Just stuck the little wedge, like, right in his mouth. He just really started sucking on, nursing on it.
The California Highway Patrol decided they would fly me to the hospital where Jim was headed. We kept trying to get information on Jennifer and the baby, and there just wasn't any. Just before we landed, we heard Jennifer had been found. I went in the bathroom and just slid right down to the floor and crying hysterically. And it was such a relief to finally hear that they were found, because 9 days of what they went through, it was just a miracle.
I was still pretty looped up on pain medicine when they arrived at the hospital. We were both extremely exhausted and still trying to work out in our heads what had just happened.
He looked really, really tired, but he looked good. I mean, he was alive, so that was, what mattered.
It wasn't as emotional as one would think. It was more nonverbal communication across the room, looking at each other in disbelief at what had just happened.
They told us Clayton was really, really dehydrated. He had a really bad diaper rash. But then otherwise, once they gave him fluids and everything, that they thought he was going to be all right.
Hey.
The price that we paid, our feet, was just nothing compared to having Clayton be whole and healthy. And I mean, I'd die for that. Just had to look at Clay and go, okay, it's all right.
The ocean is no place to be abandoned alone.
Larry, this current is going to suck us out to sea!
This is the true story of two friends whose island-hopping adventure becomes a fight for survival. Now one of them has to make the most difficult decision of his life.
So do you leave me out here?
Await death with his friend or leave him behind and face the ocean alone.
You don't leave your buddies. You don't leave your friends behind.
The San Juan Islands in America's Pacific Northwest. It's a sea kayaking mecca. But every year, these waters claim the life of at least one sea kayaker.
It's 3:45, folks, the end of a beautiful November day. But winter is on its way, so plan your weekend accordingly.
The sea kayaking season is over, but endurance athlete Saul Kinderis wants to conquer the San Juans.
Hey, Larry, it's Saul. Where are you, man? Get here.
Saul and his track teammate from college, Larry Kaiser, are regular weekend warriors, but they've never kayaked together before.
Plan is to hit Strawberry Island, then after that hit Doe Bay, a 60s resort. It's got 2 hot tubs, 1 cold tub, clothing optional, which generally speaking means nobody wears a stitch.
The goal was to head there and take her clothes off and hit on women, basically. I mean, that was the goal.
You're late, Larry. You're late, Larry. 4 hours.
4?
4 hours.
I'm sorry, Saul. I just got stuck in that damn Seattle traffic.
So you gonna be up for this?
Yeah, I'm up for this. Fat tourist like you can do this sport. I don't see what the problem's gonna be.
I'm up for any kind of challenge like that. Any kind of physical challenge, especially if Saul throws that at me. If he can do it, I can do it. And not only if he can do it, I can do it, but I can do it better.
Yeah, competitive would probably be a defining and describing characteristic. We tended to compete in almost anything.
Chop, chop, Larry.
It's that kind of relationship that kind of got us in trouble here in this situation.
Hurry up, you slug. Get down here.
Because Larry is late, they set out at night, something that even the most experienced kayaker wouldn't do, especially in winter.
Women friends of mine would call it, we had a severe case of testosterone poisoning. And, the brain quits working because you just want to go.
Slide you out. You hit the water, put your weight on the paddle, okay? I'm gonna kick your butt, you know that. Put your weight on the paddle.
It was unnerving setting out at night. People die every year kayaking in the San Juans. But that danger is exciting. It's a thrill. I'm thinking I'm invincible.
We have a winner!
Larry and Saul are paddling off the coast of America's Washington state into the heart of the 176 islands that make up the San Juans. They're crossing a notoriously dangerous stretch of water, the Rosario Strait, on the way to their first destination, Strawberry Island. They need to cross quickly. Soon the tide will turn, making it virtually impossible to land on the far side.
I keep going to the left. Huh?
I keep going to the left.
Yeah, well, adjust your rudder.
The rudder?
Yeah, with your foot pedals, you know?
Foot pedals?
What are your feet touching?
Nothing.
Nothing, are you sure?
Yeah, I said nothing. Well, actually, if I stretch out my left foot...
Larry, heck, did you even adjust the foot pedals? Everybody adjusts their foot pedals before setting off.
Yeah, I did. They just must have come loose or something.
I'm just kind of trying to fake it. And that's the first time I'd set my ass in a kayak. I'd never been in one before.
It started dawning on me that Larry is faking the expertise on the kayaking. That's when I started to figure, okay, we've gone from a trip to an adventure.
You know, looking back, I'm thinking, what the hell was I doing? What was I thinking? What sane and reasonable person would cut across a channel at night the first time in a boat?
So not only were we doing my first winter trip, we were doing a nighttime crossing, and we were enduring a storm. So anybody that would have known us would have known, you know, that was really stupid.
Eventually, Larry and Saul reach Strawberry Island, but they're late. The only landing spot is a sandy beach surrounded by dangerous rocks. Now, in the darkness, they face the ferocious tidal currents swirling around the island, giving the area its nickname, the Witch's Cauldron.
We're here. Witch's Cauldron.
What?
Strawberry Island is dead ahead.
Where?
Up ahead, can you hear it?
Saul, all I hear is thrashing waves.
Waves are smashing and crashing on the rocks up there. The wind is picking up. It's hard to hear. And it's just looking pretty nasty up there, too. And I'm just thinking, well, this doesn't look fun.
This is the plan. There is only one beach on this island, only one slot in between the rocks. We can't miss that slot. I'll paddle in first. When I land on the beach, I'll wave my flashlight. That's your signal.
We're gonna land on that.
Aim for the flashlight and paddle hard. You got it? Larry, you got it!
Yeah, aim for the flashlight.
This was pushing my enjoyment factor. We were starting to get outside the area I enjoy. I knew that I needed to hit that beach just right or life was going to truly get miserable.
I can see big, jagged rocks that don't look good to land on. It's just really hairy out there.
The flashlight I have, you know, it's just not that bright. I see the rocks in front of me, and all I'm thinking is, oh, shoot.
What?
Wait!
I hear him yelling. I can't tell what he's doing. I'm just like, what? You know, what?
Don't come in!
What are you saying? I can't hear what you're saying.
Do not come in!
Larry sees my headlamp kind of waving around a little bit, and so he's figuring I must be waving him in.
Larry!
I could see him coming in. He's aiming for the flashlight, just like I told him to, and that flashlight's on my head.
The waves are smashing our boats on top of us and on top of the rocks. very scary situation. Totally caught us off guard. It just happened in a split second.
You okay? What the hell was that? You tell me, man! We crashed! We crashed! Get me the hell out of here! They gotta reach those boats. You really need the boat. Yes! We need them! Or we're dead! We just get the hell out of here. You don't get it, do you? We're not gonna get out of here! If we don't get there! Get out of here! Get out of here!
I'm realizing we're definitely in a survival situation here, and we got to get our stuff up here. We got 4 days worth of food on the boats. Got enough fresh water for maybe 2 or 3 days. Without it, we're screwed.
I thought you said there was a beach here. Yeah, well, I lost the beach. Saul, how do you lose a beach? I misjudged it, okay? I got you.
Just hours into their sea kayaking adventure, Larry and Saul have shipwrecked on a deserted island.
I'm looking forward to getting warm. We could have been killed, but we weren't.
As much as Saul and I both seek out these fun, dangerous, athletic situations, we don't have a death wish. Basically, at this point, I take my dry bag out, and my dry bag is no longer a dry bag. My dry bag is a soaked bag. All my stuff is soaked at this point. Everything.
Larry, what happened? All my stuff is wet. Well, obviously. Did you even seal this properly? This is broken. No, it's not broken. You didn't seal it properly. What the hell is all this? This is all cotton. How could you ever think for a winter trip packing all cotton?
At that point, he was probably a little angry, and for probably good reason. My sleeping bag, all my clothes, all the gear I had, it's all just drenched. His stuff was fine.
Get into this. This is your bed. I have dry clothes. I can sleep in them.
Saul knows that in the cold and the wet, Larry's cotton clothes and his sleeping bag will take days to dry.
By that point, I truly realized that my assumptions weren't correct on his level of preparedness. I'm the guide on this trip, and Larry was going to more or less along for the trip. If I got in trouble, he wasn't going to be able to help me because we were so far out of his element. And then I'd snuggle up against the outside of his sleeping bag. Guys, especially in your 20s, you're going to go damn near hypothermic before you'll cuddle up with another guy.
He kept trying to nuzzle up to me. He was cold, and I'd get away, Saul. You know, what are you doing? You know, just keep... Throughout the night, he kept getting closer and closer, and I kept going farther and farther over this edge of the tent. I like Saul, but I don't like him that much.
Larry, I am cold. You move one more time, I'm climbing in there with your naked butt. Got it?
Larry and Saul's adventure was supposed to last 9 days, but the weather is getting worse and Larry's gear isn't drying. So Saul makes a decision.
I've rapidly realized the trip I planned isn't within our reach. Not for the two of us together. It's not going to work. It just wouldn't be a prudent thing to do.
I just wanted to tell myself, you know, we still have time to have some fun and get this out of our system and use this as a small setback and just keep going.
So we're still going to Doe Bay then?
The
trip is over. Your stuff won't dry. One of us will end up hypothermic.
So the crash last night was totally my fault, had nothing to do with you.
Larry, man, we're bagging it.
I agree. Hey, do I get a say in this? Because I agree with you.
Start to pack your stuff up. We're leaving.
The trip is screwed at this point. But he's the boss. He's the leader. Saul is the expedition leader. That's how he always is. He likes being in charge.
Did you seal your dry bag?
Yes, I did, Daddy.
Okay. Boat's in water.
Hey, Saul, I really think I gotta take a number 2.
Yeah, there's a tide window. I'm not missing it.
The Nazi drill instructor was probably more what I'd become.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 4 options, Larry.
4? I don't think I can count that high.
Quit joking. Either you listen to me or you're on your own.
Ooh.
This is Strawberry Island now. This is Washington Park and our trucks. And this is the Rosario Strait between us and home. Option 1. This island back here has a cabin. We knock on their door, ask for help. Option 2. We continue further to Orcas Island here. We stash the boats and take the ferry home. I'll get the boats another day. 3. This is the toughest option. We paddle back the way we came, 3 miles across the Rosario Strait. Now, I can do any of those, so you tell me which one you want to do.
You don't tell somebody you've competed with all your life in a variety of sports that I can do any of these. Which one do you want to do?
I can do any of those too, so.
What's he going to pick? He's going to pick the toughest one. You just told him which one was the toughest, and then he picked it.
Let's paddle back.
You sure?
Yeah, man, paddle back, bring it on.
That was really stupid.
What won out in the very end is the same thing that got us in trouble here. It's the same thing that's got us in trouble in other times. It's our competitive nature. If he can paddle across the channel, I can paddle across the channel. I can swim across it. I can cycle 150 miles if I want to. I can run a marathon. I don't care. He's the same way. But when we get us together, maybe we don't make the best decisions as a team.
Larry and Saul are paddling into the jaws of an oncoming storm. Soon they will face 70-mile-an-hour gusts and a huge storm swell rolling in from the ocean.
Let me do you, man. Looks pretty ugly.
Yeah.
Sure you're gonna be up for this?
Yeah, I'm up for this. Are you up for this?
We got 40 to 45 minutes to make this crossing before the current gets too strong.
Yeah, I know. Paddle hard. I'm not an idiot.
The conditions now are dangerous. But if they don't move quickly, Larry and Saul will face far worse. In less than an hour, the tide will turn and all the water in the channel will surge out to sea, taking them with it.
Rosario Strait is 20 miles wide of water, with the water cranking through there at a peak faster than any of the rivers that we bother to measure, you know, the Mississippi, the Amazon, the Nile, any of those. So you just imagine the biggest river you've ever seen in your life and multiply it by 5 or 6 or 7.
Hey, Saul! Hey, I'm taking on water here.
There is a technique for paddling into waves that stops them splashing into the boat.
Saul!
But Larry doesn't know it.
Hey, I'm still taking on water here.
Normal? Look, Larry, are you watching me? Okay.
I have been.
Don't let the waves hit you side on.
No.
We'll minimize the water that goes into your boat. And dig with your paddle. Dig. Don't puncture the wave head on.
Everything I'm telling him is just blah, 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 blah. It's a bunch of words. He ain't listening. He's confident at this point. He knows what he needs to do. And he's probably thinking to himself, Saul's full of crap.
Dig with your paddle. Dig. Dig. Hey, I'm still taking on splash here. Larry, do you understand anything I'm saying? Saul, stabilizing strokes do you no good. Saul, I have never been in a kayak before, okay? You said that you had. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Well, that explains it. Explains what? You better learn and hurry. I am doing what I can. Yeah, well, quit. Just paddle like I tell you, okay?
He's trying to get me to put my nose into the wave, pierce right through it, take on the least amount of water possible. Number one, I didn't have the skill to do that at the time because I still was learning how to kayak, essentially. But number two, the waves were coming all the time.
The closer they get to the middle of the channel, the more their progress is slowed by wind and waves. And now the powerful tidal current is pushing them dangerously off course.
Larry, this current is gonna suck us out to sea! Do you understand? Saul, I think I'm sinking. Jeez, you just I am, okay? I'm trying. We haven't moved 10 feet in the last 10 minutes, man!
I could sense some panic in his voice. He knew that we had a limited amount of time to get across the channel.
We hit a point where when it got really rough, just all our forward progress stopped. I mean, 20 minutes we were roughly halfway, 40 minutes we were roughly halfway, an hour we were roughly halfway.
At this point, Larry's boat is so full of water, it weighs over a ton and is impossible to maneuver.
Larry, damn it, your shoulders are slack! Okay, okay. Balance strokes do you no good! Okay, forward! Okay! Paddle! Okay, okay, okay! Man, are you a complete idiot? Back off, okay? I am trying!
Blood pressure is definitely cranking up there. I figured that it was a good possibility that we could get killed. I was starting to have these doubts in my mind that we were going to be able to stick together. Your loyalty is to your friends, but then your first loyalty is to yourself.
Saul, get the hell back here!
You're slowly getting to this decision. It's not an easy decision to get to.
Saul, wait up!
The key for my survival and even his survival was that I make it to shore and get help.
Saul! Saul! I need that pump! You need to bring me the pump!
He's yelling something to me, I'm yelling back to him. I yell at him, I'm going to get help. I'm assuming he can hear me, he's probably assuming I can hear him. We really can't hear much of anything.
At the time, I was so focused on the pump, I wasn't focusing in on the fact that he essentially was abandoning me. I can't see Saul anymore. He's gone. He's just not there. You don't leave your buddies. You don't leave your friends behind. I love the guy, but he left me.
I was just applying as much speed as I could. Just crank it. The faster you can get to somebody to get them to help him, that's the only thing that's going to work.
And I was getting more nervous because I've got this big phobia about being swept farther and farther towards the ocean. The ocean's very big. There's lots of mean things out there that will do bad things to you.
I'm very aware of two things. The current is moving Larry further and further away. We got darkness at 3:30, quarter to 4, 4 o'clock in that range.
I need to phone. I need to call 911.
My boat was completely completely full of water at that point. My feet were covered, my shins were covered, it was coming up my legs. And that's when I started to get that sense of panic. And I knew, you're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. This big wave just cracks down and everything stopped. One moment I'm here in this boat full of water, and a second later I'm outside the boat treading water, just like that.
Less than an hour before dark, Larry is in the middle of the 3-mile-wide Rosario Strait. The tidal current is sweeping him away from land and into open water.
I'm in the water now. Not a fun feeling. Looking down and not seeing my feet, not seeing my shins, not seeing my knees, I'm getting scared at that time. Each minute is just, it's like some critical mass building and building and building, and it's not getting any better. It continues to get worse. It's getting dark, and there's no one here to not only save me or rescue me, but no one knows where the hell I'm even at.
I'm starting to have some self-doubt. Did I make the right decision? Where is Larry? Is Larry alive? Did I just consign my friend to death?
What do we do? I mean, what are my options at this point?
His kayak contains vital supplies, fresh water, flares, and a flashlight. But Larry can see the shore, and it doesn't look far. What he doesn't realize is that if he swims, he'll be fighting against a current moving twice the speed that the fastest human can swim.
At some point, I'm gonna have to leave this boat, because I'm going nowhere with this boat right now. It's getting me zero. I'm gonna swim. So I take off and leave the boat. I've got a dry suit on. It's end of November, it's cold, but that doesn't throw me. I'm telling myself, I'm an athlete, I can do this. This is no big deal. It's just that Mother Nature and her little currents, they had a whole nother thing to say about that problem.
It's been an hour since Larry capsized. Now, a full-scale rescue operation is underway. But without the lights or flares from his kayak, Larry is all but invisible.
I wish I would have grabbed the flashlight I had taped to the bow of my boat, which I didn't do. If I would have grabbed that flashlight, I probably would have been saved in half an hour. I'm looking around, and I can see kind of, boats out there. They're like crisscrossing back and forth.
Help! Help me! Here! Hey!
And I started thinking, I bet they're looking for me.
Help!
I must have looked like nothing in the water to these people.
Hey, over here! Here! Yeah! Help me! Here!
I'd go down on a swell and come up. They're always just right back, searching where I just was. Not only was I a small person in a very big place, I was also a very vulnerable person in a very, very big place.
I was thinking, okay, I know me, I know Larry. If there's people that can survive for a long period of time just by being stubborn and being fit enough, we fit that description.
Several miles away, a rescue team is scanning the shoreline in the hope that Larry might have made it to one of the islands.
Bravo 6, we have a visual on a red kayak on Burroughs Island.
As soon as I heard that they were, that they'd spotted the kayak, it was just happiness. It was like, oh, great, Larry's fine. He's there, he landed the boat.
Is there a paddle with the boat?
Affirmative.
So he paddled it onto shore. Any gear with the boat?
Negative, empty.
No sleeping bag, dry bag, nothing.
Correct, the boat's empty.
Great. He's on that island somewhere.
What more clues could you need? I mean, paddles with the boat, sleeping bag's gone. The guy's alive. He's somewhere here in the bushes. Just got to find him.
Yes!
You've never seen somebody so excited in his life at this point. I'm happy. I'm going, good. This is a good time to call his parents and let them know what's going on.
Mr. Kaiser? Yes, it's Saul Canderis. I don't know how to tell you this, but Larry, he's going to be okay. We think he's on an island somewhere, probably in the woods.
The Coast Guard now concentrate on searching the island. But out to sea, Larry is still swimming hopelessly against the current.
I'm in trouble. I'm being sucked with the current down a channel. I could head out to the Pacific here any time. I saw a buoy off to my right. I'm thinking, I'm gonna see if I can maybe latch onto this buoy and not get dragged out to the ocean. Kind of put my head down, I started swimming again. I started kind of cutting diagonally across to get to the buoy. Head down, swimming away. I'd look up to kind of see where I was going. I was already past the buoy. The current has got me by the balls here right now, and I'm being pulled this way. And that's when everything changed. It went from survival, I'm big, strong swimmer, I'll get across, to, I'm not gonna get out of this.
8 hours since he capsized, Larry is nearly 4 miles out to sea. But the Coast Guard are still searching the island where they found his boat. Because they found a paddle with it, they assume he must have paddled to shore. What they don't know is that Saul equipped the kayak with a spare paddle.
Our best hope is that he'd be on the island right now.
Yeah, he paddled here. He left a red paddle with his boat.
Did you say red paddle?
The red paddle's the storm paddle. It's tied to the boat. The boat with nobody in it would still have the red paddle.
Did you say red paddle?
Yes.
No black and white paddle?
No.
Are you near the boat?
Yes.
How many holes are in the top of the boat?
2, 1 for each person.
No, it's a one-man kayak.
That's the storage hatch. Is there anything in there?
Yes, there's gear in here.
A dry bag with what feels like clothes and maybe a sleeping bag.
He's not on the island. Damn it!
At this point, I'm really going, man, we're in trouble. I really screwed up. He's dead and we're gonna find the body. You realize that somebody that you're fairly close to is no longer here, and you're the one that killed him. Just an incredible sense of no hope again. Just no, it's all over. It's all over. Why did I invite him on this trip without making sure that we're both ready for this trip? It's almost like saying, what the hell was I thinking?
Yes, Mrs. Kaiser? It's Saul Canderas. I'm sorry to call you so late.
It was the hardest phone call I've ever made. It was nothing that in my life I'd ever expected myself to have to do was call somebody and say, hey, I just went out with your son and did something, and as a result of doing something, he's dead. You know, I took your son out, it was supposed to be fun. I got him killed.
Shortly after midnight, the Coast Guard call off the search. They assume that in the morning, they will be looking for Larry's body.
At that point, I was fully thinking, there's just no chance in hell I'm ever getting out of this water alive.
Exhausted, Larry's body temperature is now so low, his life is in danger. If he doesn't start swimming again to get warm, he'll die.
I really thought, just end it now. Why even bother with this? I thought about, trying to essentially drown myself. You think about weird stuff like that. And that's when I started thinking about my mom. And I love my parents, I love my dad, I love my family. What do you say? Thanks for, being my mom, quote unquote. I mean, I was ready to die. It's not an issue. I didn't want them to feel that suffering and pain, though. And not know what happened to me. That's where I made that decision to try to somewhat save my own sorry butt. As I'm continuing down, I can see this lighthouse coming off to my right as I'm coming up on it. And it seemed like I'd gotten a little closer to land from where I was at. I was in the middle of the channel when I first started. And I kind of came to this lighthouse, and it looked closer. And I'm thinking, I could maybe get that. I can maybe swim for that.
The tide is sweeping Larry towards the Pacific. But by sheer luck, a side current carries him within striking distance of the last available piece of dry land.
I start swimming, and it's getting closer. And keep swimming, it's getting closer and closer. I'm like, I'm gonna make this. My God, thank you. Thank you, Lord. I come up onto shore and there's this big rock right there, and I just swim up and put my arms around this rock. This is the most beautiful rock I've seen in my life. That's all I could think of. No one else, nothing else, just lie there and enjoy this rock. This stupid rock that was my buddy at the time. Feeling of relief. You know, I mean, everyone knows what relief is, but if you've ever been in a situation where it's literally life and death, and you feel that you've cheated death that one time, it doesn't get much sweeter than that.
Larry Kaiser has survived 9 hours in a freezing ocean. Now, exhausted and dehydrated, he faces an even more desperate fight to stay warm on land.
I'm cold. It's dark. I have no idea where I'm at. I thought about what the hell is Saul doing right now? What's he thinking right now? What is this man thinking? Is he thinking that I'm dead? Is he thinking he killed me? Is he thinking he's responsible for killing me? The big difference between him and I is there's just not a chance in hell I would leave someone like that. I wouldn't do that. No matter what happens, if the person I'm with is going to die, I will die with them.
4 hours ago, the Coast Guard assumed Larry was dead and called off the search. Saul is haunted by his decision to leave his friend behind.
It wasn't an easy decision to say, hey, I'm just going to leave Larry. It was a survival decision. The key for my survival and even his survival was that I make it to shore and get help.
Mike? Mike?
What?
What time in the morning did they start the search again?
We did what we could, okay? You did what you could. Nobody's gonna blame you.
What time?
I don't know. Probably first light, 5:15.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Larry assumes he's on the mainland. Now, in daylight, he thinks he can walk to the lighthouse he saw the night before and get help.
At that point, to me, in my mind, absolutely the worst was over. There's no way I'm gonna succumb to anything within the next, 24 hours or something like that, unless a bolt of lightning comes down and nails me. I'm thinking, what is this? I'm on an island right now, and it's another mile across to get to land again. What's the first thing they tell you to do when you're lost? Tell you to stay put. I don't see any helicopters, I don't see any planes, I don't see anything. So I just figured they'd given me up for dead, and I'm on my own again. What am I gonna do? Just stand here at some stupid island and stand here the rest of my life? That's not gonna work. I'm not Tom Hanks. I gotta go out and get going here, for God's sake. I'm thinking, I'm an athlete, I can do this, I can swim that. I'm gonna swim.
To reach the lighthouse, Larry faces another mile in freezing water. Already dehydrated and hypothermic, he will again be at the mercy of the area's lethal currents.
I'm swimming across the water. I'm literally right in the middle. I stopped swimming. I turned around in the water, and there behind me, where I was standing for the previous hour, was this giant helicopter 50 feet up above the shore, right where I was standing. You've got to be kidding me. You know, you have to be kidding me. This can't be happening. Why can't I get rescued? I mean, why can't they see me?
As time went by and we hadn't found Larry, I had more and more doubt as to whether or not I made the right decision. Not only did you get your friend killed, but it's proof you're a failure. Can't you do anything right?
Is there anybody here? Hello? Is anybody there?
The lighthouse. It was uninhabited. Everything I do is not the right decision.
Hello?
At that point, I felt like I was floating in a dream or a nightmare. You know, hope has been slowly draining away, and feeling really depressed. I got him killed. Nobody else got him killed, I did.
At 11:35 a.m., a rescue helicopter spots Larry and rushes him to the Ana Cortez Hospital ER.
Then the helicopter kind of flies overhead, and the guy there crewing the station just jumps up and says, "God, great news for you." He said, "They picked your friend up and they're taking him to the hospital and he's okay." Man, was I happy. Never seen somebody so happy in his life. Like, okay, where's the hospital? Where's the hospital? Where's the hospital?
Nope. Zip's broken. Going to have to cut you.
I remember seeing him walk into the room that I was at, and you could tell without him verbalizing his feeling.
Yo, Larry. You okay?
Lift.
Hey, Saul.
I felt good having Saul there, but you don't leave your buddy. It's not correct. It's just not right to leave someone like that.
You must
You left me.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm just glad you're all right.
Yeah, me too.
With who I am, I wanted him not to feel guilty. I wanted him to hopefully be relieved in the fact that I'm okay. Do I hold a grudge against him for doing that? No, I don't.
It's just one of those things, you know, it's like, yeah. The main thing I remember is being so happy to see him. It was like better than any Christmas present is your buddy's still alive.
10 years after their misadventure, Saul and Larry remain friends and have even kayaked together in the San Juan Islands. But they never discuss what happened, nor can they agree if Saul's decision to leave his friend behind was the right thing to do. A day on the ski slopes turns into every parent's nightmare.
Come on, Matt. Let's go.
Stranded in an icy wilderness, hopes of rescue fade. A father faces a heartbreaking choice.
I'm gonna die.
To wait for rescue or go for help, leaving his young son alone in a frozen cave on the mountain.
Hardest decision I've ever made, to leave a child of mine behind.
Kartal Kaya, a mountain ski resort in northwest Turkey.
We had boots that you laced up.
U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Mike Couillard is taking a few hours off to go skiing with his two sons.
I hope we have a load of snowball bites.
Mark is 12 years old.
Don't hit me in the head.
Matthew is 10. The family is based in Turkey, where Mike is part of Operation Provide Comfort. After the first Gulf War, the American Air Force flew thousands of missions to protect the Kurds of northern Iraq. While Mike takes the boys skiing, his wife Mary stays at home with daughter Marisa.
A lot of people we know are going, but it's mostly dads and their sons. And I'll stay back and I'll keep Marisa.
Got you all myself tonight.
Mike and Matthew can hang out, and Mark can be with his friends, and it'll be a great father-son day.
What's the time?
For Mike, today's a rare break from duty and an opportunity for a boys' day out. He and the boys are traveling from their home in the Turkish capital, Ankara, up to the remote mountain resort of Kartal Kaya.
By American standards, Kartal Kaya is not a real big mountain. It's about 6,000 feet. We'd been there once, and we hadn't really totally explored the mountain, but it was, certainly a good place for us to go with the family. I thought, well, what a great time for my sons and I to get some bonding time.
Get out of it.
Matthew's got a quiet strength and heart of gold. He just cares about people. Mark's always been a very curious one, very adventurous.
After lunch, Mike and Matthew head back up the mountain, while Mark stays behind to ski with his friends.
Matthew and I were together, and Mark and his friends gonna go on their own for a while.
He said that him and Matt were gonna ski together, and that was the last time I saw him that day.
Tired? Are you? We were pretty tired from skiing all day, and the resort was about to close, so we decided to go on one last run and take 3 different lifts all the way up to the top of the mountain.
We've been skiing in Colorado where you have a nice sunny day and then you see these wispy clouds rolling around the top of the mountain, and that's kind of what it was starting to look like.
The weather at the top was much worse than at the bottom.
The mountain of Kartal Kaya is rarely welcoming. And by the time Mike and Matthew reach the top of the lift, A solid bank of fog has rolled in from the Black Sea. Locals call it the Mister. It produces a whiteout, and the ski slope back down to the resort is no longer visible.
There's two different paths you could take, the left or the right.
It just was getting harder and harder to keep sight of the trail.
Snow just kept getting thicker and thicker. We started to realize that no one skied down this hill in quite some time.
We've lost the lift.
I think it's over there.
We'll have to sidestep up the slope.
Realizing that they've skied down the wrong way, Mike and Matthew start climbing back up the hill.
I kept thinking that we would get to the top of the hill, we'd look down and see the resort, the hotel, the wide open expanse, and we just found another hill up in front of us.
Dad, we're so lost.
Instead of going back up the way they came down, Mike has led his son round to the far side of the mountain. They're heading away from the ski resort into an icy wilderness.
Probably by now it's between 3:30 and 4, and it's already starting to look like the sun's going down, and it's getting on towards twilight.
Dad, you okay?
It's okay. I'm good.
Down at the ski resort, the bus home is about to leave. Mark hasn't seen his dad and brother since lunchtime.
When I got to the bus, my brother and dad weren't there. So I figure, you know, the bus will have to wait a minute, but they'll show up, and they didn't.
We've gone miles by now. I just knew we couldn't go on. Matthew was just totally exhausted, cold and soaking wet. We were in a complete whiteout and the temperature was dropping by the minute. I just couldn't believe the situation I'd gotten myself into. I mean, it was like one moment we were having a nice time skiing in the sun, and then the next we were facing this terrible situation. We're already looking at darkness, and we're still not anywhere close to being able to connect with this bus.
Close to exhaustion, Mike and Matthew struggle on through heavy snow for 7 hours. As the temperature on the mountain drops, hypothermia and frostbite become a real danger.
As the bus drove away, it was pretty much that moment when I knew that something was really wrong. And I didn't know if I would see them ever again.
The darkness on the mountain closes in as the blizzard rages on. Mike has no idea which way to go or whether to keep Matthew moving.
We can't keep doing this. He's just done, and I can't carry him. I make this decision anyway. Let's stop.
Hello? Hello, Mary. It's Wanda.
At the ski resort, Mike's colleague, Major Wanda Villiers, is looking after Mark.
Look, Mary, there's a bit of a problem.
My friend Wanda was on the phone, and she said that Mike and Matthew had not come down off the mountain.
Well, where are they?
Well, we just don't know.
I'd had a lot of survival training. You know, I knew how to make a shelter. So I decided to go up the slope a bit and see if I can find a good tree to spend the night underneath. Just took my ski and wove it in between the branches, put our ski poles in there and branches off the surrounding trees and just wove those in, and it made kind of like a little roof. The lion's share of your body temperature can be soaked up by just laying on cold ground, so it's very important to get a layer of pine boughs underneath us. What comes from the back of my mind, like a ton of bricks, is the full weight of the situation. Hey, we're gonna be out here.
Despite the conditions, a search and rescue team is sent onto the mountain.
As I was looking out the window, kind of hoping I would see them coming down the mountain, I could hear the loudspeakers playing Turkish pop music on all the ski runs, hoping that my dad and brother would hear it and find the hotel.
By now it's late into the night, and I'm just thinking, how is Mary gonna take this news that we haven't come back? As we're settling in, I'm formulating a plan. What am I gonna do tomorrow? Because tomorrow's got to go on, and we've got to get ourselves out of this mess.
Mike and Matthew have passed a night on the mountain in a howling blizzard and freezing temperatures. Mike had decided they should stay put. As dawn breaks, their survival depends on being found soon.
I've sort of kept it from Marisa that they didn't come down off the mountain.
Where's Dad?
Come and sit down here. But I know it's morning now and the phone hasn't rung in the middle of the night. So I have to tell her.
With daylight, special forces from Mike's airbase swing into action. This time their job is not to protect the Kurds, but to look for one of their own. Turkish troops with their local knowledge join the operation. Mike's commanding officer is leading it.
Hello?
Mary, it's Ed Fitzgerald here. I just wanted to update you on the situation.
Mike's colonel lets me know that the search has already started, that people are actually looking for them. He's going to coordinate the search from the lodge there at the ski resort.
The search makes national news, but it's focusing on the area surrounding the ski slopes. Mike and Matthew are in fact miles away. After an uncomfortable night, Matthew awakes cold, wet, and still exhausted.
We woke up kind of groggy that morning. I think because we had slept off and on the whole night. In the daylight, I was able to see there was like an opening in the rock.
Mike's survival training kicks in. When lost, find shelter and stay where you are.
It's a cave. We've been sitting on top of it all night. Come on, son.
They can stay in the cave and wait to be rescued.
Dad, can I have another one?
I should save it for later. Here, get this off. Here. Wow, that's wet, huh? All right. Take mine. Put that on.
Dad, you know what? I don't think I can ski today.
That's okay. Because we're staying here tonight. First rule of survival: give people a chance to find us.
Yeah?
They'll be looking for us right now.
How will they find us?
The snow will stop soon. They'll find us.
I knew there were certain things that I could do to enhance our chances of being seen. Just took my skis and planted them as a big X, the international distress signal for skiers. I just hoped that there would be people come up and see those, and if they saw the skis, then they would be able to find us.
Mike and Matthew have been in freezing temperatures for 24 hours. The cave offers protection from the blizzard outside, but little else.
It was at that point I realized I was already getting that first warning sign of frostbite, which is this little white callus build up on your hands, kind of a waxy look.
Let's get this off.
These boots were not doing a good job of keeping our feet warm.
Let's get the wet sock off.
Having looked at my own hands and seen the condition I was in, I decided, maybe I'd investigate Matthew's feet.
Dad, I can't feel my toes.
He was starting to experience some of the first stages of frostbite there on his feet, too.
Wiggle your toes. Get the circulation going. That's it. I'm not gonna put your boots back on. Here, give me your scarf.
Inside the cave, it was cold enough for water to freeze. The temperature dropped below freezing.
Let's get this one off.
Here we are in this tiny cave, this little crack in the mountain, in a raging blizzard, and we're both in the early stages of frostbite. If we didn't get help, we were just going to die on this mountain.
The ground search is cooled off as night falls. It can't begin again until morning.
Thanks a lot. All right, bye.
I'm getting phone calls. Well, it started out once a day, but that just wasn't enough.
No news yet, honey.
There's just too many hours where we didn't know what was going on, and so you get your hopes tweaked every once in a while, and it just seems like all the little hopes just keep getting put out.
One of our immediate needs was just keeping ourselves hydrated. The bottom line was that you really shouldn't be eating snow.
Better stop. Don't eat anymore.
You gradually lower your body temperature to the point where you get hyperthermic, and you're making your situation worse by just trying to keep yourselves alive.
What was that?
Just a small animal, nothing to worry about. Remember when we were in the Mediterranean? All that Italian food? And you and Mark, you just wanted to eat burgers.
Yeah. Dad, I thought they would have come for us by now.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll find us tomorrow.
Yeah. That was real fun.
It was nice to just focus a little bit on those little stories of the day and get our mind off this terrible situation that we're in.
As dawn breaks on the mountain, the storm clears.
Thanks. I will.
See you, Mark.
Snowplows have opened the way to the resort, and Mark is able to get home.
I'm keeping sane because I'm thinking Mike would never leave Matthew. I'm thinking he's had survival training.
Dad, I'm real hungry.
I'm realizing they probably don't have food, but maybe some of the snacks they took, they just had stuffed in their pockets.
It's our last one. Do you hear that?
What?
Helicopter.
Come on, Dad. Please go and see us.
All of a sudden, a shot of adrenaline took over, and all action again. Scrambled outside, and to my amazement, this helicopter just literally seemed like it was flying out of the mist. But as suddenly as this helicopter appeared out of the mist, it was gone. I knew it was almost a hopeless case. I just was too far down into this little valley to be seen. The good news was I knew they were looking, and I knew they would be back.
The helicopters called in for the search were actually part of Operation Provide Comfort. Pretty sophisticated helicopters, and I was just so excited that they were able to get something besides people on the ground looking for them.
Quick, Matt, they might come back.
Dad, I can't get my boot on. It's so fit.
I'll help you. Don't cry.
I'm sorry, Dad.
It was one of ours.
It was a Black Hawk.
No doubt. And next time, I'll make sure they see us.
To see this Black Hawk was a solid sign that they were putting everything into the search. I knew that would be a challenge if they ever came back, that I'd have to figure out a better way to be spotted.
How's your feet?
I can't feel them.
About every 30 minutes to an hour, I would take his feet and put him on my belly and let the core body temperature warm him up. It was also an opportunity to periodically check and see how his feet were doing, and I could see that they were still getting worse.
How about that? You want to try standing up, get the circulation going?
Oh. Dad, let's just stay here.
Mike can't carry Matthew to safety.
I'm gonna take your boot, okay?
So he pins all his hopes on rescue.
I figured, use these boots that he's probably not going to use. It's bright and sunny outside, and it just seemed like now might be a good time to go and do a little more exploring.
Mike knows that the improved weather will make the search easier, but they're hard to spot down amongst the trees.
I had to do everything in my power to get them to see me. And if I was to be seen, I needed to get up above where we were. And I thought, you know, if I could go across the stream and climb up on top of that ridge, I figured it'd be a lot easier to be spotted.
But climbing to the top of the ridge would mean leaving Matthew alone, and Mike's not prepared to consider doing that yet. The search is still concentrated around the resort. Mike and Matthew are miles away, on the other side of the mountain.
It's the fourth day, and all of a sudden we heard this helicopter sound.
Helicopter.
I didn't have much time to get outside. I didn't even have time to put my boots on. It came seemingly out of nowhere. I could even see the American flag painted on the side. It just flew right over the top of us and was gone. It never made 2 passes.
Mike realizes that the helicopters aren't looking for them where they are. They're flying over on their way to a search grid on the other side of the mountain.
My hopes took a plunge into despair.
They're never gonna find us, Dad.
Matt, listen. There's a ridge I'm gonna try and get to the top of. Maybe see a way out.
What's the point?
We gotta stay positive.
Man, snap out of it!
Dad, you're wrong! We're never gonna get out of here! We're gonna die here!
Mike now faces the unthinkable. Matthew can't move, Mike won't leave without him. But if they wait to be rescued, they may die together. Mike's survival strategy is to wait to be found. He thinks the ski resort, and therefore rescue, is close by and visible from the top of the ridge. But as the days pass, his and Matthew's conditions are deteriorating.
I kind of did this morbid calculation that, you know, it'd be better to come back without my feet than not at all. I kept putting myself in that situation where I've left a family behind without a father. I just couldn't face the reality of that. I found myself looking at Matthew as he lay there sleeping, and he just looked so peaceful, almost like a little angel as he lay there sleeping, and I became aware of just how fragile he was.
One of the new developments is the Office of Special Investigations is coming over. Well, they just wanted pictures, you know, and as current as I could get them. They're talking about putting things in the paper, and I'm wondering, are they trying to figure out if they've found the bodies, what they would look like or something?
Next morning, during his daily explorations, Mike, though weakened by the cold and lack of food, decides to tackle the ridge.
We're hearing helicopter sounds for a long time. They've come by and they've flown directly overhead, but primarily they're over in this one area. That's probably where the ski resort is. They've done the calculation, how far is a father and a 10-year-old child gonna go? I tried it several times, and it seemed every time I did that, there were big boulders and trees falling, and I just could not get up on top of this ridge.
Yeah, I understand. But we still have the Hueys, right?
The search is winding down. The American military withdraws, leaving the Turkish soldiers to continue, using less sophisticated aircraft.
Colonel Fitzgerald was telling me that they're going to change the type of helicopter that they're going to have out, and it's just going to map out the area where they think they are so that they can go back and find their bodies in the spring.
Mike and Matthew's disappearance is still a major news story. Colonel Fitzgerald calls a press conference in the resort hotel.
If we do not find any more information in the next 24 to 36 hours, then we may consider stopping the search and assume for this particular location that the bodies are underneath the snow.
I'm just infuriated at that thought because I just don't think they're gone. I shouldn't give up.
Can I get you a cup?
Colonel Fitzgerald has come over to the house.
They want to look at the options again, Mary.
He's talking about, well, maybe they skied over a ridge and didn't even realize in the dark.
This kind of snow coverage.
He's got pictures of all this tons and tons of snow, and you can't even tell trees are trees. And of course, it is pretty bad looking.
Mike wouldn't leave Matt. They're waiting for us to find them.
Yes,
I don't know, I just feel like I should have a sense, if they're gone, that I would know it.
Mike's first attempt to reach the top of the ridge has failed. but he knows that getting there offers the one chance he has of saving Matthew.
They didn't come.
When we get out of here, I'm gonna buy you the biggest hamburger you've ever seen. And a basket of fries. And a bucket of Coke.
You know what, Dad? Really? What I want is a pizza.
Well, the Turkish government had decided to do one last big push, and they were going to send out 500 Turkish commandos to search for Mike and Matthew. I just can't believe the amount of people involved in searching for them, and on the other hand, I'm worried if they think they're just looking for bodies, and it's hard to keep being hopeful.
Silence on the mountain. There's been no sign of rescue helicopters for days. Mike realizes that staying put is not going to get them rescued. But Matthew can't move, and his condition is getting even worse.
I was not pleased with what I saw. Even more of this waxy gray flesh that was not good. As careful as I was being, it was still not enough.
How about that? Can you feel that?
No, I can't feel anything. A helicopter! Dad!
Sounds like a Huey. It's not worth it, son. It's too far away.
The Turkish government's last search attempt has found no signs of Mike and Matthew. The rescue team doubts they could have survived for 7 days in these conditions. The search is cooled off.
Dad?
Uh-huh.
Will I still be able to kick a ball?
Your foot's gonna be fine, son.
I've got another question.
Go on.
What's it like to, to die?
I didn't want him going there.
You're not gonna die.
But I sort of had to deal with that. I felt like if this gets worse and worse and worse and we look at death, I need to prepare him for that.
Friday afternoon, my friend Wanda comes in, and she says that they're thinking of sending Mark and Marisa and I back to the States.
Maybe it's time we think about getting you guys home. To be near family.
This is my family, Wanda.
I'm adamant that I'm not going.
After 7 days, I began to wonder, well, how long will I even have the use of these hands? I decided to start writing a note to my family. It'd sure be nice to tell the people I love, like my wife and family, how I feel about them.
Do you want me to write? Anything from you?
Okay.
Matthew has just got that tender heart.
Tell Marisa. I wish I hadn't fought with her so much.
He's a real quiet kid, but he's deep too, and that love is coming out in his words.
Tell Mom she's a good cook.
Yeah, back to his family. He wanted me to put that in there.
You know what? Just tell them I love them.
What are you doing?
I thought maybe you could warm my feet.
Mike knows they cannot survive much longer. He also knows that it's up to him to find a way out.
I knew every time I put those boots back on, I was taking some already frostbitten tissue and aggravating it and doing damage.
I'm gonna go back up onto the ridge and take another look.
Mike attempts once again to climb the ridge.
I knew that at some point the search is going to be called off. You know, I'd already tried several times, but maybe I can try one more time and get up on this ridge.
From the top, Mike hopes to get a sense of where he and Matthew are.
I don't know why I was successful, but this time I was able to get up. I was able to see a panorama.
To Mike's surprise, the view doesn't reveal the ski resort. Instead, he sees a distant clump of cabins. But to go down to them might mean there was no way back up to Matthew.
I had this debate. What if you go to these cabins and you get there and there's nobody there, and now you're in a worse position? And the other voice was saying, well, what if you don't go? What if you just stay here and die? I'm losing energy by the day. I'm getting weaker by the moment. I sort of calculated at some point I'm gonna maybe go for help. It was kind of a now or nothing thing. The only way to decide this is to put this to Matthew and see how he's with this.
Matthew, listen. I've seen some cabins I think I can get to. I'm just not sure I can leave you behind.
You know what, Dad? Maybe you should go. Because if we stay here, they'll just be finding our bodies.
It was like he was giving me permission.
I'm gonna leave you my coat, okay? Don't try and leave the cave. I'll be back before nightfall.
Hardest decision I've ever made, to leave this child of mine behind. It's tearing my heart out. to do that, even knowing that it was the logical best thing to do.
Mike skis down to a trail he spotted from the top of the ridge.
Now I was finally getting up and doing something about this. That was an awesome adrenaline rush, if you will. Just the physical act of moving myself down this trail was carrying me along mentally as well.
The idea comes up to have a service of hope on the Monday, 8 days after they're missing. Absolutely, it wasn't going to be anything like a funeral for us. It was going to be the last big push in the spiritual battle.
Boy, I was really tired. I'd have to stop every 5 minutes just to catch my breath. It was much more weakened state than I thought. If I could just get there, there would be people there waiting for me to send help back to my son. Well, as I get closer to this village, I'm looking for telephone lines, power lines, signs that there really are people there. I don't see smoke coming out of the chimneys. I don't see any snowmobiles. All I see is animal tracks. It's pretty obvious that there's nobody there. If I can get a fire started, smoke comes out of this area that's clearly been abandoned, that'll be a sure sign to the searchers that they need to investigate. I found a box and it had one match in it. And it was like, this is my one chance. I only get one. I decided to wait. And I thought, well, what's in the other cabins? I found a bottle of kerosene, but I found no matches there either. I went back, got ready to strike my one match. Every strike I took, it was fizzling and it was not igniting. And when I finally wore out all the sulfur on that match, it was like my hopes just fizzled with that last attempt. And I knew I wasn't going to get that fire started. I'm tortured by the thought of my son alone in this cave, you know, and it's dark, and I'm picturing what he's going through. And my worst fears is he's, you know, maybe he's just lost it.
The wildlife was pretty noisy. I just tried not to think about it as much as possible. I tried sleeping as long as I could. He wasn't there, and I was really scared.
Off and on I was sleeping, and I was in just a torment, just knowing that he was in a worse place than me. I woke up in such excruciating pain, and I imagine what it must be like to be burned, because frostbite is very much like a freezer burn. My feet had thawed and expanded to a third bigger. There's no way I could physically get these boots back on. I felt like a helpless child, you know. You know, I've lost control. Now I can't. Now there's no way I'm going to get back up to where Matthew is. There's no way I can get back.
Matthew is alone in the cave. Now Mike, too, is trapped, alone, exhausted, and unable to move.
I drifted off to sleep with this prayer on my lips, like, God, just help us, because it doesn't seem like anything I've done is getting it done. Two days had gone by, and I didn't know what kind of mental state he would be in, let alone his physical state. I had to let him go. I can't take care of him anymore. I just came to the thought that I don't know what I'd do if I had to go back and face Mary without Matthew with me. I'd run out of water. I grabbed a couple pots and pans and crawled my way to the front door to just scoop some snow off the steps.
Yard up! Yard up!
A band of loggers has been clearing the trail of fallen branches brought down by the snow, and by pure chance, they stumbled on Mike.
There was a man at a shortwave radio, and they were telling me, well, we're in contact with these people that are out looking for your son. I knew that they were doing everything they could to go find him.
Matt! Matt!
By now, I mean, it's a sea of humanity. People are just flooding around this little cabin. And I can see the sea of people parting. And they're carrying this little package that was my son.
Hi, Dad.
Things were happening pretty quick, you know, they were getting in touch with all the embassy folks. Finally, they put Mary on, and well, I said, hey, dear, we've been separated a little bit, Matthew and I, but we're okay. Little did I know, she had no idea that we'd been separated for days. It was probably just as well.
After an operation to remove one toe and part of another, Matthew's feet were saved. He and Mike made a full recovery. The family now lives in Colorado Springs.